Chapter 20 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 20. What Mr. Walker thought about it. It had been suggested to Mr. Robarts, the parson of Framley, that he should endeavour to induce his old acquaintance, Mr. Crawley, to employ a lawyer to defend him at his trial, and Mr. Robarts had not forgotten the commission which he had undertaken. But there were difficulties in the matter, of which he was well aware. In the first place, Mr. Crawley was a man whom it had not at any time been easy to advise on matters private to himself. And, in the next place, this was a matter on which it was very hard to speak to the man implicated, let him be who he would. Mr. Robarts had come round to the generally accepted idea that Mr. Crawley had obtained possession of the cheque illegally, acquitting his friend in his own mind of theft, simply by supposing that he was wool gathering when the cheque came in his way. But in speaking to Mr. Crawley it would be necessary, so he thought, to pretend a conviction that Mr. Crawley was as innocent in fact as in intention. He had almost made up his mind to dash at the subject when he met Mr. Crawley walking from Framley to Barchester, but he had abstained, chiefly because Mr. Crawley had been too quick for him and had got away. After that he resolved that it would be almost useless for him to go to work unless he should be provided with a lawyer ready and willing to undertake the task. And as he was not so provided at present, he made up his mind that he would go into Silverbridge and see Mr. Walker, the attorney there. Mr. Walker always advised everybody in those parts about everything, and would be sure to know what would be the proper thing to be done in this case. So Mr. Robarts got into his gig and drove himself into Silverbridge, passing very close to Mr. Crawley's house on his road. He drove at once to Mr. Walker's office, and on arriving there found that the attorney was not at that moment within. But Mr. Winthrop was within. Would Mr. Robarts see Mr. Winthrop? Now, seeing Mr. Winthrop was a very different thing from seeing Mr. Walker, although the two gentlemen were partners. But still Mr. Robarts said that he would see Mr. Winthrop. Perhaps Mr. Walker might return while he was there. "Is there anything I can do for you, Mr. Robarts?" asked Mr. Winthrop. Mr. Robarts said that he had wished to see Mr. Walker about that poor fellow Crawley. "Ah, yes, very sad case, so much sadder being a clergyman, Mr. Robarts. We are really quite sorry for him. We are indeed. We wouldn't have touched the case ourselves if we could have helped ourselves. We wouldn't indeed, but we are obliged to take all that business here. At any rate, he'll get nothing but fair usage from us. I am sure of that. You don't know whether he has employed any lawyer as yet to defend him?" "I can't say. We don't know, you know. I should say he had. Probably some Barchester attorney. Borleys and Bondstock in Barchester are very good people indeed. For that sort of business, I mean, Mr. Robarts. I don't suppose they have much county property in their hands." Mr. Robarts knew that Mr. Winthrop was a fool, and that he could get no useful advice from him. So he suggested that he would take his gig down to the inn and call back again before long. "You will find that Mr. Walker knows no more than I do about it," said Mr. Winthrop. "But of course he'll be glad to see you if he happens to come in." So Mr. Robarts went to the inn, put up his horse, and then, as he sauntered back up the street, met Mr. Walker coming out of the private door of his house. "I've been home all the morning," he said, "but I've had a stiff job at work at hand, and told them to say at the office that I was not in. Seen Winthrop, have you? I don't suppose he did know that I was here. The clerks often know more than the partners. About Mr. Crawley, is it? Come into my dining room, Mr. Robarts, where we shall be alone. Yes, it is a bad case, a very bad case. The pity is that anybody should ever have said anything about it. Lord bless me, if I'd been Soames, I'd have let him have the £20. Lord Lufton would never have allowed Soames to lose it. But Soames wanted to find out the truth. Yes, that was just it. Soames couldn't bear to think that he should be left in the dark, and then when the poor man said that Soames had paid the cheque to him in the way of business, it was not odd that Soames's back should have been up, was it? But, Mr. Robarts, I should have thought a deal about it before I should have brought such a man as Mr. Crawley before a bench of magistrates on that charge. But between you and me, Mr. Walker, did he steal the money?" "Well, Mr. Robarts, you know how I'm placed. Mr. Crawley is my friend, and of course I want to assist him. I was under a great obligation to Mr. Crawley once, and I wish to befriend him, whether he took the money or not, but I could act so much better if I felt sure one way or the other. If you ask me, I think he did take it." "What, stole it?" "I think he knew it was not his own when he took it. You see, I don't think he meant to use it when he took it. He perhaps had some queer idea that Soames had been hard on him, or his lordship, and that the money was fairly his due. Then he kept the cheque by him till he was absolutely badgered out of his life by the butcher up the street there. That was about the long and short of it, Mr. Robarts." "I suppose so. And now what had he better do?" "Well, if you ask me, he is in very bad health, isn't he?" "No, I should say not. He walked to Barchester and back the other day." "Did he? But he's very queer, isn't he?" "Very odd-mannered indeed." "And does and says all manner of odd things?" "I think you'd find the bishop would say so after that interview." "Well, if it would do any good, you might have the bishop examined." "Examined for what, Mr. Walker?" "If you could show, you know, that Crawley has got a bee in his bonnet, that the mens sana is not there, in short, I think you might manage to have the trial postponed." "But then somebody must take charge of his living." "You parsons could manage that among you, you and the dean and the archdeacon. The archdeacon has always got half a dozen curates about somewhere. And then, after the assizes, Mr. Crawley might come to his senses. And I think, mind you, it's only an idea, but I think the committal might be quashed. It would have been temporary insanity, and though, mind, I don't give my word for it, I think he might go on and keep his living. I think so, Mr. Robarts." "That has never occurred to me." "No, I dare say not. You see, the difficulty is this. He's so stiff-necked, will do nothing himself. Well, that will do for one proof of temporary insanity. The real truth is, Mr. Robarts, he is as mad as a hatter." "Upon my word, I've often thought so." "And you wouldn't mind saying so in evidence, would you? Well, you see, there is no helping such a man in any other way. He won't even employ a lawyer to defend him." "That was what I came to ask you about." "I'm told he won't. Now, a man must be mad who won't employ a lawyer when he wants one. You see, the point we should gain would be this. If we tried to get him through as being a little touched in the upper story, whatever we could do for him, we could do against his own will. The more he opposed us, the stronger our case would be. He would swear he was not mad at all, and we should say that that was the greatest sign of his madness. But when I say we, of course I mean you. I must not appear in it." "I wish you could, Mr. Walker." "Of course I can't, but that won't make any difference." "I suppose he must have a lawyer." "Yes, he must have a lawyer, or rather his friends must." "And who should employ him, ostensibly?" "Ah, there's the difficulty. His wife won't do it, I suppose. She couldn't do him a better turn." "He would never forgive her, and she would never consent to act against him." "Could you interfere?" "If necessary I will, but I hardly know him well enough." "He has no father or mother or uncles or aunts. He must have somebody belonging to him," said Mr. Walker. Then it occurred to Mr. Robarts that Dean Arabin would be the proper person to interfere. Dean Arabin and Mr. Crawley had been intimate friends in early life, and Dean Arabin knew more of him than did any man, at least in those parts. All this Mr. Robarts explained to Mr. Walker, and Mr. Walker agreed with him that the services of Dean Arabin should, if possible, be obtained. Mr. Robarts would at once write to Dean Arabin and explain at length all the circumstances of the case. "The worst of it is, he will hardly be home in time," said Mr. Walker. "Perhaps he would come a little sooner if you were to press it." "But we could act in his name in his absence, I suppose, of course with his authority?" "I wish he could be here a month before the assizes, Mr. Robarts. It would be better." "And in the meantime, shall I say anything to Mr. Crawley myself about employing a lawyer?" "I think I would. If he turned upon you, as like enough he may, and abuses you, that will help us in one way. If he should consent, and perhaps he may, that would help us in another way. I'm told he's been over and upset the whole coach at the palace." "I shouldn't think the bishop got much out of him," said the parson. "I don't like Crawley the less for speaking his mind free to the bishop," said the attorney, laughing. "And he'll speak it free to you too, Mr. Robarts." "He won't break any of my bones. Tell me, Mr. Walker, what lawyer shall I name to him?" "You can't have a better man than Mr. Mason up the street there. Winthrop proposed Borleys at Barchester." "No, no, no. Borleys and Bonstock are capital people to push a fellow through on a charge of horse stealing, or to squeeze a man for a little money, but they are not the people for Mr. Crawley in such a case as this. Mason is a better man, and then Mason and I know each other." In saying which, Mr. Walker winked. There was then a discussion between them whether Mr. Robarts should go at once to Mr. Mason, but it was decided at last that he should see Mr. Crawley, and also write to the dean before he did so. The dean might wish to employ his own lawyer, and if so, the double expense should be avoided. Always remember, Mr. Robarts, that when you go into an attorney's office door, you will have to pay for it, first or last. In here, you see, the dingy old mahogany, bare as it is, makes you safe, or else it's the salt cellar, which will not allow itself to be polluted by 6 and 8 penny considerations. But there is the other kind of tax to be paid. You must go and see Mrs. Walker, or you won't have her help in this matter." Mr. Walker returned to his work, either to some private den within his house or to his office. Mr. Robarts was taken upstairs to the drawing-room. There he found Mrs. Walker and her daughter, and Miss Anne Prettyman, who had just looked in, full of the story of Mr. Crawley's walk to Barchester. Mr. Thumble had seen one of Dr. Tempest's curates, and had told the whole story. He, Mr. Thumble, having heard Mrs. Proudie's version of what had occurred, and having, of course, drawn his own deductions from her premises. And it seemed that Mr. Crawley had been watched as he passed through the close out of Barchester. A minor canon had seen him, and had declared that he was going at the rate of a hunt, swinging his arms on high and speaking very loud, though, as the minor canon said with regret, the words were hardly audible. But there had been no doubt as to the man. Mr. Crawley's old hat and short rusty cloak and dirty boots had been duly observed and chronicled by the minor canon, and Mr. Thumble had been enabled to put together a not altogether false picture of what had occurred. As soon as the greetings between Mr. Robarts and the ladies had been made, Miss Anne Prettyman broke out again, just where she had left off when Mr. Robarts came in. "They say that Mrs. Proudie declared that she will have him sent to Botany Bay." "Luckily, Mrs. Proudie won't have much to do in the matter," said Miss Walker, who had ranged herself as to church matters in ranks altogether opposed to those commanded by Mrs. Proudie. "She will have nothing to do with it, my dear," said Mrs. Walker, "and I dare say Mrs. Proudie was not foolish enough to say anything of the kind." "Mamma, she would be fool enough to say anything, would she not, Mr. Robarts?" "You forget, Miss Walker, that Mrs. Proudie is in authority over me." "So she is, for the matter of that," said the young lady. "But I know very well what you all think of her, and say of her too at Framley. Your friend Lady Lufton loves her dearly. I wish I could have been hidden behind a curtain in the palace to hear what Mr. Crawley said to her." "Mr. Smillie declares," said Miss Anne Prettyman, "that the bishop has been ill ever since. Mr. Smillie went over to his mother's at Barchester for Christmas, and took part of the cathedral duty, and we had Mr. Spooner over here in his place. So Mr. Smillie, of course, heard all about it. Only fancy poor Mr. Crawley walking all the way from Hogglestock to Barchester and back, and I am told he hardly had a shoe to his foot. Is it not a shame, Mr. Robarts?" "I don't think it was quite so bad as you say, Miss Prettyman, but upon the whole I do think it is a shame. But what can we do?" "I suppose there are tithes at Hogglestock. Why are they not given up to the church as they ought to be?" "My dear Miss Prettyman, that is a very large subject, and I'm afraid it cannot be settled in time to relieve our poor friend from his distress." Then Mr. Robarts escaped from the ladies in Mr. Walker's house, who, as it seemed to him, were touching upon dangerous ground, and went back to the yard of the George Inn for his gig. The George and Vulture it was properly called, and was the house in which the magistrates had sat when they committed Mr. Crawley for trial. "Footed it every inch of the way, blowed if he didn't," the ostler was saying to a gentleman's groom, whom Mr. Robarts recognised to be the servant of his friend Major Grantly. And Mr. Robarts knew that they were also talking about Mr. Crawley. Everybody in the county was talking about Mr. Crawley. At home, at Framley, there was no other subject of discourse. Lady Lufton, the dowager, was full of it, being firmly convinced that Mr. Crawley was innocent, because the bishop was supposed to regard him as guilty. There had been a family conclave held at Framley Court over that basket of provisions which had been sent for the Christmas cheer of the Hogglestock parsonage, each of the three ladies, the two Lady Luftons and Mrs. Robarts, having special views of their own. How the pork had been substituted for the beef by old Lady Lufton, the young Lady Lufton thinking that after all the beef would be less dangerous, and how a small turkey had been rashly suggested by Mrs. Robarts, and how certain small articles had been inserted in the bottom of the basket, which Mrs. Crawley had never shown to her husband, need not be here told at length. But Mr. Robarts, as he heard the two grooms talking about Mr. Crawley, began to feel that Mr. Crawley had achieved at least celebrity. The groom touched his hat as Mr. Robarts walked up. "Has the Major returned home yet?" Mr. Robarts asked. The groom said that his master was still at Plumstead, and that he was to go over to Plumstead to fetch the Major and Miss Edith in a day or two. Then Mr. Robarts got into his gig, and as he drove out of the yard he heard the words of the men as they returned to the same subject. "Footed it all the way," said one. "And yet he's a gentleman too," said the other. Mr. Robarts thought of this as he drove on, intending to call at Hogglestock on that very day on his way home. It was undoubtedly the fact that Mr. Crawley was recognised to be a gentleman by all who knew him, high or low, rich or poor, by those who thought well of him and by those who thought ill. These grooms who had been telling each other that this parson, who was to be tried as a thief, had been constrained to walk from Hogglestock to Barchester and back, because he could not afford to travel in any other way, and that his boots were cracked and his clothes ragged, had still known him to be a gentleman. Nobody doubted it, not even they who thought he had stolen the money. Mr. Robarts himself was certain of it, and told himself that he knew it by evidences which his own education made clear to him. But how was it that the grooms knew? For my part, I think that there are no better judges of the article than the grooms. Thinking still of all which he had heard, Mr. Robarts found himself at Mr. Crawley's gate at Hogglestock. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of the Last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 21. Mr. Robarts on his embassy. Mr. Robarts was not altogether easy in his mind as he approached Mr. Crawley's house. He was aware that the task before him was a very difficult one, and he had not confidence in himself that he was exactly the man fitted for the performance of such a task. He was a little afraid of Mr. Crawley, acknowledging tacitly to himself that the man had a power of ascendancy with which he could hardly be able to cope successfully. In old days he had once been rebuked by Mr. Crawley, and had been cowed by the rebuke. And though there was no touch of rancour in his heart on this account, no slightest remaining venom, but rather increased respect and friendship, still he was unable to overcome the remembrance of the scene in which the perpetual curate of Hogglestock had undoubtedly had the mastery of him. So, when two dogs have fought and one has conquered, the conquered dog will always show an unconscious submission to the conqueror. He hailed a boy on the road as he drew near to the house, knowing that he would find no one at the parsonage to hold his horse for him, and was thus able without delay to walk through the garden and knock at the door. "Papa was not at home," Jane said. "Papa was at the school, but Papa could certainly be summoned. She herself would run across to the school if Mr. Robarts would come in." So Mr. Robarts entered and found Mrs. Crawley in the sitting room. Mr. Crawley would be in directly, she said, and then, hurrying on to the subject with confused haste, in order that a word or two might be spoken before her husband came back, she expressed her thanks and his for the good things which had been sent to them at Christmas-tide. "It's old Lady Lufton's doings," said Mr. Robarts, trying to laugh the matter over. "I knew that it came from Framley, Mr. Robarts, and I know how good you all are there. I have not written to thank Lady Lufton. I thought it better not to write. Your sister will understand why, if no one else does. But you will tell them from me, I am sure, that it was, as they intended, a comfort to us. Your sister knows too much of us for me to suppose that our great poverty can be secret from her, and as far as I am concerned, I do not now much care who knows." "There is no disgrace in not being rich," said Mr. Robarts. "No, and the feeling of disgrace which does attach itself to being so poor as we are is deadened by the actual suffering which such poverty brings with it. At least it has become so with me. I am not ashamed to say that I am very grateful for what you have all done for us at Framley. But you must not say anything to him about that." "Of course I will not, Mrs. Crawley. His spirit is higher than mine, I think, and he suffers more from the natural disinclination which we all have to receiving alms. Are you going to speak to him about this affair of the cheque, Mr. Robarts? I am going to ask him to put his case into some lawyer's hands. Oh, I wish he would. And will he not? It is very kind of you, your coming to ask him, but... Has he so strong an objection? He will tell you that he has no money to pay a lawyer. But surely if he were convinced that it was absolutely necessary for the vindication of his innocence, he would submit to charge himself with an expense so necessary, not only for himself, but for his family. He will say it ought not to be necessary. You know, Mr. Robarts, that in some respects he is not like other men. You will not let what I say to him set you against him? Indeed, no. It is most kind of you to make the attempt. He will be here directly, and when he comes I will leave you together. While she was yet speaking, his step was heard along the gravel path, and he hurried into the room with quick steps. "I crave your pardon, Mr. Robarts," he said, "that I should keep you waiting." Now Mr. Robarts had not been there 10 minutes, and any such asking of pardon was hardly necessary. And even in his own house Mr. Crawley affected a mock humility, as though, either through his own debasement, or because of the superior station of the other clergyman, he were not entitled to put himself on an equal footing with his visitor. He would not have shaken hands with Mr. Robarts, intending to indicate that he did not presume to do so while the present accusation was hanging over him, had not the action been forced upon him. And then there was something of a protest in his manner, as though remonstrating against a thing that was unbecoming to him. Mr. Robarts, without analysing it, understood it all, and knew that behind the humility there was a crushing pride, a pride which, in all probability, would rise up and crush him before he could get himself out of the room again. It was perhaps, after all, a question whether the man was not served rightly by the extremities to which he was reduced. There was something radically wrong within him, which had put him into antagonism with all the world, and which produced these never-dying grievances. There were many clergymen in the country with incomes as small as that which had fallen to the lot of Mr. Crawley, but they managed to get on without displaying their sores, as Mr. Crawley displayed his. They did not wear their old rusty cloaks with that ostentatious bitterness of poverty which seemed to belong to that garment when displayed on Mr. Crawley's shoulders. Such, for a moment, were Mr. Robarts' thoughts, and he almost repented himself of his present mission. But then he thought of Mrs. Crawley, and remembering that her sufferings were at any rate undeserved, determined that he would persevere. Mrs. Crawley disappeared almost as soon as her husband appeared, and Mr. Robarts found himself standing in front of his friend, who remained fixed on the spot, with his hands folded over each other, and his head slightly bent forward, in token also of humility. "I regret," he said, "that your horse should be left there, exposed to the inclemency of the weather, but—" "The horse won't mind it a bit," said Mr. Robarts. "A parson's horse is like a butcher's, and knows that he mustn't be particular about waiting in the cold." "I have never had one myself," said Mr. Crawley. Now Mr. Robarts had had more horses than one before now, and had been thought by some to have incurred greater expense than was befitting in his stable comforts. The subject therefore was a sore one, and he was worried a little. "I just wanted to say a few words to you, Crawley," he said, "and if I am not occupying too much of your time—" "My time is altogether at your disposal. Will you be seated?" Then Mr. Robarts sat down, and swinging his hat between his legs, bethought himself how he should begin his work. "We had the Archdeacon over at Framley the other day," he said. "Of course you know the Archdeacon." "I never had the advantage of any acquaintance with Dr. Grantly. Of course I know him well by name, and also personally, that is, by sight." "And by character?" "Nay, I can hardly say so much as that, but I am aware that his name stands high with many of his order." "Exactly, that is what I mean. You know that his judgment is thought more of in clerical matters than that of any other clergyman in the county." "By a certain party, Mr. Robarts." "Well, yes, they don't think much of him, I suppose, at the palace, but that won't lower him in your estimation." "I by no means wish to derogate from Dr. Grantly's high position in his own archdeaconry, to which, as you are aware, I am not attached, nor to criticize his conduct in any respect. It would be unbecoming in me to do so, but I cannot accept it as a point in a clergyman's favour that he should be opposed to his bishop." Now this was too much for Mr. Robarts. After all that he had heard, of the visit paid by Mr. Crawley to the palace, of the venom displayed by Mrs. Proudie on that occasion, and of the absolute want of subordination to episcopal authority which Mr. Crawley himself was supposed to have shown, Mr. Robarts did feel it hard that his friend the archdeacon should be snubbed in this way because he was deficient in reverence for his bishop. "I thought, Crawley," he said, "that you yourself were inclined to dispute orders coming to you from the palace. The world at least says as much concerning you." "What the world says of me I have learned to disregard very much, Mr. Robarts, but I hope that I shall never disobey the authority of the Church when properly and legally exercised." "I hope with all my heart you never will, nor I either. And the archdeacon, who knows to the breadth of a hair what a bishop ought to do and what he ought not, and what he may do and what he may not, will, I should say, be the last man in England to sin in that way." "Very probably. I am far from contradicting you there. Pray understand, Mr. Robarts, that I bring no accusation against the archdeacon. Why should I?" "I didn't mean to discuss him at all." "Nor did I, Mr. Robarts. I only mentioned his name because, as I said, he was over with us the other day at Framley, and we were all talking about your affair." "My affair," said Mr. Crawley, and then came a frown upon his brow and a gleam of fire into his eyes, which effectually banished that look of extreme humility which he had assumed. "And may I ask why the archdeacon was discussing my affair?" "Simply from the kindness which he bears to you." "I am grateful for the archdeacon's kindness, as a man is bound to be for any kindness, whether displayed wisely or unwisely. But it seems to me that my affair, as you call it, Mr. Robarts, is of that nature that they who wish well to me will better further their wishes by silence than by any discussion." "Then I cannot agree with you." Mr. Crawley shrugged his shoulders, opened his hands a little, and then closed them, and bowed his head. He could not have declared more clearly by any words that he differed altogether from Mr. Robarts, and that as the subject was one so peculiarly his own, he had a right to expect that his opinion should be allowed to prevail against that of any other person. If you come to that, you know, how is anybody's tongue to be stopped? "That vain tongues cannot be stopped, I am well aware. I do not expect that people's tongues should be stopped. I am not saying what men will do, but what good wishes should dictate." "Well, perhaps you'll hear me out for a minute." Mr. Crawley again bowed his head. "Whether we were wise or unwise, we were discussing this affair. Whether I stole Mr. Soames's money?" "No, nobody supposed for a moment that you had stolen it." "I cannot understand how they should suppose anything else, knowing as they do that the magistrates have committed me for the theft. This took place at Framley, you say, and probably in Lord Lufton's presence?" "Exactly." "And Lord Lufton was chairman at the sitting of the magistrates at which I was committed. How can it be that he should think otherwise?" "I am sure he has not an idea that you were guilty. Nor yet has Dr. Thorne, who was also one of the magistrates. I don't suppose one of them then thought so." "Then their action, to say the least of it, was very strange." "It was all because you had nobody to manage it for you. I thoroughly believe that if you had placed the matter in the hands of a good lawyer, you would never have heard a word more about it. That seems to be the opinion of everybody I speak to on the subject." "Then in this country a man is to be punished or not according to his ability to fee a lawyer." "I am not talking about punishment." "And presuming an innocent man to have the ability and not the will to do so, he is to be punished, to be ruined, root and branch, self and family, character and pocket, simply because, knowing his own innocence, he does not choose to depend on the mercenary skill of a man whose trade he abhors for the establishment of that which should be clear as the sun at noonday. You say I am innocent, and yet you tell me that I am to be condemned as a guilty man, to have my gown taken from me, to be torn from my wife and children, be disgraced before the eyes of all men, and be made a byword and a thing horrible to be mentioned, because I will not fee an attorney to fee another man to come and lie on my behalf, to browbeat witnesses, to make false appeals, and perhaps shed false tears in defending me. You have come to me asking me to do this, if I understand you, telling me that the archdeacon would so advise me." "That is my object." Mr. Crawley, as he had spoken, had in his vehemence risen from his seat, and Mr. Robarts was also standing. "Then tell the archdeacon," said Mr. Crawley, "that I will have none of his advice. I will have no one there paid by me to obstruct the course of justice or to hoodwink a jury. I have been in courts of law, and I know what is the work for which these gentlemen are hired. I will have none of it, and I will thank you to tell the archdeacon so, with my respectful acknowledgments of his consideration and condescension. I say nothing as to my own innocence or my guilt. But I do say that if I am dragged before that tribunal, an innocent man, and am falsely declared to be guilty because I lack money to bribe a lawyer to speak for me, then the laws of this country deserve but little of that reverence which we are accustomed to pay to them. And if I be guilty, nobody supposes you to be guilty. And if I be guilty," continued Mr. Crawley, altogether ignoring the interruption, except by the repetition of his words and a slight raising of his voice, "I will not add to my guilt by hiring anyone to prove a falsehood or disprove a truth." "I am sorry that you should say so, Mr. Crawley." "I speak according to what light I have, Mr. Robarts. And if I have been over warm with you, and I am conscious that I have been in fault in that direction, I must pray you to remember that I am somewhat hardly tried. My sorrows and troubles are so great that they rise against me and disturb me, and drive me on whither I would not be driven. But, my friend, is not that just the reason why you should trust in this matter to someone who can be more calm than yourself? I cannot trust to any one in a matter of conscience. To do as you would have me is to me wrong. Shall I do wrong because I am unhappy? You should cease to think it wrong when so advised by persons you can trust. I can trust no one with my own conscience, not even the archdeacon, great as he is." "The archdeacon has meant only well to you." "I will presume so. I will believe so. I do think so. Tell the archdeacon from me that I humbly thank him, that in a matter of church question I might probably submit my judgment to his, even though he might have no authority over me, knowing, as I do, that in such matters his experience has been great. Tell him also that though I would fain that this unfortunate affair might burden the tongue of none among my neighbours, at least till I shall have stood before the judge to receive the verdict of the jury, and, if needful, his lordship's sentence, still I am convinced that in what he has spoken, as also in what he has done, he has not yielded to the idleness of gossip, but has exercised his judgment with intended kindness. He has certainly intended to do you a service, and as for its not being talked about, that is out of the question. And for yourself, Mr. Robarts, whom I have ever regarded as a friend since circumstances brought me into your neighbourhood, for you, whose sister I love tenderly in memory of past kindness, though now she is removed so far above my sphere as to make it unfit that I should call her my friend. She does not think so at all. For yourself, as I was saying, pray believe me that though from the roughness of my manner, being now unused to social intercourse, I seem to be ungracious and forbidding, I am grateful and mindful, and that in the tablets of my heart I have written you down as one in whom I could trust, were it given me to trust in men and women. Then he turned round with his face to the wall and his back to the visitor, and so remained till Mr. Robarts had left him. "At any rate, I wish you well through your trouble," said Robarts. And as he spoke he found that his own words were nearly choked by a sob that was rising in his throat. He went away without another word, and got out to his gig without seeing Mrs. Crawley. During one period of the interview he had been very angry with the man, so angry as to make him almost declare to himself that he would take no more trouble on his behalf. Then he had been brought to acknowledge that Mr. Walker was right, and that Crawley was certainly mad. He was so mad, so far removed from the dominion of sound sense, that no jury could say that he was guilty, and that he ought to be punished for his guilt. And as he so resolved, he could not but ask himself the question, whether the charge of the parish ought to be left in the hands of such a man. But at last, just before he went, these feelings and these convictions gave way to pity, and he remembered simply the troubles which seemed to have been heaped on the head of this poor victim to misfortune. As he drove home he resolved that there was nothing left for him to do but to write to the Dean. It was known to all who knew them both that the Dean and Mr. Crawley had lived together on the closest intimacy at college, and that that friendship had been maintained through life, though from the peculiarity of Mr. Crawley's character the two had not been much together of late years. Seeing how things were going now, and hearing how pitiful was the plight in which Mr. Crawley was placed, The Dean would, no doubt, feel it to be his duty to hasten his return to England. He was believed to be at this moment in Jerusalem, and it would be long before a letter could reach him. But there still wanted 3 months to the assizes, and his return might be probably effected before the end of February. "I was never so distressed in my life," Mark Robarts said to his wife. "And you think you have done no good?" "Only this, that I have convinced myself that the poor man is not responsible for what he does, and that for her sake, as well as his own, some person should be enabled to interfere for his protection." Then he told Mrs. Robarts what Mr. Walker had said, also the message which Mr. Crawley had sent to the archdeacon, but they both agreed that that message need not be sent on any further. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 22. Major Grantly at home. Mrs. Thorne had spoken very plainly in the advice which she had given to Major Grantly. "If I were you, I'd be at Allington before 12 o'clock to-morrow." That had been Mrs. Thorne's advice. And though Major Grantly had no idea of making the journey so rapidly as the lady had proposed, still he thought that he would make it before long, and follow the advice in spirit, not to the letter. Mrs. Thorne had asked him if it was fair that the girl should be punished because of the father's fault, and the idea had been sweet to him that the infliction or non-infliction of such punishment should be in his hands. "You go and ask her," Mrs. Thorne had said. Well, he would go and ask her. If it should turn out at last that he had married the daughter of a thief, and that he was disinherited for doing so, an arrangement of circumstances which he had to teach himself to regard as very probable, he would not love Grace the less on that account, or allow himself for one moment to repent what he had done. As he thought of all this, he became somewhat in love with the small income, and imagined to himself what honours would be done to him by the Mrs. Thornes of the county, when they should come to know in what way he had sacrificed himself to his love. Yes, they would go and live at Pau. He thought Pau would do. He would have enough of income for that. And Edith would get lessons cheaply, and would learn to talk French fluently. He certainly would do it. He would go down to Allington and ask Grace to be his wife, and bid her understand that if she loved him, she could not be justified in refusing him by the circumstances of her father's position. But he must go to Plumstead before he could go to Allington. He was engaged to spend his Christmas there, and must go now at once. There was not time for the journey to Allington before he was due at Plumstead, and moreover, though he could not bring himself to resolve that he would tell his father what he was going to do, "It would seem as though I were asking his leave," he said to himself. He thought that he would make a clean breast of it to his mother. It made him sad to think he should cut the rope which fastened his own boat among the other boats in the home harbour at Plumstead, and that he should go out all alone into strange waters, turned adrift altogether, as it were, from the Grantly fleet. If he could only get the promise of his mother's sympathy for Grace, it would be something. He understood, no better than he, the tendency of all his family to an uprising in the world, which tendency was almost as strong in his mother as in his father, and he had been by no means without a similar ambition himself, though with him the ambition had been only fitful, not enduring. He had a brother, a clergyman, a busy, stirring, eloquent London preacher, who got churches built, and was heard of far and wide as a rising man, who had married a certain Lady Anne, the daughter of an earl, and who was already mentioned as a candidate for high places. How his sister was the wife of a marquis and a leader in the fashionable world, the reader already knows. The archdeacon himself was a rich man, so powerful that he could afford to look down upon a bishop. And Mrs. Grantly, though there was left about her something of an old softness of nature, a touch of the former life which had been hers before the stream of her days had run gold, yet she too had taken kindly to wealth and high standing, and was by no means one of those who construe literally that passage of the Scripture which tells us of the camel and the needle's eye. Our Henry Grantly, our major, knew himself to be his mother's favourite child, knew himself to have become so since something of a coolness had grown up between her and her august daughter. The augustness of the daughter had done much to reproduce the old freshness of which I have spoken in the mother's heart, and had specially endeared to her the son who, of all her children, was the least subject to the family failing. The clergyman, Charles Grantly, he who had married Lady Anne, was his father's darling in these days. The old archdeacon would go up to London and be quite happy in his son's house. He met there the men whom he loved to meet, and heard the talk which he loved to hear. It was very fine having the Marquis of Hartletop for his son-in-law, but he had never cared to be much at Lady Hartletop's house. Indeed, the archdeacon cared to be in no house in which those around him were supposed to be bigger than himself. Such was the little family fleet, from out of which Henry Grantly was now proposing to sail alone with his little boat, taking Grace Crawley with him at the helm. "My father is just a man at the bottom," he said to himself, "and though he may not forgive me, he will not punish Edith." But there was still left one of the family, not a Grantly indeed, but one so nearly allied to them as to have his boat moored in the same harbour, who, as the Major well knew, would thoroughly sympathize with him. This was old Mr. Harding, his mother's father, the father of his mother and of his aunt, Mrs. Arabin, whose home was now at the deanery. He was also to be at Plumstead during this Christmas, and he at any rate would give a ready assent to such a marriage as that which the Major was proposing for himself. But then poor old Mr. Harding had been thoroughly deficient in that ambition which had served to aggrandize the family into which his daughter had married. He was a poor old man who, in spite of good friends, for the late bishop of the diocese had been his dearest friend, had never risen high in his profession, and had fallen even from the moderate altitude which he had attained. But he was a man whom all loved who knew him, and it was much to the credit of his son-in-law, the archdeacon, that with all his tendencies to love rising suns, he had ever been true to Mr. Harding. Major Grantly took his daughter with him, and on his arrival at Plumstead she of course was the first object of attention. Mrs. Grantly declared that she had grown immensely. The archdeacon complimented her red cheeks, and said that Cosby Lodge was as healthy a place as any in the county, while Mr. Harding, Edith's great-grandfather, drew slowly from his pocket sundry treasures with which he had come prepared for the delight of the little girl. Charles Grantly and Lady Anne had no children, and the heir of all the Hartletops was too august to have been trusted to the embraces of her mother's grandfather. Edith, therefore, was all that he had in that generation, and of Edith he was prepared to be as indulgent as he had been in their time of his grandchildren the Grantlys, and still was of his grandchildren the Arabins, and had been before that of his own daughters. "She's more like Eleanor than any one else," said the old man in a plaintive tone. Now Eleanor was Mrs. Arabin, the dean's wife, and was at this time, if I were to say over 40, I do not think I should be uncharitable. No one else saw the special likeness, but no one else remembered, as Mr. Harding did, what Eleanor had been when she was 3 years old. "Aunt Nellie is in France," said the child. "Yes, my darling, Aunt Nellie is in France, and I wish she were at home. Aunt Nellie has been away a long time. I suppose she'll stay till the dean picks her up on his way home," said Mrs. Grantly. "So she says in her letters. I heard from her yesterday, and I brought the letter, as I thought you'd like to see it." Mrs. Grantly took the letter and read it, while her father still played with the child. The archdeacon and the major were standing together on the rug, discussing the shooting at Chaldicotes, as to which the archdeacon had a strong opinion. "I'm quite sure that a man with a place like that does more good by preserving than by leaving it alone. The better head of game he has, the richer the county will be generally. It is just the same with pheasants as it is with sheep and bullocks. A pheasant doesn't cost more than he's worth, any more than a barn door fowl. Besides, a man who preserves is always respected by the poachers, and the man who doesn't is not." "There is something in that, sir, certainly," said the major. "More than you think for, perhaps. Look at poor Sowerby, who went on there for years without a shilling. How he was respected, because he lived as the people around him expected a gentleman to live. Thorne will have a bad time of it if he tries to change things." "Only think," exclaimed Mrs. Grantly, "when Eleanor wrote that she had not heard of that affair of poor Mr. Crawley's." "Does she say anything about him?" asked the major. "I'll read what she says. I see in Galignani that a clergyman in Barsetshire has been committed for theft. Pray tell me who it is. Not the bishop, I hope, for the credit of the diocese." "I wish it were," said the archdeacon. "For shame, my dear," said his wife. "No shame at all. If we are to have a thief among us, I'd sooner find him in a bad man than a good one. Besides, we should have a change at the palace, which would be a great thing." "But is it not odd that Eleanor should have heard nothing of it?" said Mrs. Grantly. "It's odd that you should not have mentioned it yourself." "I did not, certainly. Nor you, papa, I suppose?" Mr. Harding acknowledged that he had not spoken of it, and then they calculated that perhaps she might not have received any letter from her husband written since the news had reached him. "Besides, why should he have mentioned it?" said the major. "He only knows as yet of the inquiry about the cheque, and can have heard nothing of what was done by the magistrates." "Still, it seems so odd that Eleanor should not have known of it, seeing that we have been talking of nothing else for the last week," said Mrs. Grantly. For 2 days the major said not a word of Grace Crawley to any one. Nothing could be more courteous and complaisant than was his father's conduct to him. Anything that he wanted for Edith was to be done. For himself there was no trouble which would not be taken. His hunting and his shooting and his fishing seemed to have become matters of paramount consideration to his father. And then the archdeacon became very confidential about money matters, not offering anything to his son, which, as he well knew, would have been seen through as palpable bribery and corruption, but telling him of this little scheme and of that, of one investment and of another, how he contemplated buying a small property here and spending a few thousands on building there. "Of course it is all for you and your brother," said the archdeacon, with that benevolent sadness which is used habitually by fathers on such occasions, "and I like you to know what it is that I am doing." "I told Charles about the London property the last time I was up," said the archdeacon, "and there shall be no difference between him and you, if all goes well." This was very good natured on the archdeacon's part, and was not strictly necessary, as Charles was the eldest son, but the major understood it perfectly. "There shall be an Elysium open to you, if only you will not do that terrible thing of which you spoke when last here." The archdeacon uttered no such words as these, and did not even allude to Grace Crawley, but the words were as good as spoken. And had they been spoken ever so plainly, the major could not have understood them more clearly. He was quite awake to the loveliness of the Elysium open before him. He had had his moment of anxiety, whether his father would or would not make an elder son of his brother Charles. The whole thing was now put before him plainly. Give up Grace Crawley, and you shall share alike with your brother. Disgrace yourself by marrying her, and your brother shall have everything. There was the choice, and it was still open to him to take which side he pleased. Were he never to go near Grace Crawley again, no one would blame him, unless it were Miss Prettyman or Mrs. Thorne. "Fill your glass, Henry," said the archdeacon. "You'd better, I tell you, for there is no more of it left." Then the major filled his glass and sipped the wine, and swore to himself that he would go down to Allington at once. What! Did his father think to bribe him by giving him 1820 port? He would certainly go down to Allington, and he would tell his mother to-morrow morning, or certainly on the next day, what he was going to do. "Pity it should be all gone, isn't it, sir?" said the archdeacon to his father-in-law. "It lasted my time," said Mr. Harding, "and I'm very much obliged to it. Dear, dear, how well I remember your father giving the order for it. There were 2 pipes, and somebody said it was a heady wine. If the prebendaries and rectors can't drink it, said your father, the curates will." "Curates, indeed," said the archdeacon. "It's too good for a bishop, unless one of the right sort." "Your father used to say those things, but with him the poorer the guest, the better the cheer. When he had a few clergymen round him, how he loved to make them happy." "Never talked shop to them, did he?" said the archdeacon. "Not after dinner, at any rate. Goodness gracious, when one thinks of it, do you remember how we used to play cards?" "Every night regularly, 3 points, and the 6pence on the rubber," said the archdeacon. "Dear, dear, how things are changed. And I remember when the clergyman did more of the dancing in Barchester than all the other young men in the city put together. And a good set they were, gentlemen every one of them. It's well that some of them don't dance now, that is for the girls' sake." "I sometimes sit and wonder," said Mr. Harding, "whether your father's spirit ever comes back to the old house and sees the changes, and if so, whether he approves them." "Approves them!" said the archdeacon. "Well, yes, I think he would upon the whole. I'm sure of this, he would not disapprove, because the new ways are changed from his ways. He never thought himself infallible. And do you know, my dear, I am not sure it isn't all for the best. I sometimes think that some of us are very idle when we were young. I was, I know." "I worked hard enough," said the Archdeacon. "Ah, yes, you. But most of us took it very easily. Dear, dear, when I think of it, and see how hard they work now, and remember what pleasant times we used to have, I don't feel sometimes quite sure." "I believe the work was done a great deal better than it is now," said the Archdeacon. "There wasn't so much fuss. There was more reality, and men were men, and clergymen were gentlemen." "Yes, they were gentlemen. Such a creature as that old woman at the palace couldn't have held his head up among us. That's what has come from reform. A reformed House of Commons makes Lord Brock Prime Minister, and then your Prime Minister makes Dr. Proudie a bishop. Well, it would last my time, I suppose." "It has lasted mine, like the wine," said Mr. Harding. "There's one glass more, and you shall have it, sir." Then Mr. Harding drank the last glass of the 1820 port, and they went into the drawing room. On the next morning after breakfast the Major went out for a walk by himself. His father had suggested to him that he should go over to shoot at Framley, and had offered him the use of everything the Archdeaconry possessed in the way of horses, dogs, guns, and carriages. But the Major would have none of these things. He would go out and walk by himself. "He's not thinking of her, is he?" said the Archdeacon to his wife in a whisper. "I don't know. I think he is," said Mrs. Grantly. "It will be so much the better for Charles if he does," said the Archdeacon grimly, and the look of his face as he spoke was by no means pleasant. "You will do nothing unjust, Archdeacon," said his wife. "I will do as I like with my own," said he. And then he also went out and took a walk by himself. That evening after dinner there was no 1820 port, and no recollections of old days. They were rather dull, the three of them, as they sat together, and dullness is always more unendurable than sadness. Old Mr. Harding went to sleep, and the Archdeacon was cross. "Henry," he said, "you haven't a word to throw to a dog." "I've got rather a headache this evening, sir," said the Major. The Archdeacon drank 2 glasses of wine, one after another, quickly. Then he woke his father-in-law gently and went off. "Is there anything the matter?" asked the old man. "Nothing particular. My father seems to be a little cross." "Ah, I've been to sleep and I oughtn't. It's my fault. We'll go in and smooth him down." But the Archdeacon wouldn't be smoothed down on that occasion. He would let his son see the difference between a father pleased and a father displeased, or rather between a father pleasant and a father unpleasant. "He hasn't said anything to you, has he?" said the Archdeacon that night to his wife. "Not a word as yet." "If he does it without the courage to tell us, I shall think him a cur," said the Archdeacon. "But he did tell you," said Mrs. Grantly, standing up for her favourite son, "and for the matter of that, he has courage enough for anything. If he does it, I shall always say that he has been driven to it by your threats." "That's sheer nonsense," said the Archdeacon. "It's not nonsense at all," said Mrs. Grantly. "Then I suppose I was to hold my tongue and say nothing," said the Archdeacon. And as he spoke he banged the door between his dressing room and Mrs. Grantly's bedroom. On the first day of the new year Major Grantly spoke his mind to his mother. The Archdeacon had gone into Barchester, having in vain attempted to induce his son to go with him. Mr. Harding was in the library, reading a little and sleeping a little, and dreaming of old days and old friends, and perhaps sometimes of the old wine. Mrs. Grantly was alone in a small sitting room which she frequented upstairs, when suddenly her son entered the room. "Mother," he said, "I think it better to tell you I am going to Allington." "To Allington, Henry?" She knew very well who was at Allington, and what must be the business which would take him there. "Yes, mother. Miss Crawley is there, and there are circumstances which make it incumbent on me to see her without delay." "What circumstances, Henry?" "As I intend to ask her to be my wife, I think it best to do so now. I owe it to her and to myself that she should not think that I am deterred by her father's position." "But would it not be reasonable that you should be deterred by her father's position?" "No, I think not. I think it would be dishonest as well as ungenerous. I cannot bring myself to brook such delay. Of course I am alive to the misfortune which has fallen upon her and me too, should she ever become my wife. But it is one of those burdens which a man should have shoulders broad enough to bear." "Quite so, if she were your wife, or even if you were engaged to her. Then honour would require it of you, as well as affection. As it is, your honour does not require it, and I think you should hesitate, for all our sakes, and especially for Edith's. It will do Edith no harm, and, mother, if you alone were concerned, I think you would feel it would not hurt you." "I was not thinking of myself, Henry. As for my father, the very threats which he has used make me conscious that I have only to measure the price. He has told me that he will stop my allowance, but that may not be the worst. Think how you are situated. You are the younger son of a man who will be held to be justified in making an elder son, if he thinks fit to do so. I can only hope that he will be fair to Edith. If you will tell him that from me, it is all that I will ask you to do." "But you will see him yourself?" "No, mother, not till I have been to Allington. Then I will see him again or not, just as he pleases. I shall stop at Guestwick, and will write to you a line from thence. If my father decides on doing anything, let me know at once, as it will be necessary that I should get rid of the lease of my house." "Oh, Henry!" "I have thought a great deal about it, mother, and I believe I am right. Whether I am right or wrong, I shall do it. I will not ask you now for any promise or pledge, but should Miss Crawley become my wife, I hope that you at least will not refuse to see her as your daughter." Having so spoken, he kissed his mother, and was about to leave the room, but she held him by his arm, and he saw that her eyes were full of tears. "Dearest mother, if I grieve you, I am sorry indeed." "Not me, not me, not me," she said. "For my father I cannot help it. Had he not threatened me, I should have told him also. As he has done so, you must tell him. But give him my kindest love." "Oh, Henry, you will be ruined. You will indeed. Can you not wait? Remember how headstrong your father is, and yet how good, and how he loves you. Think of all that he has done for you. When did he refuse you anything?" "He has been good to me, but in this I cannot obey him. He should not ask me." "You are wrong. You are indeed. He has a right to expect that you will not bring disgrace upon the family." "Nor will I, except such disgrace as may attend upon poverty. Good-bye, mother. I wish you could have said one kind word to me." "Have I not said a kind word?" "Not as yet, mother." "I would not for worlds speak unkindly to you. If it were not for your father, I would bid you bring whom you pleased home to me as your wife, and I would be as a mother to her. And if this girl should become your wife, it shall not be my fault if she does not. I will try to love her some day." Then the major went, leaving Edith at the rectory, as requested by his mother. His own dog cart and his servant were at Plumstead, and he drove himself home to Cosby Lodge. When the archdeacon returned, the news was told to him at once. "Henry has gone to Allington to propose to Miss Crawley," said Mrs. Grantly. "Gone? Without speaking to me?" "He left his love, and said that it was useless his remaining, as he knew he should only offend you." "He has made his bed, and he must lie upon it," said the archdeacon. And then there was not another word said about Grace Crawley on that occasion. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 23. Miss Lily Dale's Resolution. The ladies at the small house at Allington breakfasted always at 9, a liberal 9, and the postman, whose duty it was to deliver letters in that village at 8:30, being also liberal in his ideas as to time, always arrived punctually in the middle of breakfast, so that Mrs. Dale expected her letters, and Lily hers, just before their second cup of tea, as though the letters formed a part of the morning meal. Jane, the maid-servant, always brought them in, and handed them to Mrs. Dale, for Lily had in these days come to preside at the breakfast table, and then there would be an examination of the outsides before the envelopes were violated, and as each knew pretty well all the circumstances of the correspondence of the other, there would be some guessing as to what this or that epistle might contain, and after that a reading out loud of passages, and not unfrequently of the entire letter. But now, at the time of which I am speaking, Grace Crawley was at the small house, and therefore the common practice was somewhat in abeyance. On one of the first days of the new year, Jane brought in the letters as usual, and handed them to Mrs. Dale. Lily was at the time occupied with the teapot, but still she saw the letters, and had not her hands so full as to be debarred from the expression of her usual anxiety. "Mamma, I'm sure I see 2 there for me," she said. "Only 1 for you, Lily," said Mrs. Dale. Lily instantly knew from the tone of the voice that some letter had come which by the very aspect of the handwriting had disturbed her mother. "There is 1 for you, my dear," said Mrs. Dale, throwing a letter across the table to Grace. "And 1 for you, Lily, from Bell. The others are for me." "And whom are yours from, mamma?" asked Lily. "One is from Mrs. Jones. The other, I think, is a letter on business." Then Lily said nothing further, but she observed that her mother only opened one of the letters at the breakfast table. Lily was very patient, not by nature, I think, but by exercise and practice. She had once in her life been too much in a hurry, and having then burned herself grievously, she now feared the fire. She did not therefore follow her mother after breakfast, but sat with Grace over the fire, hemming diligently at certain articles of clothing which were intended for use in the Hogglestock parsonage. The 2 girls were making a set of new shirts for Mr. Crawley. "But I know he will ask where they come from," said Grace, "and then mamma will be scolded." "But I hope he'll wear them," said Lily. "Sooner or later he will," said Grace, "because mamma manages generally to have her way at last." Then they went on for an hour or so, talking about the home affairs at Hogglestock, but during the whole time Lily's mind was intent upon her mother's letter. Nothing was said about it at lunch, and nothing when they walked out after lunch, for Lily was very patient. But during the walk Mrs. Dale became aware that her daughter was uneasy. These 2 watched each other unconsciously with a closeness which hardly allowed a glance of the eye, certainly not a tone of the voice to pass unobserved. To Mrs. Dale it was everything in the world that her daughter should be, if not happy at heart, at least tranquil. And to Lily, who knew that her mother was always thinking of her, and of her alone, her mother was the only human divinity now worthy of adoration. But nothing was said about the letter during the walk. When they came home it was nearly dusk, and it was their habit to sit up for a while without candles, talking till the evening had in truth set in, and the unmistakable and enforced idleness of remaining without candles was apparent. During this time Lily, demanding patience of herself all the while, was thinking what she would do, or rather what she would say about the letter. That nothing could be done or said in the presence of Grace Crawley was a matter of course, nor would she do or say anything to get rid of Grace. She would be very patient, but she would at last ask her mother about the letter. And then, as luck would have it, Grace Crawley got up and left the room. Lily still waited for a few minutes, and, in order that her patience might be thoroughly exercised, she said a word or 2 about her sister Bell, how the eldest child's whooping cough was nearly well, and how the baby was doing wonderful things with its first tooth. But as Mrs. Dale had already seen Bell's letter, all this was not intensely interesting. At last Lily came to the point and asked her question. "Mamma, from whom was that other letter which you got this morning?" Our story will perhaps be best told by communicating the letter to the reader before it was discussed with Lily. The letter was as follows. General Committee Office, January 1860 . I should have said that Mrs. Dale had not opened the letter till she had found herself in the solitude of her own bedroom, and that then, before doing so, she had examined the handwriting with anxious eyes. When she first received it she thought she knew the writer, but was not sure. Then she had glanced at the impression over the fastening, and had known at once from whom the letter had come. It was from Mr. Crosbie, the man who had brought so much trouble into her house, who had jilted her daughter, the only man in the world whom she had a right to regard as a positive enemy to herself. She had no doubt about it as she tore the envelope open. And yet, when the address given made her quite sure, a new feeling of shivering came upon her, and she asked herself whether it might not be better that she should send his letter back to him without reading it. But she read it. "Madam," the letter began, "you will be very much surprised to hear from me, and I am quite aware that I am not entitled to the ordinary courtesy of an acknowledgment from you, should you be pleased to throw my letter on one side as unworthy of your notice. But I cannot refrain from addressing you, and must leave it to you to reply to me or not, as you may think fit. I will only refer to that episode of my life with which you are acquainted, for the sake of acknowledging my great fault, and of assuring you that I did not go unpunished. It would be useless for me now to attempt to explain to you the circumstances which led me into that difficulty which ended in so great a blunder. But I will ask you to believe that my folly was greater than my sin. But I will come to the point at once. You are no doubt aware that I married a daughter of Lord de Courcy, and that I was separated from my wife a few weeks after our unfortunate marriage. It is now something over 12 months since she died at Baden-Baden, in her mother's house. I never saw her since the day we first parted. I have not a word to say against her. The fault was mine in marrying a woman whom I did not love, and had never loved. When I married Lady Alexandrina, I loved not her, but your daughter. I believe I may venture to say to you that your daughter once loved me. From the day on which I last wrote to you that terrible letter which told you of my fate, I have never mentioned the name of Lily Dale to human ears. It has been too sacred for my mouth, too sacred for the intercourse of any friendship with which I have been blessed. I now use it for the first time to you, in order that I may ask whether it be possible that her old love should ever live again. Mine has lived always, has never faded for an hour, making me miserable during the years that have passed since I saw her, but capable of making me very happy, if I may be allowed to see her again. You will understand my purpose now, as well as though I were to write pages. I have no scheme formed in my head for seeing your daughter again. How can I dare to form a scheme when I am aware that the chance of success must be so strong against me? But if you will tell me that there can be a gleam of hope, I will obey any commands that you can put upon me in any way that you may point out. I am free again, and she is free. I love her with all my heart, and seem to long for nothing in the world but that she should become my wife. Whether any of her old love may still abide with her, you will know. If it do, it may even yet prompt her to forgive one who, in spite of falseness of conduct, has yet been true to her in heart. I have the honour to be, Madam, your most obedient servant, Adolphus Crosbie. This was the letter which Mrs. Dale had received, and as to which she had not as yet said a word to Lily, or even made up her mind whether she would say a word or not. Dearly as the mother and daughter loved each other, thorough as was the confidence between them, yet the name of Adolphus Crosbie had not been mentioned between them oftener, perhaps, than half a dozen times since the blow had been struck. Mrs. Dale knew that their feelings about the man were altogether different. She herself not only condemned him for what he had done, believing it to be impossible that any shadow of excuse could be urged for his offence, thinking that the fault had shown the man to be mean beyond redemption, but she had allowed herself actually to hate him. He had in one sense murdered her daughter, and she believed that she could never forgive him. But Lily, as her mother well knew, had forgiven this man altogether, had made excuses for him which cleansed his sin of all its blackness in her own eyes, and was to this day anxious as ever for his welfare and his happiness. Mrs. Dale feared that Lily did in truth love him still. If it was so, was she not bound to show her this letter? Lily was old enough to judge for herself, old enough and wise enough too. Mrs. Dale told herself half a score of times that morning that she could not be justified in keeping the letter from her daughter, but yet she much wished that the letter had never been written, and would have given very much to be able to put it out of the way without injustice to Lily. To her thinking, it would be impossible that Lily should be happy in marrying such a man. Such a marriage now would be, as Mrs. Dale thought, a degradation to her daughter. A terrible injury had been done to her, but such reparation as this would, in Mrs. Dale's eyes, only make the injury deeper. And yet Lily loved the man, and, loving him, how could she resist the temptation of his offer? "Mamma, from whom was that letter which you got this morning?" Lily asked. For a few moments Mrs. Dale remained silent. Mamma, continued Lily, I think I know whom it was from. If you tell me to ask nothing further, of course I will not. No, Lily, I cannot tell you that. Then, mamma, out with it at once. What is the use of shivering on the brink? It was from Mr. Crosbie. I knew it. I cannot tell you why, but I knew it. And now, mamma, am I to read it? You shall do as you please, Lily. Then I please to read it. Listen to me a moment first. For myself, I wish that the letter had never been written. It tells badly for the man as I think of it. I cannot understand how any man could have brought himself to address either you or me after having acted as he acted. But, mamma, we differ about all that, you know. Now he has written, and there is the letter, if you choose to read it. Lily had it in her hand, but she still sat motionless, holding it. You think, mamma, I ought not to read it? You must judge for yourself, dearest. And if I do not read it, what shall you do, mamma? I shall do nothing. Or perhaps I should in such a case acknowledge it, and tell him that we have nothing more to say to him. That would be very stern. He has done that which makes some sternness necessary. Then Lily was again silent, and still she sat motionless with the letter in her hand. Mamma, she said at last, if you tell me not to read it, I will give it you back unread. If you bid me exercise my own judgment, I shall take it upstairs and read it. You must exercise your own judgment, said Mrs. Dale. Then Lily got up from her chair and walked slowly out of the room and went to her mother's chamber. The thoughts which passed through Mrs. Dale's mind while her daughter was reading the letter were very sad. She could find no comfort anywhere. Lily, she told herself, would surely give way to this man's renewed expressions of affection, and she, Mrs. Dale herself, would be called upon to give her child to a man whom she could neither love nor respect, whom, for aught she knew, she could never cease to hate, and she could not bring herself to believe that Lily would be happy with such a man. As for her own life, desolate as it would be, she cared little for that. Mothers know that their daughters will leave them. Even widowed mothers, mothers with but one child left, such a one as was this mother, are aware that they will be left alone, and they can bring themselves to welcome the sacrifice of themselves with something of satisfaction. Mrs. Dale and Lily had, indeed, of late become bound together especially, so that the mother had been justified in regarding the link which joined them as being firmer than that by which most daughters are bound to their mothers. But in all that she would have found no regret. Even now, in these very days, she was hoping that Lily might yet be brought to give herself to John Eames. But she could not, after all that was come and gone, be happy in thinking that Lily should be given to Adolphus Crosbie. When Mrs. Dale went upstairs to her own room before dinner, Lily was not there. Nor were they alone together again that evening, except for a moment when Lily, as was usual, went into her mother's room when she was undressing. But neither of them then said a word about the letter. Lily, during dinner and throughout the evening, had borne herself well, giving no sign of special emotion, keeping to herself entirely her own thoughts about the proposition made to her. And afterwards she had progressed diligently with the fabrication of Mr. Crawley's shirts, as though she had no such letter in her pocket. And yet there was not a moment in which she was not thinking of it. To Grace, just before she went to bed, she did say one word. I wonder whether it can ever come to a person to be so placed that there can be no doing right, let what will be done. That do or not do, as you may, it must be wrong. I hope you are not in such a condition, said Grace. I am something near it, said Lily. But perhaps if I look long enough I shall see the light. I hope it will be a happy light at last, said Grace, who thought that Lily was referring only to John Eames. At noon on the next day, Lily had still said nothing to her mother about the letter, and then what she said was very little. When must you answer Mr. Crosbie, mamma? When, my dear? I mean, how long may you need? It need not be to-day. No, certainly not to-day. Then I will talk over it with you to-morrow. It wants some thinking, does it not, mamma? It would not want much with me, Lily. But then, mamma, you are not I. Believing as I believe, feeling as I feel, It wants some thinking. That's what I mean. I wish I could help you, my dear. You shall help me. To-morrow. The morrow came, and Lily was still very patient. But she had prepared herself, and had prepared the time also, so that in the hour of the gloaming she was alone with her mother, and sure that she might remain alone with her for an hour or so. "Mamma, sit there," she said. "I will sit down here, and then I can lean against you and be comfortable. You can bear as much of me as that, can't you, mamma?" Then Mrs. Dale put her arm over Lily's shoulder and embraced her daughter. "And now, mamma, we will talk about this wonderful letter. I do not know, dear, that I have anything to say about it, but you must have something to say about it, mamma. You must bring yourself to have something to say, to have a great deal to say. You know what I think as well as though I talked for a week. That won't do, mamma. Come, you must not be hard with me." "Hard, Lily? I don't mean that you will hurt me or not give me any food, or that you will not go on caring about me more than anything else in the world 10 times over." And Lily, as she spoke, tightened the embrace of her mother's arm round her neck. "I'm not afraid you'll be hard in that way. But you must soften your heart so as to be able to mention his name and talk about him, and tell me what I ought to do. You must see with my eyes, and hear with my ears, and feel with my heart, and then, when I know that you have done that, I must judge with your judgment." "I wish you would use your own." "Yes, because you won't see with my eyes and hear with my ears. That's what I call being hard. Though you should feed me with blood from your breast, I should call you a hard pelican, unless you could give me also the sympathy which I demand from you. You see, mamma, we have never allowed ourselves to speak of this man." "What need has there been, dearest?" "Only because we have been thinking of him. Out of the full heart the mouth speaketh. That is, the mouth does so when the full heart is allowed to have its own way comfortably. There are things which should be forgotten." "Forgotten, mamma?" "The memory of which should not be fostered by much talking." "I have never blamed you, mamma, never even in my heart. I have known how good and gracious and sweet you have been, but I have often accused myself of cowardice because I have not allowed his name to cross my lips either to you or to Bell. To talk of forgetting such an accident as that is a farce, and as for fostering the memory of it, do you think that I have ever spent a night from that time to this without thinking of him? Do you imagine that I have ever crossed our own lawn or gone down through the garden path there without thinking of the times when he and I walked there together? There needs no fostering for such memories as those. They are weeds which will grow rank and strong, though nothing be done to foster them. There is the earth and the rain, and that is enough for them. You cannot kill them if you would, and they certainly will not die because you are careful not to hoe and rake the ground." "Lily, you forget how short the time has been as yet." "I have thought it very long. But the truth is, mamma, that this non-fostering of memories, as you call it, has not been the real cause of our silence. We have not spoken of Mr. Crosbie because we have not thought alike about him. Had you spoken, you would have spoken with anger, and I could not endure to hear him abused. That has been it." "Partly so, Lily." "Now you must talk of him, and you must not abuse him. We must talk of him because something must be done about his letter. Even if it be left unanswered, it cannot be so left without discussion. And yet you must say no evil of him." "Am I to think that he behaved well?" "No, mamma, you are not to think that, but you are to look upon his fault as a fault that has been forgiven." "It cannot be forgiven, dear." "But, mamma, when you go to heaven—" "My dear!" "But you will go to heaven, mamma, and why should I not speak of it? You will go to heaven, and yet I suppose you have been very wicked, because we are all very wicked. But you won't be told of your wickedness there. You won't be hated there, because you were this or that when you were here." "I hope not, Lily. But isn't your argument almost profane?" "No, I don't think so. We ask to be forgiven just as we forgive. That is the way in which we hope to be forgiven, and therefore it is the way in which we ought to forgive. When you say that prayer at night, mamma, do you ever ask yourself whether you have forgiven him?" "I forgive him as far as humanity can forgive. I would do him no injury." But if you and I are forgiven only after that fashion, we shall never get to heaven." Lily paused for some further answer from her mother, but as Mrs. Dale was silent, she allowed that portion of the subject to pass as completed. "And now, mamma, what answer do you think we ought to send to his letter?" "My dear, how am I to say? You know I have said already that if I could act on my own judgment, I would send none." "But that was said in the bitterness of gall." "Come, Lily, say what you think yourself. We shall get on better when you have brought yourself to speak. Do you think that you wish to see him again?" "I don't know, mamma. Upon the whole, I think not." "Then, in heaven's name, let me write and tell him so." "Stop a moment, mamma. There are two persons here to be considered, or rather three." "I would not have you think of me in such a question." "I know you would not, but never mind, let me go on. The three of us are concerned at any rate. You and he and I. I am thinking of him now. We have all suffered, but I do believe that hitherto he has had the worst of it." "And who has deserved the worst?" "Mamma, how can you go back in that way? We have agreed that that should be regarded as done and gone. He has been very unhappy, and now we see what remedy he proposes to himself for his misery. Do I flatter myself if I allow myself to look at it in that way? Perhaps he thinks he is offering a remedy for your misery." As this was said, Lily turned around slowly and looked up into her mother's face. "Mamma," she said, "that is very cruel. I did not think you could be so cruel. How can you, who believe him to be so selfish, think that?" "It is very hard to judge men's motives. I have never supposed him to be so black that he would not wish to make atonement for the evil he has done." "If I thought that, there certainly could be but one answer. Who can look into a man's heart and judge all the sources of his actions? There are mixed feelings there, no doubt. Remorse for what he has done, regret for what he has lost, something perhaps of the purity of love. Yes, something, I hope something for his sake. But when a horse kicks and bites, you know his nature and do not go near him. When a man has cheated you once, you think he will cheat you again, and you do not deal with him. You do not look to gather grapes from thistles after you have found that they are thistles. I still go for the roses, though I have often torn my hand with thorns in looking for them. But you do not pluck those that have become cankered in the blowing. Because he was once at fault, will he be cankered always? I would not trust him. Now, mamma, see how different we are, or rather how different it is when one judges for oneself or for another. If it was simply myself and my own future fate in life, I would trust him with it all to-morrow, without a word. I should go to him as a gambler goes to the gambling table, knowing that if I lost everything, I could hardly be poorer than I was before. But I should have a better hope than the gambler is justified in having. That, however, is not my difficulty, and when I think of him, I can see a prospect of success for the gambler. I think so well of myself that loving him as I do, yes, mamma, do not be uneasy, loving him as I do, I believe I could be a comfort to him. I think that he might be better with me than without me. That is, he would be so, if he could teach himself to look back upon the past as I do, and to judge of me as I can judge of him. He has nothing at least for which to condemn you. But he would have, were I to marry him now. He would condemn me because I had forgiven him. He would condemn me because I had borne what he had done to me, and had still loved him through it all. He would feel and know the weakness, and there is weakness. I have been weak in not being able to rid myself of him altogether. He would recognize this after a while and would despise me for it. But he would not see what there is of devotion to him in my being able to bear the taunts of the world in going back to him, and your taunts are my own taunts. I should have to bear his also, not spoken aloud, but to be seen in his face and heard in his voice, and that I could not endure. If he despised me, and he would, that would make us both unhappy. Therefore, mamma, tell him not to come. Tell him that he can never come. But if it be possible, tell him this tenderly. And she got up and walked away, as though she were going out of the room. But her mother had caught her before the door was opened. "Lily," she said, "if you think you can be happy with him, he shall come." "No, mamma. I have been looking for the light ever since I read his letter, and I think I see it. And now, mamma, I will make a clean breast of it. From the moment in which I heard that that poor woman was dead, I have been in a state of flutter. It has been weak of me and silly and contemptible, but I could not help it. I kept on asking myself whether he would ever think of me now. Well, he has answered the question, and has so done it that he has forced upon me the necessity of a resolution, and I have resolved, and I believe that I shall be the better for it. The letter which Mrs. Dale wrote to Mr. Crosbie was as follows. Mrs. Dale presents her compliments to Mr. Crosbie and begs to assure him that it will not now be possible that he should renew the relations which were broken off 3 years ago between him and Mrs. Dale's family. It was very short, certainly, and did not by any means satisfy Mrs. Dale, but she did not know how to say more without saying too much. The object of her letter was to save him the trouble of a futile perseverance, and them for the annoyance of persecution, and this she wished to do without mentioning her daughter's name. And she was determined that no word should escape her in which there was any touch of severity, any hint of an accusation. So much she owed to Lily in return for all that Lily was prepared to abandon. "There is my note," she said at last, offering it to her daughter. "I did not mean to see it," said Lily, "and mamma, I will not read it now. Let it go. I know you have been good and have not scolded him." "I have not scolded him, certainly," said Mrs. Dale, and then the letter was sent. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 24. Mrs. Dobbs Broughton's Dinner Party. Mr. John Eames of the Income Tax Office had in these days risen so high in the world that people in the West End of town, and very respectable people too, people living in South Kensington, in neighbourhoods not far from Belgravia, and in very handsome houses round Bayswater, were glad to ask him out to dinner. Money had been left to him by an earl, and rumour had of course magnified that money. He was a private secretary, which is in itself a great advance on being a mere clerk, and he had become the particularly intimate friend of an artist who had pushed himself into high fashion during the last year or two, one Conway Dalrymple, whom the rich English world was beginning to pet and pelt with gilt sugar plums, and who seemed to take very kindly to petting and gilt sugar plums. I don't know whether the friendship of Conway Dalrymple had not done as much to secure John Eames his position at the Bayswater dinner tables as had either the private secretaryship or the Earl's money, and yet when they had first known each other, now only 2 or 3 years ago, Conway Dalrymple had been the poorer man of the two. Some chance had brought them together, and they had lived in the same rooms for nearly 2 years. This arrangement had been broken up, and the Conway Dalrymple of these days had a studio of his own, somewhere near Kensington Palace, where he painted portraits of young countesses, and in which he had even painted a young duchess. It was the peculiar merit of his pictures, so at least said the art-loving world, that though the likeness was always good, the stiffness of the modern portrait was never there. There was also ever some story told in Dalrymple's pictures, over and above the story of the portraiture. This countess was drawn as a fairy with wings, that countess as a goddess with a helmet. The thing took for a time, and Conway Dalrymple was picking up his gilt sugar plums with considerable rapidity. On a certain day he and John Eames were to dine out together at a certain house in that Bayswater district. It was a large mansion, if not made of stone, yet looking very stony, with 30 windows at least, all of them with cut stone frames, requiring, let me say, at least 4,000 a year for its maintenance. And its owner, Dobbs Broughton, a man very well known both in the city and over the grass in Northamptonshire, was supposed to have a good deal more than 4,000 a year. Mrs. Dobbs Broughton, a very beautiful woman, who certainly was not yet 35, let her worst enemies say what they might, had been painted by Conway Dalrymple as a grace. There were, of course, 3 graces in the picture, but each grace was Mrs. Dobbs Broughton repeated. We all know how graces stand sometimes, 2 graces looking one way, and one the other. In this picture, Mrs. Dobbs Broughton, as centre grace, looked you full in the face. The same lady looked away from you, displaying her left shoulder as the one side grace, and displaying her right shoulder as the other side grace. For this pretty toy, Mr. Conway Dalrymple had picked up a gilt sugar plum to the tune of £600, and had moreover won the heart both of Mr. and Mrs. Dobbs Broughton. "Upon my word, Johnny," Dalrymple had said to his friend, "he's a deuced good fellow, has really a good glass of claret, which is getting rarer and rarer every day, and will mount you for a day, whenever you please, down at Market Harborough. Come and dine with them." Johnny Eames condescended, and did go and dine with Mr. Dobbs Broughton. I wonder whether he remembered, when Conway Dalrymple was talking of the rarity of good claret, how much beer the young painter used to drink when they were out together in the country, as they used to be occasionally 3 years ago, and how the painter had then been used to complain that bitter beer cost threepence a glass instead of twopence, which had hitherto been the recognised price of the article. In those days the sugar plums had not been gilt, and had been much rarer. Johnny Eames and his friend went together to the house of Mr. Dobbs Broughton. As Dalrymple lived close to the Broughtons, Eames picked him up in a cab. "Filthy things these cabs are," said Dalrymple, as he got into the hansom. "I don't know about that," said Johnny. "They're pretty good, I think." "Foul things," said Conway. "Don't you feel what a draught comes in here because the glass is cracked? I'd have one of my own, only I should never know what to do with it." "The greatest nuisance on earth, I should think," said Johnny. "If you could always have it standing ready round the corner," said the artist, "it would be delightful. But one would want half a dozen horses, and 2 or 3 men for that." "I think the stands are the best," said Johnny. They were a little later than they should have been, had they considered that Eames was to be introduced to his new acquaintances. But he had already lived long enough before the world to be quite at his ease in such circumstances, and he entered Mrs. Broughton's drawing-room with his pleasantest smile upon his face. But as he entered he saw a sight which made him look serious in spite of his efforts to the contrary. Mr. Adolphus Crosbie, secretary to the board of the General Committee Office, was standing on the rug before the fire. "Who will be there?" Eames had asked of his friend when the suggestion to go and dine with Dobbs Broughton had been made to him. "Impossible to say," Conway had replied. "A certain horrible fellow of the name of Musselborough will almost certainly be there. He always is when they have anything of a swell dinner party. He is the sort of partner of Broughton's in the city. He wears a lot of chains, and has elaborate whiskers and an elaborate waistcoat, which is worse, and he doesn't wash his hands as often as he ought to." "An objectionable party, rather, I should say," said Eames. "Well, yes, Musselborough is objectionable. He's very good-humoured, you know, and good-looking in a sort of way, and goes everywhere, that is, among people of this sort. Of course he's not hand in glove with Lord Derby, and I wish he could be made to wash his hands. They haven't any other standing dish, and you may meet anybody. They always have a member of Parliament. They generally manage to catch a baronet, and I have met a peer there. On that august occasion Musselborough was absent." So instructed, Eames, on entering the room, looked round at once for Mr. Musselborough. "If I don't see the whiskers and chain," he had said, "I shall know there's a peer." Mr. Musselborough was in the room, but Eames had descried Mr. Crosbie long before he had seen Mr. Musselborough. There was no reason for confusion on his part in meeting Crosbie. They had both loved Lily Dale. Crosbie might have been successful, but for his own fault. Eames had on one occasion been thrown into contact with him, and on that occasion had quarrelled with him and had beaten him, giving him a black eye, and in this way obtaining some mastery over him. There was no reason why he should be ashamed of meeting Crosbie, and yet when he saw him the blood mounted all over his face, and he forgot to make any further search for Mr. Musselborough. "I am so much obliged to Mr. Dalrymple for bringing you," said Mrs. Dobbs Broughton very sweetly. "Only he ought to have come sooner, naughty man. I know it was his fault. Will you take Miss Demolines down?" "Miss Demolines, Mr. Eames." Mr. Dobbs Broughton was somewhat sulky, and had not welcomed our hero very cordially. He was beginning to think that Conway Dalrymple gave himself airs, and did not sufficiently understand that a man who had horses at Market Harborough and 1841 Lafitte was at any rate as good as a painter who was pelted with gilt sugar plums for painting countesses. But he was a man whose ill humour never lasted long, and he was soon pressing his wine on Johnny Eames as though he loved him dearly. But there was yet a few minutes before they went down to dinner, and Johnny Eames, as he endeavoured to find something to say to Miss Demolines, which was difficult as he did not in the least know Miss Demolines' line of conversation, was aware that his efforts were impeded by thoughts of Mr. Crosbie. The man looked older than when he had last seen him, so much older that Eames was astonished. He was bald, or becoming bald, and his whiskers were grey, or were becoming grey, and he was much fatter. Johnny Eames, who was always thinking of Lily Dale, could not now keep himself from thinking of Adolphus Crosbie. He saw at a glance that the man was in mourning, though there was nothing but his shirt studs by which to tell it, and he knew that he was in mourning for his wife. "I wish she might have lived for ever," Johnny said to himself. He had not yet been definitely called upon by the entrance of the servant to offer his arm to Miss Demolines, when Crosbie walked across to him from the rug and addressed him. "Mr. Eames," said he, "it is some time since we met," and he offered his hand to Johnny. "Yes, it is," said Johnny, accepting the proffered salutation. "I don't know exactly how long, but ever so long." "I am very glad to have the opportunity of shaking hands with you," said Crosbie, and then he retired, as it had become his duty to wait with his arm ready for Mrs. Dobbs Broughton. Having married an earl's daughter, he was selected for that honour. There was a barrister in the room, and Mrs. Dobbs Broughton ought to have known better. As she professed to be guided in such matters by the rules laid down by the recognised authorities, she ought to have been aware that a man takes no rank from his wife. But she was entitled, I think, to merciful consideration for her error. A woman situated as was Mrs. Dobbs Broughton cannot altogether ignore these terrible rules. She cannot let her guests draw lots of precedence. She must select some one for the honour of her arm. And amidst the intricacies of rank, how is it possible for a woman to learn and to remember everything? If Providence would only send Mrs. Dobbs Broughton a peer for every dinner party, the thing would go more easily. But what woman will tell me off-hand which should go out of a room first, a C.B., an Admiral of the Blue, the Dean of Barchester, or the Dean of Arches? Who is to know who is everybody's father? How am I to remember that young Thompson's progenitor was made a baronet and not a knight when he was Lord Mayor? Perhaps Mrs. Dobbs Broughton ought to have known that Mr. Crosbie could have gained nothing by his wife's rank, and the barrister may be considered to have not been immoderately severe when he simply spoke of her afterwards as the silliest and most ignorant old woman he had ever met in his life. Eames, with the lovely Miss Demolines on his arm, was the last to move before the hostess. Mr. Dobbs Broughton had led the way energetically with old Lady Demolines. There was no doubt about Lady Demolines, as his wife had told him, because her title marked her. Her husband had been a physician in Paris, and had been knighted in consequence of some benefit supposed to have been done to some French scion of royalty, when such scions in France were royal and not imperial. Lady Demolines' rank was not much certainly, but it served to mark her, and was beneficial. As he went downstairs, Eames was still thinking of his meeting with Crosbie, and had as yet hardly said a word to his neighbour, and his neighbour had not said a word to him. Now Johnny understood dinners quite well enough to know that in a party of 12, among whom 6 are ladies, everything depends on your next neighbour, and generally on the next neighbour who specially belongs to you. And as he took his seat he was a little alarmed as to his prospect for the next 2 hours. On his other hand sat Mrs. Ponsonby, the barrister's wife, and he did not much like the look of Mrs. Ponsonby. She was fat, heavy, and good-looking, with a broad space between her eyes, and light smooth hair, a youthful British matron every inch of her, of whom any barrister with a young family of children might be proud. Now Miss Demolines, though she was hardly to be called beautiful, was at any rate remarkable. She had large, dark, well-shaped eyes, very dark hair, which she wore tangled about in an extraordinary manner, and she had an expressive face, a face made expressive by the owner's will. Such power of expression is often attained by dint of labour, though it never reaches to the expression of anything in particular. She was almost sufficiently good-looking to be justified in considering herself to be a beauty. But Miss Demolines, though she had said nothing as yet, knew her game very well. A lady cannot begin conversation to any good purpose in the drawing-room when she is seated and the man is standing, nor can she know then how the table may subsequently arrange itself. Powder may be wasted, and often is wasted, and the spirit rebels against the necessity of commencing a second enterprise. But Miss Demolines, when she found herself seated, and perceived that on the other side of her was Mr. Ponsonby, a married man, commenced her enterprise at once, and our friend John Eames was immediately aware that he would have no difficulty as to conversation. "Don't you like winter dinner parties?" began Miss Demolines. This was said just as Johnny was taking his seat, and he had time to declare that he liked dinner parties at all periods of the year, if the dinner was good and the people pleasant, before the host had muttered something which was intended to be understood to be a grace. "But I mean especially in winter," continued Miss Demolines. "I don't think daylight should ever be admitted at a dinner table, and though you may shut out daylight, you can't shut out the heat. And then there are always so many other things to go to in May and June and July. Dinners should be stopped by Act of Parliament for those 3 months. I don't care what people do afterwards, because we always fly away on the 1st of August." "That is good-natured on your part." "I am sure what I say would be for the good of society, but at this time of the year a dinner is warm and comfortable. Very comfortable, I think. And people get to know each other." In saying which, Miss Demolines looked very pleasantly up into Johnny's face. "There is a great deal in that," said he. "I wonder whether you and I will get to know each other." "Of course we shall. That is, if I'm worth knowing." "There can be no doubt about that, I should say." "Time alone will tell. But, Mr. Eames, I see that Mr. Crosbie is a friend of yours." "Hardly a friend." "I know very well that men are friends when they step up and shake hands with each other. It is the same as when women kiss." "When I see women kiss, I always think that there is deep hatred at the bottom of it." "And there may be deep hatred between you and Mr. Crosbie, for anything I know to the contrary," said Miss Demolines. "The very deepest," said Johnny, pretending to look grave. "Ah, then I know he is your bosom friend, and that you will tell him anything I say. What a strange history that was of his marriage." "So I have heard. But he is not quite bosom friend enough with me to have told me all the particulars. I know that his wife is dead." "Dead? Oh yes. She has been dead these 2 years, I should say." "Not so long as that, I should think." "Well, perhaps not, but it's ever so long ago. Quite long enough for him to be married again. Did you know her?" "I never saw her in my life." "I knew her, not well indeed, but I am intimate with her sister, Lady Amelia Gazeby, and I have met her there. None of that family have married, what you may call well. And now, Mr. Eames, pray look at the menu and tell me what I am to eat. Arrange for me a little dinner of my own, out of the great bill of fare provided. I always expect some gentleman to do that for me. Mr. Crosbie, you know, only lived with his wife for 1 month." "So I've been told." "And a terrible month they had of it. I used to hear of it. He doesn't look that sort of man, does he?" "Well, no, I don't think he does. But what sort of man do you mean?" "Why, such a regular Bluebeard. Of course you know how he treated another girl before he married Lady Alexandrina. She died of it, with a broken heart, absolutely died, and there he is, indifferent as possible, and would treat me in the same way to-morrow if I would let him." Johnny Eames, finding it impossible to talk with Miss Demolines about Lily Dale, took up the card of the dinner and went to work in earnest, recommending his neighbour what to eat and what to pass by. "But you've skipped the pâté," she said with energy. "Allow me to ask you to choose mine for me instead. You are much more fit to do it." And she did choose his dinner for him. They were sitting at a round table, and in order that the ladies and gentlemen should alternate themselves properly, Mr. Musselboro was opposite to the host. Next to him, on his right, was old Mrs. Van Siever, the widow of a Dutch merchant, who was very rich. She was a ghastly thing to look at, as well as from the quantity as from the nature of the wiggeries which she wore. She had not only a false front, but long false curls, as to which it cannot be conceived that she would suppose that any one would be ignorant as to their falseness. She was very thin too, and very small, and putting aside her wiggeries, you would think her to be all eyes. She was a ghastly old woman to the sight, and not altogether pleasant in her mode of talking. She seemed to know Mr. Musselboro very well, for she called him by his name without any prefix. He had indeed begun life as a clerk in her husband's office. "Why doesn't What's-his-name have real silver forks?" she said to him. Now Mrs. What's-his-name, Mrs. Dobbs Broughton, we will call her, was sitting on the other side of Mr. Musselboro, between him and Mr. Crosbie, and so placed Mr. Musselboro found it rather hard to answer the question, more especially as he was probably aware that other questions would follow. "What's the use?" said Mr. Musselborough. "Everybody has these plated things now. What's the use of a lot of capital lying dead?" "Everybody doesn't. I don't. You know as well as I do, Musselborough, that the appearance of the thing goes for a great deal. Capital isn't lying dead as long as people know that you've got it." Before answering this, Mr. Musselborough was driven to reflect that Mrs. Dobbs Broughton would probably hear his reply. "You won't find that there is any doubt on that head in the city as to Broughton," he said. "I shan't ask in the city, and if I did, I should not believe what people told me. I think there are sillier folk in the city than anywhere else. What did he give for that picture upstairs which the young man painted?" "What, Mrs. Dobbs Broughton's portrait?" "You don't call that a portrait, do you? I mean the one with the 3 naked women." Mr. Musselborough glanced round with one eye, and felt sure that Mrs. Dobbs Broughton had heard the question. But the old woman was determined to have an answer. "How much did he give for it, Musselborough?" £600, I believe," said Mr. Musselborough, looking straight before him as he answered, and pretending to treat the subject with perfect indifference. "Did he indeed now? £600! And yet he hasn't got silver spoons. How things had changed! Tell me, Musselborough, who was that young man who came in with the painter?" Mr. Musselborough turned round and asked Mrs. Broughton. "A Mr. John Eames, Mrs. Van Siever," said Mrs. Broughton, whispering across the front of Mr. Musselborough. "He is private secretary to Lord, I forget who, some one of the ministers, I know, and he had a great fortune left him the other day by Lord somebody else." "All among the lords, I see," said Mrs. Van Siever. Then Mrs. Dobbs Broughton drew herself back, remembering some little attack which had been made on her by Mrs. Van Siever when she herself had had the real lord to dine with her. There was a Miss Van Siever there also, sitting between Crosbie and Conway Dalrymple. Conway Dalrymple had been specially brought there to sit next to Miss Van Siever. "There's no knowing how much she'll have," said Mrs. Dobbs Broughton in the warmth of her friendship. "But it's all real, it is indeed. The mother is awfully rich." "But she's awful in another way too," said Dalrymple. "Indeed she is, Conway." Mrs. Dobbs Broughton had got into a way of calling her young friend by his Christian name. "All the world calls him Conway," she had said to her husband once when her husband caught her doing so. "She is awful. Her husband made the business in the city when things were very different from what they are now, and I can't help having her. She has transactions of business with Dobbs, but there's no mistake about the money. She needn't leave it to her daughter, I suppose." "But why shouldn't she? She has nobody else. You might offer to paint her, you know. She'd make an excellent picture. So much character. You come and see her." Conway Dalrymple had expressed his willingness to meet Miss Van Siever, saying something, however, as to his present position, being one which did not admit of any matrimonial speculation. Then Mrs. Dobbs Broughton had told him, with much seriousness, that he was altogether wrong, and that were he to forget himself, or commit himself, or misbehave himself, there must be an end to their pleasant intimacy. In answer to which, Mr. Dalrymple had said that his grace was surely of all graces the least gracious. And now he had come to meet Miss Van Siever, and was seated next to her at table. Miss Van Siever, who at this time had perhaps reached her 25th year, was certainly a handsome young woman. She was fair and large, bearing no likeness whatever to her mother. Her features were regular, and her full, clear eyes had a brilliance of their own, looking at you always steadfastly and boldly, though very seldom pleasantly. Her mouth would have been beautiful, had it not been too strong for feminine beauty. Her teeth were perfect, too perfect looking, like miniature walls of carved ivory. She knew the fault of this perfection, and showed her teeth as little as she could. Her nose and chin were finely chiselled, and her head stood well upon her shoulders. But there was something hard about it all which repelled you. Dalrymple, when he saw her, recoiled from her, not outwardly, but inwardly. Yes, she was handsome, as may be a horse or a tiger, but there was about her nothing of feminine softness. He could not bring himself to think of taking Clara Van Siever as the model that was to sit before him for the rest of his life. He certainly could make a picture of her, as had been suggested by his friend Mrs. Broughton, but it must be as Judith with the dissevered head, or as Jael using her hammer over the temple of Sisera. Yes, he thought she would do as Jael, And if Mrs. Van Siever would throw him a sugar plum, for he would want the sugar plum, seeing that any other result was out of the question, the thing might be done. Such was the idea of Mr. Conway Dalrymple respecting Miss Van Siever before he led her down to dinner. At first he found it hard to talk to her. She answered him, and not with monosyllables, but she answered him without sympathy or apparent pleasure in talking. Now the young artist was in the habit of being flattered by ladies, and expected to have his small talk made very easy for him. He liked to give himself little airs, and was not generally disposed to labour very hard at the task of making himself agreeable. "Were you ever painted yet?" he asked her, after they had both been sitting silent for 2 or 3 minutes. "Was I ever painted? In what way?" "I don't mean rouged or enamelled or got up by Madame Rachel. But have you ever had your portrait taken?" "I have been photographed, of course." "That's why I asked you if you've been painted, so as to make some little distinction between the two. I am a painter by profession, and do portraits." "So Mrs. Broughton told me." "I'm not asking for a job, you know." "I'm quite sure of that." "But I should have thought you would have been sure to have sat to somebody." "I never did. I never thought of doing so. One does those things at the instigation of one's intimate friends, fathers, mothers, uncles and aunts, and the like." "Or husbands, perhaps, or lovers." "Well, yes, my intimate friend is my mother, and she would never dream of such a thing. She hates pictures." "Hates pictures?" "And especially portraits. And I'm afraid, Mr. Dalrymple, she hates artists." "Good heavens, how cruel! I suppose there is some story attached to it. There has been some fatal likeness, some terrible picture, something in her early days?" "Nothing of the kind, Mr. Dalrymple. It is merely the fact that her sympathies are with ugly things rather than with pretty things. I think she loves the mahogany dinner table better than anything else in the house, and she likes to have everything dark and plain and solid." "And good?" "Good of its kind, certainly." "If everybody was like your mother, how would the artists live?" "There would be none." "And the world, you think, would be none the poorer?" "I did not speak of myself. I think the world would be very much poorer. I am very fond of the ancient masters, though I do not suppose that I understand them." "They are easier understood than the modern, I can tell you. Perhaps you don't care for modern pictures." "Not in comparison, certainly. If that is uncivil, you have brought it on yourself. But I do not in truth mean anything derogatory to the painters of the day. When their pictures are old, they, that is the good ones among them, will be nice also." "Pictures are like wine, and want age, you think?" "Yes, and statues too, and buildings above all things. The colours of new paintings are so glaring, and the faces are so bright and self-conscious, that they look at me when I go to the exhibition like coloured prints in a child's new picture book. It is the same thing with buildings. One sees all the points, and nothing is left to the imagination." "I find I have come across a real critic." "I hope at any rate I am not a sham one." And Miss Van Siever, as she said this, looked very savage. "I shouldn't take you to be a sham in anything." "Ah, that would be saying a great deal for myself. Who can undertake to say that he is not a sham in anything?" As she said this, the ladies were getting up. So Miss Van Siever also got up, and left Mr. Conway Dalrymple to consider whether he could say or could think of himself that he was not a sham in anything. As regarded Miss Clara Van Siever, he began to think that he should not object to paint her portrait, even though there might be no sugar plum. He would certainly do it as Jael, and he would, if he dared, insert dimly in the background some idea of the face of the mother, half appearing, half vanishing, as the spirit of the sacrifice. He was composing his picture, while Mr. Dobbs Broughton was arranging himself in his bottles. "Musselborough," he said, "I'll come up between you and Crosbie. Mr. Eames, though I run away from you, the claret shall remain, or rather it shall flow backwards and forwards as rapidly as you will." "I'll keep it moving," said Johnny. "Do, there's a good fellow. It's a nice glass of wine, isn't it? Old Ramsby, who keeps as good a stock of stuff as any wine merchant in London, gave me a hint 3 or 4 years ago that he'd a lot of tidy Bordeaux. It's 41, you know. He had 90 dozen, and I took it all." "What was the figure, Broughton?" said Crosbie, asking the question which he knew was expected. "Well, I only gave 104 for it then. It's worth 120 now. I wouldn't sell a bottle of it for any money. Come, Dalrymple, pass it round, and fill your glass first." "Thank you, no. I don't like it. I'll drink sherry." "Don't like it?" said Dobbs Broughton. "It's strange, isn't it? But I don't." "I thought you particularly told me to drink his claret," said Johnny to his friend afterwards. "So I did," said Conway, "and wonderfully good wine it is, but I make it a rule never to eat or drink anything in a man's house when he praises it himself and tells me the price of it." "And I make it a rule never to cut the nose off my own face," said Johnny. Before they went, Johnny Eames had been specially invited to call on Miss Demolines, and had said that he would do so. "We live in Porchester Gardens," said Miss Demolines. "Upon my word, I believe that the farther London stretches in that direction, the farther mamma will go. She thinks the air so much better. I know it's a long way." "Distance is nothing to me," said Johnny. "I can always set off overnight." Conway Dalrymple did not get invited to call on Mrs. Van Siever, but before he left the house he did say a word or two more to his friend Mrs. Broughton as to Clara Van Siever. "She is a fine young woman," he said. "She is indeed." "You have found it out, have you?" "Yes, I have found it out. I do not doubt that some day she'll murder her husband or her mother, or startle the world by some newly invented crime, but that only makes her the more interesting." "And when you add that to all the old woman's money," said Mrs. Dobbs Broughton, "you think she might do?" "For a picture, certainly. I'm speaking of her simply as a model. Could we not manage it? Get her once here, without her mother knowing it, or Broughton, or any one? I've got the subject, Jael and Sisera, you know. I should like to put Musselborough in as Sisera, with the nail half driven in." Mrs. Dobbs Broughton declared that the scheme was a great deal too wicked for her participation, but at last she promised to think of it. "You might as well come up and have a cigar," Dalrymple said, as he and his friend left Mr. Broughton's house. Johnny said that he would go up and have a cigar or two. "Now tell me what you think of Mrs. Dobbs Broughton and her set," said Conway. "Well, I'll tell you what I think of them. I think they stink of money, as the people say, but I'm not sure that they've got any all the same. I should suppose he makes a large income." "Very likely, and perhaps spends more than he makes. A good deal of it looked to me like make-believe. There's no doubt about the claret, but the champagne was execrable. A man is a criminal to have such stuff handed round to his guests. And there isn't a ring of real gold about the house." "I hate the ring of the gold, as you call it," said the artist. "So do I. I hate it like poison. But if it is there, I like it to be true. There is a sort of persons going now, and one meets them out here and there every day of one's life, who are downright brummagem to the ear and to the touch and to the sight. And we recognize them as such at the very first moment. My honoured lord and master, Sir Raffle, is one such. There is no mistaking him. Clap him down upon the counter, and he rings dull and untrue at once. Pardon me, my dear Conway, if I say the same of your excellent friend, Mr. Dobbs Broughton." "I think you go a little too far, but I don't deny it. What you mean is that he is not a gentleman." "I mean a great deal more than that. Bless you, when you come to talk of a gentleman, who is to define the word? How do I know whether or no I'm a gentleman myself? When I used to be in Burton Crescent, I was hardly a gentleman then, sitting at the same table with Mrs. Roper and the Lupexes. Do you remember them and the lovely Amelia? I suppose you were a gentleman then, as well as now. You, if you had been painting duchesses then with a studio in Kensington Gardens, would not have said so if you had happened to come across me. I can't define a gentleman even in my own mind, but I can define the sort of man with whom I think I can live pleasantly. And poor Dobbs doesn't come within the line." "No, not quite. A very nice fellow, I am quite sure, and I'm very much obliged to you for taking me there." "I will never take you to any house again. And what did you think of his wife?" "That's a horse of another colour altogether. A pretty woman with such a figure as hers has got a right to be anything she pleases. I see you are a great favourite." "No, I'm not. Not especially. I do like her. She wants to make up a match between me and that Miss Van Siever. Miss Van is to have gold by the ingot and jewels by the bushel, and a hatful of bank shares and a whole mine in Cornwall for a fortune." "And is very handsome into the bargain." "Yes, she's handsome." "So is her mother," said Johnny. If you take the daughter, I'll take the mother, and see if we can't do you out of a mine or two. Good night, old fellow. I'm only joking about old Dobbs. I'll go and dine there again tomorrow, if you like it. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of the Last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 25. Miss Madalina Demolines. "I don't think you care two straws about her," Conway Dalrymple said to his friend John Eames 2 days after the dinner party at Mrs. Dobbs Broughton's. The painter was at work in his studio, and the private secretary from the Income Tax Office, who was no doubt engaged on some special mission to the West End on the part of Sir Raffle Buffle, was sitting in a lounging chair and smoking a cigar. "Because I don't go about with my stockings cross-gartered and do that kind of business?" "Well, yes, because you don't do that kind of business more or less." "It isn't in my line, my dear fellow. I know what you mean very well. I dare say, artistically speaking—" "Don't be an ass, Johnny." "Well then, poetically or romantically, if you like that better, I dare say that poetically or romantically I am deficient. I eat my dinner very well, and I don't suppose I ought to do that. And if you'll believe me, I find myself laughing sometimes." "I never knew a man who laughed so much. You're always laughing." "And that you think is a bad sign?" "I don't believe you really care about her. I think you are aware that you have got a love affair on hand, and that you hang on to it rather persistently, having in some way come to a resolution that you would be persistent. But there isn't much heart in it. I dare say there was once." "And that is your opinion?" "You are just like some of those men who for years past have been going to write a book on some new subject. The intention has been sincere at first, and it never altogether dies away. But the would-be author, though he still talks of his work, knows that it will never be executed, and is very patient under the disappointment. All enthusiasm about the thing is gone, but he is still known as the man who is going to do it some day. You are the man who means to marry Miss Dale in 5, 10, or 20 years' time. Now, Conway, all that is thoroughly unfair. The would-be author talks of his would-be book to everybody. I have never talked of Miss Dale to any one but you, and one or two very old family friends. And from year to year, and from month to month, I have done all that has been in my power to win her. I don't think I shall ever succeed, and yet I am as determined about it as I was when I first began it, or rather much more so. If I do not marry Lily, I shall never marry at all, and if anybody were to tell me to-morrow that she had made up her mind to have me, I should well nigh go mad for joy. But I am not going to give up all my life for love. Indeed, the less I can bring myself to give up for it, the better I shall think of myself. Now I'll go away and call on old Lady Demolines, and flirt with her daughter. Yes, flirt with her daughter, if I get the opportunity. Why shouldn't I flirt with her daughter? Why not, if you like it? I don't like it, not particularly, that is, because the young lady is not very pretty, nor yet very graceful, nor yet very wise. She is pretty after a fashion, said the artist, and if not wise, she is at any rate clever. Nevertheless, I do not like her, said John Eames. Then why do you go there? One has to be civil to people, though they are neither pretty nor wise. I don't mean to insinuate that Miss Demolines is particularly bad, or indeed that she is worse than young ladies in general. I only abused her because there was an insinuation in what you said that I was going to amuse myself with Miss Demolines in the absence of Miss Dale. The one thing has nothing to do with the other thing. Nothing that I shall say to Miss Demolines will at all militate against my loyalty to Lily. All right, old fellow, I didn't mean to put you on your purgation. I want you to look at that sketch. Do you know for whom it is intended? Johnny took up a scrap of paper, and having scrutinized it for a minute or two, declared that he had not the slightest idea who was represented. You know the subject, the story that is intended to be told, said Dalrymple. Upon my word, I don't. There's some old fellow seems to be catching it over the head, but it's all so confused I can't make much of it. The woman seems to be uncommon angry. Do you ever read your Bible? Ah, dear, not as often as I ought to do. Ah, I see, it's Sisera. I never could quite believe that story. Jael might have killed Captain Sisser in his sleep, for which, by the by, she ought to have been hung, and she might possibly have done it with a hammer and a nail, but she could not have driven it through and staked him to the ground. I've warrant enough for putting it into the picture at any rate. My Jael there is intended for Miss Van Siever. Miss Van Siever! Well, it is like her. Has she sat for it? Oh dear, no, not yet. I mean to get her to do so. There's a strength about her which would make her sit the part admirably. And I fancy she would like to be driving a nail into a fellow's head. I think I shall take Musselborough for a Sisera. You're not in earnest? He would just do for it. But of course I shan't ask him to sit, as my Jael would not like it. She would not consent to operate on so base a subject. So you really are going down to Guestwick? Yes, I start to-morrow. Good-bye, old fellow. I'll come and sit for Sisera, if you'll let me. Only Miss Van Jael shall have a blunted nail, if you please. Then Johnny left the artist's room and walked across from Kensington to Lady Demolines' house. As he went, he partly accused himself and partly excused himself in that matter of his love for Lily Dale. There were moments of his life in which he felt that he would willingly die for her, that life was not worth having without her, in which he went about inwardly reproaching fortune for having treated him so cruelly. Why should she not be his? He half believed that she loved him. She had almost told him so. She could not surely still love that other man who had treated her with such vile falsehood. As he considered the question in all its bearings, he assured himself over and over again that there would be now no fear of that rival. And yet he had such fears, and hated Crosbie almost as much as ever. It was 1,000 pities, certainly, that the man should have been made free by the death of his wife. But it could hardly be that he should seek Lily again, or that Lily, if so sought, should even listen to him. But yet there he was, free once more, an odious being whom Johnny was determined to sacrifice to his vengeance, if cause for such sacrifice should occur. And thus thinking of the real truth of his love, he endeavoured to excuse himself to himself from that charge of vagueness and laxness which his friend Conway Dalrymple had brought against him, and then again he accused himself of the same sin. If he had been positively in earnest, with downright manly earnestness, would he have allowed the thing to drag itself on with a weak uncertain life, as it had done for the last 2 or 3 years? Lily Dale had been a dream to him in his boyhood, and he had made a reality of his dream as soon as he had become a man. But before he had been able, as a man, to tell his love to the girl whom he had loved as a child, another man had intervened, and his prize had been taken from him. Then the wretched victor had thrown his treasure away, and he, John Eames, had been content to stoop to pick it up, was content to do so now. But there was something which he felt to be unmanly in the constant stooping. Dalrymple had told him that he was like a man who is ever writing a book and yet never writes it. He would make another attempt to get his book written, an attempt into which he would throw all his strength and all his heart. He would do his very best to make Lily his own, but if he failed now, he would have done with it. It seemed to him to be below his dignity as a man to be always coveting a thing which he could not obtain. Johnny was informed by the boy in buttons who opened the door for him at Lady Demolines that the ladies were at home, and he was shown up into the drawing-room. Here he was allowed full 10 minutes to explore the knick-knacks on the table, and open the photograph book, and examine the furniture, before Miss Demolines made her appearance. When she did come, her hair was tangled more marvellously even than when he saw her at the dinner party, and her eyes were darker and her cheeks thinner. "I'm afraid mamma won't be able to come down," said Miss Demolines. "She will be so sorry, but she is not quite well to-day. The wind is in the east, she says, and when she says the wind is in the east, she always refuses to be well." "Then I should tell her it was in the west." "But it is in the east." "Ah, there I can't help you, Miss Demolines. I never know which is east and which is west, and if I did, I shouldn't know from which point the wind blew. At any rate, mamma can't come downstairs, and you must excuse her. What a very nice woman Mrs. Dobbs Broughton is." Johnny acknowledged that Mrs. Dobbs Broughton was charming. "And Mr. Broughton is so good-natured." Johnny again assented. "I like him of all things," said Miss Demolines. "So do I," said Johnny. I never liked anybody so much in my life. I suppose one is bound to say that kind of thing." "Oh, you ill-natured man," said Miss Demolines. "I suppose you think that poor Mr. Broughton is a little, just a little, you know what I mean?" "Not exactly," said Johnny. "Yes, you do. You know very well what I mean. And of course he is. How can he help it? Poor fellow, no, I don't suppose he can help it, or he would, wouldn't he? Of course Mr. Broughton had not the advantage of birth or much early education. All his friends know that, and make allowance accordingly. When she married him she was aware of his deficiency, and made up her mind to put up with it. It was very kind of her, don't you think? I knew Mary Clutterbuck for years before she was married. Of course she was very much my senior, but nevertheless we were friends. I think I was hardly more than 12 years old when I first began to correspond with Maria. She was then past 20. So you see, Mr. Eames, I make no secret of my age." "Why should you? But never mind that. Everybody knows that Maria Clutterbuck was very much admired. Of course I'm not going to tell you or any other gentleman all her history." "I was in hopes you were." "Then certainly your hopes will be frustrated, Mr. Eames. But undoubtedly when she told us that she was going to take Dobbs Broughton, we were a little disappointed. Maria Clutterbuck had been used to a better kind of life. You understand what I mean, Mr. Eames?" "Oh, exactly. And yet it's not a bad kind of life either." "No, no, that is true. It has its attractions. She keeps her carriage, sees a good deal of company, has an excellent house, and goes abroad for 6 weeks every year. But you know, Mr. Eames, there is perhaps a little uncertainty about it." "Life is always uncertain, Miss Demolines." "You're quizzing now, I know. But don't you feel now really that city money is always very chancy? It comes and goes so quickly." "As regards the going, I think that's the same with all money," said Johnny. "Not with land or the funds. Mamma has every shilling laid out in a first-class mortgage on land at 4%. That does make one feel so secure. The land can't run away." "But you think poor Broughton's money may?" "It's all speculation, you know. I don't believe she minds it. I don't indeed. She lives that kind of fevered life now that she likes excitement. Of course we all know that Mr. Dobbs Broughton is not what we can call an educated gentleman. His manners are against him, and he is very ignorant. Even dear Maria would admit that. One would perhaps let that pass without asking her opinion at all." "She has acknowledged it to me 20 times. But he is very good-natured, and lets her do pretty nearly anything that she likes. I only hope she won't trespass on his good nature. I do indeed." "You mean spend too much money?" "No, I didn't mean that exactly. Of course she ought to be moderate, and I hope she is. To that kind of fevered existence, profuse expenditure is perhaps necessary. But I was thinking of something else. I fear she is a little giddy." "Dear me, I should have thought she was too... "You mean too old for anything of that kind? Maria Broughton must be 33 if she's a day." "That would make you just 25, said Johnny, feeling perfectly sure as he said so that the lady whom he was addressing was at any rate past 30. "Never mind my age, Mr. Eames. Whether I am 25 or 105 has nothing to do with poor Maria Clutterbuck. But now I'll tell you why I mention all this to you. You must have seen how foolish she is about your friend Mr. Dalrymple." "Upon my word I haven't." "Nonsense, Mr. Eames, you have. If she were your wife, would you like her to call a man Conway? Of course you would not. I don't mean to say that there's anything in it. I know Maria's principles too well to suspect that. It's merely because she's flighty and fevered." "That fevered existence accounts for it all," said Johnny. "No doubt it does," said Miss Demolines with a nod of her head, which was intended to show that she was willing to give her friend the full benefit of any excuse which could be offered for her. "But don't you think you could do something, Mr. Eames?" "I do something?" "Yes, you. You and Mr. Dalrymple are such friends. If you were just to point out to him, you know." "Point out what? Tell him that he oughtn't to be called Conway? Because after all I suppose that's the worst of it. If you mean to say that Dalrymple is in love with Mrs. Broughton, you never made a greater mistake in your life." "Oh no, not in love. That would be terrible, you know." And Miss Demolines shook her head sadly. "But there may be so much mischief done without anything of that kind. Thoughtlessness, you know, Mr. Eames. Pure thoughtlessness. Think of what I have said, and if you can speak a word to your friend, do. And now I want to ask you something else. I'm so glad you are come, because circumstances have seemed to make it necessary that you and I should know each other. We may be of much use if we put our heads together." Johnny bowed when he heard this, but made no immediate reply. "Have you heard anything about a certain picture that is being planned?" Johnny did not wish to answer this question, but Miss Demolines paused so long and looked so earnestly into his face that he found himself forced to say something. "What picture?" "A certain picture that is, or perhaps that is not to be, painted by Mr. Dalrymple." "I hear so much about Dalrymple's pictures. You don't mean the portrait of Lady Glencora Palliser? That is nearly finished, and will be in the exhibition this year." "I don't mean that at all. I mean a picture that has not yet been begun." "A portrait, I suppose?" "As to that I cannot quite say. It is at any rate to be a likeness. I am sure you have heard of it. Come, Mr. Eames, it would be better that we should be candid with each other. You remember Miss Van Siever, of course?" "I remember that she dined at the Broughtons." "And you have heard of Jael, I suppose, and Sisera?" "Yes, in a general way, in the Bible." "And now will you tell me whether you have not heard the names of Jael and Miss Van Siever coupled together? I see you know all about it." "I have heard of it, certainly." "Of course you have. So have I, as you perceive. Now, Mr. Eames," and Miss Demolines' voice became tremulously eager as she addressed him, "it is your duty, and it is my duty, to take care that that picture shall never be painted." "But why should it not be painted?" "You don't know Miss Van Siever yet." "Not in the least." "Nor Mrs. Van Siever." "I never spoke a word to her." "I do. I know them both well." There was something almost grandly tragic in Miss Demolines' voice as she thus spoke. "Yes, Mr. Eames, I know them well. If that scheme be continued, it will work terrible mischief. You and I must prevent it." "But I don't see what harm it will do." "Think of Conway Dalrymple passing so many hours in Maria's sitting room upstairs. The picture is to be painted there, you know." "But Miss Van Siever will be present. Won't that make it all right? What is there wrong about Miss Van Siever?" "I won't deny that Clara Van Siever has a certain beauty of her own. To me she is certainly the most unattractive woman that I ever came near. She is simply repulsive." Hereupon Miss Demolines held up her hand as though she were banishing Miss Van Siever for ever from her sight, and shuddered slightly. "Men think her handsome, and she is handsome, but she is false, covetous, malicious, cruel, and dishonest." "What a fiend in petticoats!" "You may say that, Mr. Eames. And then her mother is not so bad. Her mother is very different, but the mother is an odious woman too. It was an evil day for Maria Clutterbuck when she first saw either the mother or the daughter. I tell you that in confidence." "But what can I do?" said Johnny, who began to be startled and almost interested by the eagerness of the woman. "I'll tell you what you can do. Don't let your friend go to Mr. Broughton's house to paint the picture. If he does do it, there will be mischief come of it. Of course you can prevent him." "I should not think of trying to prevent him unless I knew why." "She's a nasty, proud minx, and it would set her up ever so high to think that she was being painted by Mr. Dalrymple. But that isn't the reason. Maria would get into terrible trouble about it, and there would be no end of mischief. I must not tell you more now, and if you do not believe me, I cannot help it. Surely, Mr. Eames, my word may be taken as going for something, and when I ask you to help me in this, I do expect that you will not refuse me." By this time Miss Demolines was sitting close to him, and had more than once put her hand upon his arm in the energy of her eloquence. Then, as he remembered that he had never seen Miss Demolines till the other day, or Miss Van Siever, or even Mrs. Dobbs Broughton, he bethought himself that it was all very droll. Nevertheless, he had no objection to Miss Demolines putting her hand upon his arm. "I never like to interfere in anything that does not seem to be my own business," said Johnny. "Is not your friend's business your own business? What does friendship mean if it is not so? And when I tell you that it is my business, mine of right, does that go for nothing with you? I thought I might depend upon you, Mr. Eames. I did indeed." Then again she put her hand upon his arm, and as he looked into her eyes, he began to think that after all she was good looking in a certain way. At any rate, she had fine eyes, and there was something picturesque about the entanglement of her hair. "Think of it, and then come back and talk to me again," said Miss Demolines. But I am going out of town to-morrow. For how long? For 10 days. Nothing can be done during that time. Clara Van Siever is going away in a day and will not be back for 3 weeks. I happen to know that, so we have plenty of time for working. It would be very desirable that she should never even hear of it, but that cannot be hoped, as Maria has such a tongue. Couldn't you see Mr. Dalrymple to-night? Well, no, I don't think I could. Mind, at least, that you come to me as soon as ever you return. Before he got out of the house, which he did after a most affectionate farewell, Johnny felt himself compelled to promise that he would come to Miss Demolines again as soon as he got back to town. And as the door was closed behind him by the boy in buttons, he made up his mind that he certainly would call as soon as he returned to London. It is as good as a play, he said to himself. Not that he cared in the least for Miss Demolines, or that he would take any steps with the intention of preventing the painting of the picture. Miss Demolines had some battle to fight, and he would leave her to fight it with her own weapons. If his friend chose to paint a picture of Jael and take Miss Van Siever as a model, it was no business of his. He nevertheless would certainly go and see Miss Demolines again, because, as he said, she was as good as a play. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of The Last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 26. The Picture. On that same afternoon, Conway Dalrymple rolled up his sketch of Jael and Sisera, put it in his pocket, dressed himself with some considerable care, putting on a velvet coat which he was in the habit of wearing out of doors, when he did not intend to wander beyond Kensington Gardens and the neighbourhood, and which was supposed to become him well, yellow gloves, and a certain Spanish hat of which he was fond, and slowly sauntered across to the house of his friend Mrs. Dobbs Broughton. When the door was opened to him, he did not ask if the lady were at home, but muttering some word to the servant, made his way through the hall, upstairs, to a certain small sitting room, looking to the north, which was much used by the mistress of the house. It was quite clear that Conway Dalrymple had arranged his visit beforehand, and that he was expected. He opened the door without knocking, and though the servant had followed him, he entered without being announced. "I'm afraid I'm late," he said, as he gave his hand to Mrs. Broughton, "but for the life I could not get away sooner." "You are quite in time," said the lady, "for any good that you are likely to do." "What does that mean?" "It means this, my friend, that you had better give the idea up. I have been thinking of it all day, and I do not approve of it." "What nonsense!" "Of course you will say so, Conway. I have observed of late that whatever I say to you is called nonsense. I suppose it is the new fashion that gentlemen should so express themselves, but I am not quite sure that I like it." "You know what I mean. I am very anxious about this picture, and I shall be much disappointed if it cannot be done now. It was you put it into my head first." "I regret it very much, I can assure you. But it will not be generous in you to urge that against me." "But why shouldn't it succeed?" "There are many reasons, some personal to myself." "I do not know what there can be. You hinted at something which I took only as having been said in joke." "If you mean about Miss Van Siever and yourself, I was quite in earnest, Conway. I do not think you could do better, and I should be glad to see it of all things. Nothing would please me more than to bring Miss Van Siever and you together." "And nothing would please me less." "But why so?" Because I can do nothing but tell you the truth, Karina. Because my heart is not free to present itself at Miss Van Siever's feet. It ought to be free, Conway, and you must make it free. It will be well that you should be married, and well for others besides yourself. I tell you so as your friend, and you have no truer friend. Sit where you are, if you please. You can say anything you have to say without stalking about the room. I was not going to stalk, as you call it. You will be safer and quieter while you are sitting. I heard a knock at the door, and I do not doubt that it is Clara. She said she would be here." "And you have told her of the picture?" "Yes, I have told her. She said that it would be impossible, and that her mother would not allow it. Here she is." Then Miss Van Siever was shown into the room, and Dalrymple perceived that she was a girl the peculiarity of whose complexion bore daylight better even than candlelight. There was something in her countenance which seemed to declare that she could bear any light to which it might be subjected without flinching from it, and her bonnet, which was very plain, and her simple brown morning gown suited her well. She was one who required none of the circumstances of studied dress to carry off aught in her own appearance. She could look her best when other women look their worst, and could dare to be seen at all times. Dalrymple, with an artist's eye, saw this at once, and immediately confessed to himself that there was something great about her. He could not deny her beauty, but there was ever present to him that look of hardness which had struck him when he first saw her. He could not but fancy that though at times she might be playful, and allow the fur of her coat to be stroked with good humour, she would be a dangerous plaything, using her claws unpleasantly when the good humour should have passed away. But not the less was she beautiful, and beyond that, and better than that for his purpose, she was picturesque. "Clara," said Mrs. Broughton, "here is this mad painter, and he says that he will have you on his canvas either with your will or without it." "Even if he could do that, I am sure he would not," said Miss Van Siever. "To prove to you that I can, I think I need only show you the sketch," said Dalrymple, taking the drawing out of his pocket. "As regards the face, I know it so well by heart already that I feel certain I could produce a likeness without even a sitting. What do you think of it, Mrs. Broughton?" "It is clever," said she, looking at it with all the enthusiasm which women are able to throw into their eyes on such occasions. "Very clever. The subject would just suit her. I have never doubted that." "Eames says that it is confused," said the artist. "I don't see that at all," said Mrs. Broughton. "Of course a sketch must be rough. This one has been rubbed about and altered, but I think there is something in it." "An immense deal," said Mrs. Broughton. "Don't you think so, Clara?" "I am not a judge. But you can see the woman's fixed purpose, and her stealthiness as well. And the man sleeps like a log. What is that dim outline?" "Nothing in particular," said Dalrymple. But the dim outline was intended to represent Mrs. Van Siever. "It is very good, unquestionably good," said Mrs. Dobbs Broughton. "I do not for a moment doubt that you would make a great picture of it. It is just the subject for you, Conway. So much imagination, and yet such a scope for portraiture. It would be full of action, and yet such perfect repose, and the lights and shadows would be exactly in your line. I can see at a glance how you would manage the light in the tent and bring it down just on the nail. And then the pose of the woman would be so good, so much strength and yet such grace. You should have the bowl he drank the milk out of, so as to tell the whole story. No painter living tells the story so well as you do, Conway." Conway Dalrymple knew that the woman was talking nonsense to him, and yet he liked it and liked her for talking it. "But Mr. Dalrymple can paint his Sisera without making me a Jael," said Miss Van Siever. "Of course he can," said Mrs. Broughton. "But I never will," said the artist. "I conceived the subject as connected with you, and will never disjoin the two ideas." "I think it no compliment, I can assure you," said Miss Van Siever. "And none was intended. But you may observe that artists in all ages have sought for higher types of models in painting women who have been violent or criminal, than have sufficed for them in their portraitures of gentleness and virtue. Look at all the Judiths and the Lucretias and the Charlotte Cordays. How much finer the women are than the Madonnas and the Saint Cecilias." "After that, Clara, you need not scruple to be a Jael," said Mrs. Broughton. "But I do scruple very much, so strongly that I know I shall never do it. In the first place, I don't know why Mr. Dalrymple wants it." "Want it?" said Conway. "I want to paint a striking picture." "But you could do that without putting me into it." "No, not this picture. And why should you object? It is the commonest thing in the world for ladies to sit to artists in that manner." "People would know it." "Nobody would know it, so that you'd need care about it. What would it matter if everybody knew it? We are not proposing anything improper, are we, Mrs. Broughton?" "She shall not be pressed if she does not like it," said Mrs. Broughton. "You know, I told you before Clara came in that I was afraid it could not be done." "And I don't like it," said Miss Van Siever with some little hesitation in her voice. "I don't see anything improper in it, if you mean that," said Mrs. Broughton. "But, mamma—" "Well, yes, that is the difficulty, no doubt. The only question is whether your mother is not so very singular as to make it impossible that you should comply with her in everything." "I am afraid that I do not comply with her in very much," said Miss Van Siever in her gentlest voice. "Oh, Clara!" "You drive me to say so, as otherwise I should be a hypocrite. Of course I ought not to have said it before Mr. Dalrymple." "You and Mr. Dalrymple will understand all about that, I dare say, before the picture is finished," said Mrs. Broughton. It did not take much persuasion on the part of Conway Dalrymple to get the consent of the younger lady to be painted, or of the elder to allow the sitting to go on in her room. When the question of easels and other apparatus came to be considered, Mrs. Broughton was rather flustered, and again declared with energy that the whole thing must fall to the ground. But a few more words from the painter restored her, and at last the arrangements were made. As Mrs. Dobbs Broughton's dear friend Madalina Demolines had said, Mrs. Dobbs Broughton liked a fevered existence. "What will Dobbs say?" she exclaimed more than once, and it was decided at last that Dobbs should know nothing about it, as long as it could be kept from him. "Of course he shall be told at last," said his wife. "I wouldn't keep anything from the dear fellow for all the world. But if he knew it at first, it would be sure to get through Musselborough to your mother." "I shall certainly beg that Mr. Broughton may not be taken into confidence if Mr. Musselborough is to follow," said Clara. "And it must be understood that I must cease to sit immediately, whatever may be the inconvenience, should mamma speak to me about it." This stipulation was made and conceded, and then Miss Van Siever went away, leaving the artist with Mrs. Dobbs Broughton. "And now, if you please, Conway, you had better go too," said the lady, as soon as there had been time for Miss Van Siever to get downstairs and out of the hall door. "Of course you are in a hurry to get rid of me." "Yes, I am." "A little while ago I improperly said that some suggestion of yours was nonsense, and you rebuked me for my blunt incivility. Might not I rebuke you now with equal justice?" "Do so, if you will, but leave me. I tell you, Conway, that in these matters you must either be guided by me, or you and I must cease to see each other. It does not do that you should remain here with me longer than the time usually allowed for a morning call. Clara has come and gone, and you also must go. I am sorry to disturb you, for you seem to be so very comfortable in that chair." "I am comfortable, and I can look at you. Come, there can be no harm in saying that, if I say nothing else. Well, there, now I am gone," whereupon he got up from his armchair. "But you are not gone while you stand there. And you would wish me to marry that girl?" "I do, if you can love her." "And what about her love?" "You must win it, of course. She is to be won like any other woman. The fruit won't fall into your mouth merely because you open your lips. You must climb the tree." "Still climbing trees in the Hesperides," said Conway. "Love does that, you know. But it is hard to climb the trees without the love. It seems to me that I have done my climbing, have climbed as high as I knew how, and that the boughs are breaking with me, and that I am likely to get a fall. Do you understand me?" "I would rather not understand you." "That is no answer to my question. Do you understand that, at this moment, I am getting a fall which will break every bone in my skin and put any other climbing out of the question, as far as I am concerned? Do you understand that?" "No, I do not," said Mrs. Broughton in a tremulous voice. "Then I'll go and make love at once to Clara Van Siever. There's enough of pluck left in me to ask her to marry me, and I suppose I could manage to go through the ceremony if she accepted me." "But I want you to love her," said Mrs. Dobbs Broughton. "I dare say I should love her well enough after a bit. That is, if she didn't break my head or comb my hair. I suppose there will be no objection to my saying that you sent me when I ask her?" "Conway, you will of course not mention my name to her. I have suggested to you a marriage which I think would tend to make you happy, and would give you a stability in life which you want. It is perhaps better that I should be explicit at once. As an unmarried man I cannot continue to know you. You have said words of late which have driven me to this conclusion. I have thought about it much, too much perhaps, and I know that I am right. Miss Van Siever has beauty and wealth and intellect, and I think she would appreciate the love of such a man as you are. Now go." And Mrs. Dobbs Broughton, standing upright, pointed to the door. Conway Dalrymple slowly took his Spanish hat from off the marble slab on which he had laid it, and left the room without saying a word. The interview had been quite long enough, and there was nothing else which he knew how to say with effect. Croquet is a pretty game out of doors, and chess is delightful in a drawing-room. Battledore and shuttlecock and hunt the slipper have also their attractions. Proverbs are good, and cross questions with crooked answers may be made very amusing. But none of these games are equal to the game of love-making, providing that the players can be quite sure that there shall be no heart in the matter. Any touch of heart not only destroys the pleasure of the game, but makes the player awkward and incapable, and robs him of his skill. And thus it is that there are many people who cannot play the game at all. A deficiency of some needed internal physical strength prevents the owners of the heart from keeping a proper control over its valves, and thus emotion sets in, and the pulses are accelerated, and feeling supervenes. For such a one to attempt a game of love-making is as though your friend with the gout should insist on playing croquet. A sense of the ridiculous, if nothing else, should in either case deter the afflicted one from the attempt. There was no such absurdity with our friend Mrs. Dobbs Broughton and Conway Dalrymple. Their valves and pulses were all right. They could play the game without the slightest danger of any inconvenient result. Of any inconvenient result, that is, as regards their own feelings. Blind people cannot see, and stupid people cannot understand, and it might be that Mr. Dobbs Broughton, being both blind and stupid in such matters, might perceive something of the playing of the game, and not know that it was only a game of skill. When I say that as regarded these two lovers there was nothing of love between them, and that the game was therefore so far innocent, I would not be understood as asserting that these people had no hearts within their bosoms. Mrs. Dobbs Broughton probably loved her husband in a sensible, humdrum way, feeling him to be a bore, knowing him to be vulgar, aware that he often took a great deal more wine than was good for him, and that he was almost as uneducated as a hog. Yet she loved him, and showed her love by taking care that he should have things for dinner which he liked to eat. But in this alone there were to be found none of the charms of a fevered existence, and therefore Mrs. Dobbs Broughton, requiring those charms for her comfort, played her little game with Conway Dalrymple. And as regarded the artist himself, let no reader presume him to have been heartless because he flirted with Mrs. Dobbs Broughton. Doubtless he will marry some day, and will have a large family for which he will work hard, and will make a good husband to some stout lady who will be careful in looking after his linen. But on the present occasion he fell into some slight trouble, in spite of the innocence of his game. As he quitted his friend's room, he heard the hall door slammed heavily. Then there was a quick step on the stairs, and on the landing place above the first flight he met the master of the house, somewhat flurried as it seemed, and not looking comfortable, either as regarded his person or his temper. "By George, he's been drinking," Conway said to himself, after the first glance. Now it certainly was the case that poor Dobbs Broughton would sometimes drink at improper hours. "What the devil are you doing here?" said Dobbs Broughton to his friend the artist. "You're always here. You're here a deuced sight more than I like." Husbands, when they have been drinking, are very apt to make mistakes as to the purport of the game. "Why, Dobbs," said the painter, "there's something wrong with you." "No, there ain't. There's nothing wrong. And if there was, what's that to you? I shan't ask you to pay anything for me, I suppose." "Well, I hope not." "I won't have you here, and let that be an end of it. It's all very well when I choose to have a few friends to dinner, but my wife can do very well without your fal-lalling here all day. Will you remember that, if you please?" Conway Dalrymple, knowing that he had better not argue any question with a drunken man, took himself out of the house, shrugging his shoulders as he thought of the misery which his poor dear playfellow would now be called upon to endure. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of the last Chronicle of Barset, by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 27. A Hero at Home. On the morning after his visit to Miss Demolines, John Eames found himself at the Paddington station, asking for a ticket for Guestwick, and as he picked up his change, another gentleman also demanded a ticket for the same place. Had Guestwick been as Liverpool or Manchester, Eames would have thought nothing about it. It is a matter of course that men should always be going from London to Liverpool and Manchester. But it seemed odd to him that two men should want first-class tickets for so small a place as Guestwick at the same moment. and when afterwards he was placed by the guard in the same carriage with this other traveller, he could not but feel some little curiosity. The man was 4 or 5 years Johnny's senior, a good-looking fellow with a pleasant face and the outward appurtenances of a gentleman. The intelligent reader will no doubt be aware that the stranger was Major Grantly, but the intelligent reader has in this respect had much advantage over John Eames, who up to this time had never even heard of his cousin Grace Crawley's lover. "I think you were asking for a ticket for Guestwick," said Johnny, whereupon the Major owned that such was the case. "I lived at Guestwick the greater part of my life," said Johnny, "and it's the dullest, dearest little town in all England." "I never was there before," said the Major, "and indeed I can hardly say I am going there now. I shall only pass through it." Then he got out his newspaper, and Johnny also got out his, and for a time there was no conversation between them. John remembered how holy was the errand upon which he was intent, and gathered his thoughts together, resolving that having so great a matter on his mind he would think about nothing else, and speak about nothing at all. He was going down to Allington to ask Lily Dale for the last time whether she would be his wife, to ascertain whether he was to be successful or unsuccessful in the one great wish of his life. And as such was the case with him, as he had in hand a thing so vital, it would be nothing to him whether the chance companion of his voyage was an agreeable or a disagreeable person. He himself, in any of the ordinary circumstances of life, was prone enough to talk with any one he might meet. He could have travelled for 12 hours together with an old lady, and could listen to her or make her listen to him without half an hour's interruption. But this journey was made on no ordinary occasion, and it behoved him to think of Lily. Therefore, after the first little, almost necessary effort at civility, he fell back into gloomy silence. He was going to do his best to win Lily Dale, and this doing of his best would require all his thought and all his energy. And probably Major Grantly's mind was bent in the same direction. He too had this work before him, and could not look upon his work as a thing that was altogether pleasant. He might probably get that which he was intent upon obtaining. He almost knew, that he had won the heart of the girl whom he was seeking. There had been that between him and her which justified him in supposing that he was dear to her, although no expression of affection had ever passed her lips to his ears. Men may know all that they require to know on that subject without any plainly spoken words. Grace Crawley had spoken no word, and yet he had known, at any rate had not doubted, that he could have the place in her heart of which he desired to be the master. She would never surrender herself altogether till she had taught herself to be sure of him to whom she gave herself. But she had listened to him with silence that had not rebuked him, and he had told himself that he might venture without fear of that rebuke as to which the minds of some men are sensitive to a degree which other men cannot even understand. But for all this, Major Grantly could not be altogether happy as to his mission. He would ask Grace Crawley to be his wife, but he would be ruined by his own success, and the remembrance that he would be severed from all his own family by the thing that he was doing was very bitter to him. In generosity he might be silent about this to Grace, but who can endure to be silent on such a subject to the woman who is to be his wife? And then it would not be possible for him to abstain from explanation. He was now following her down to Allington, a step which he certainly would not have taken but for the misfortune which had befallen her father, and he must explain to her in some sort why he did so. He must say to her, if not in so many words, still almost as plainly as words could speak, "I am here now to ask you to be my wife, because you specially require the protection and countenance of the man who loves you in the present circumstances of your father's affairs." He knew that he was doing right, perhaps had some idea that he was doing nobly, but this very appreciation of his own good qualities made the task before him the more difficult. Major Grantly had the Times, and John Eames had the Daily News, and they exchanged papers. One had the last Saturday and the other the last Spectator, and they exchanged those also. Both had the Pall Mall Gazette, of which enterprising periodical they gradually came to discuss the merits and demerits, thus falling into conversation at last, in spite of the weight of the mission on which each of them was intent. Then at last, when they were within half an hour of the end of their journey, Major Grantly asked his companion what was the best inn at Guestwick. He had at first been minded to go to Allington at once, to go on to Allington and get his work done, and then return home or remain there, or find the nearest inn with a decent bed, as circumstances might direct him. But on reconsideration, as he drew nearer to the scene of his future operations, he thought that it might be well for him to remain that night at Guestwick. He did not quite know how far Allington was from Guestwick, but he did know that it was still midwinter, and the days were very short. The Magpie was the best inn, Johnny said. Having lived at Guestwick all his life, and having a mother living there now, he had never himself put up at the Magpie, but he believed it to be a good country inn. They kept post horses there, he knew. He did not tell the stranger that his late old friend Lord de Guest and his present old friend Lady Julia always hired post horses from the Magpie, but he grounded his ready assertion on the remembrance of that fact. "I think I shall stay there to-night," said the Major. "You'll find it pretty comfortable, I don't doubt," said Johnny. "Though indeed it always seems to me that a man alone at an inn has a very bad time of it. Reading is all very well, but one gets tired of it at last, and then I hate horsehair chairs." "It isn't very delightful," said the Major, "but beggars mustn't be choosers." Then there was a pause, after which the Major spoke again. "You don't happen to know which way Allington lies?" "Allington?" said Johnny. "Yes, Allington. Is there not a village called Allington?" "There is a village called Allington, certainly. It lies over there." And Johnny pointed with his finger through the window. "As you do not know the country, you can see nothing, but I can see the Allington trees at this moment." "I suppose there's no inn at Allington?" "There's a public house with a very nice clean bedroom. It's called the Red Lion. Miss Forrard keeps it. I would quite as soon stay there as at the Magpie, only if they don't expect you they won't have much for dinner." "Then you know the village of Allington?" "Yes, I know the village of Allington very well. I have friends living there. Indeed, I may say I know everybody in Allington." "Do you know Mrs. Dale?" "Mrs. Dale?" said Johnny. "Yes, I know Mrs. Dale. I have known Mrs. Dale pretty nearly all my life." Who could this man be who was going to see Mrs. Dale? Mrs. Dale, and consequently Lily Dale. He thought that he knew Mrs. Dale so well that she could have no visitor of whom he would not be entitled to have some knowledge. But Major Grantly had nothing more to say at the moment about Mrs. Dale. He had never seen Mrs. Dale in his life, and was now going to her house, not to see her, but a friend of hers. He found that he could not very well explain this to a stranger, and therefore at the moment he said nothing further. But Johnny would not allow the subject to be dropped. "Have you known Mrs. Dale long?" he asked. "I have not the pleasure of knowing her at all," said the Major. "I thought perhaps by your asking after her." "I intend to call upon her, that is all. I suppose they will have an omnibus here from the Magpie." Eames said that there no doubt would be an omnibus from the Magpie, and then they were at their journey's end. For the present we will follow John Eames, who went at once to his mother's house. It was his intention to remain there for 2 or 3 days, and then go over to the house, or rather to the cottage, of his great ally Lady Julia, which lay just beyond the Guestwick manor, and somewhat nearer to Allington than to the town of Guestwick. He had made up his mind that he would not himself go over to Allington till he could do so from Guestwick Cottage, as it was called, feeling that under certain untoward circumstances, should untoward circumstances arise, Lady Julia's sympathy might be more endurable than that of his mother. But he would take care that it should be known at Allington that he was in the neighbourhood. He understood the necessary strategy of his campaign too well to suppose that he could startle Lily into acquiescence. With his own mother and sister, John Eames was in these days quite a hero. He was a hero with them now, because in his early boyish days there had been so little about him that was heroic. Then there had been a doubt whether he would ever earn his daily bread, and he had been a very heavy burden on the slight family resources in the matter of jackets and trousers. The pride taken in our Johnny had not been great, though the love felt for him had been warm. But gradually things had changed, and John Eames had become heroic in his mother's eyes. A chance circumstance had endeared him to Earl de Guest, and from that moment things had gone well with him. The Earl had given him a watch and left him a fortune, and Sir Raffle Buffle had made him a private secretary. In the old days, when Johnny's love for Lily Dale was first discussed by his mother and sister, They had thought it impossible that Lily should ever bring herself to regard with affection so humble a suitor, for the Dales had ever held their heads up in the world. But now there was no misgiving on that score with Mrs. Eames and her daughter. Their wonder is that Lily Dale should be such a fool as to decline the love of such a man. So Johnny was received with the respect due to a hero, as well as with the affection belonging to a son, by which I mean it to be inferred that Mrs. Eames had got a little bit of fish for dinner, as well as a leg of mutton. "A man came down in the train with me, who says he is going to Allington," said Johnny. "I wonder who he can be. He is staying at the Magpie." "A friend of Captain Dale's, probably," said Mary. Captain Dale was the squire's nephew and his heir. "But this man was not going to the squire's, he was going to the small house." "Is he going to stay there?" "I suppose not, as he asked about the inn." Then Johnny reflected that the man might probably be a friend of Crosbie's, and became melancholy in consequence. Crosbie might have thought it expedient to send an ambassador down to prepare the ground for him before he should venture again upon the scene himself. If it was so, would it not be well that he, John Eames, should get over to Lily as soon as possible, and not wait till he should be staying with Lady Julia? It was at any rate incumbent upon him to call upon Lady Julia the next morning, because of his commission. The Berlin wool might remain in his portmanteau till his portmanteau should go with him to the cottage. But he would take the spectacles at once, and he must explain to Lady Julia what the lawyers had told him about the income. So he hired a saddle horse from the Magpie and started after breakfast on the morning after his arrival. In his unheroic days he would have walked, as he had done scores of times, over the whole distance from Guestwick to Allington. But now in these grander days he thought about his boots and the mud and the formal appearance of the thing. "Ah dear," he said to himself, as the nag walked slowly out of the town, "it used to be better with me in the old days. I hardly hoped that she would ever accept me, but at least she had never refused me. And then that brute had not as yet made his way down to Allington." He did not go very fast. After leaving the town he trotted on for a mile or so, but when he got to the palings of Guestwick Manor he let the animal walk again, and his mind ran back over the incidents of his life which were connected with the place. He remembered a certain long ramble which he had taken in those woods after Lily had refused him. That had been subsequent to the Crosbie episode in his life, and Johnny had been led to hope by certain of his friends, especially by Lord De Guest and his sister, that he might then be successful. But he had been unsuccessful, and had passed the bitterest hour of his life wandering about in those woods. Since that he had been unsuccessful again and again, but the bitterness of failure had not been so strong with him as on that first occasion. He would try again now, and if he failed, he would fail for the last time. As he was thinking of all this, a gig overtook him on the road, and looking round he saw that the occupant of the gig was the man who had travelled with him on the previous day in the train. Major Grantly was alone in the gig, and as he recognised John Eames he stopped his horse. "Are you going to Allington?" he asked. John Eames, with something of scorn in his voice, replied that he had no intention of going to Allington on that day. He still thought that this man might be an emissary from Crosbie, and therefore resolved that but scant courtesy was due to him. "I am on my way there now," said Grantly, "and am going to the house of your friend. May I tell her that I travelled with you yesterday?" "Yes, sir," said Johnny. "You may tell her that you came down with John Eames." "And are you John Eames?" asked the major. "If you have no objection," said Johnny; "but I can hardly suppose that you have ever heard my name before." "It is familiar to me, because I have the pleasure of knowing a cousin of yours, Miss Grace Crawley." "My cousin is at present staying at Allington with Mrs. Dale," said Johnny. "Just so," said the major, who now began to reflect that he had been indiscreet in mentioning Grace Crawley's name. No doubt every one connected with the family, all the Crawleys, all the Dales, and all the Eameses, would soon know the business which had brought him down to Allington. But he need not have taken the trouble of beginning the story against himself. John Eames, in truth, had never even heard Major Grantly's name, and was quite unaware of the fortune which awaited his cousin. Even after what he had now been told, he still suspected the stranger of being an emissary from his enemy. But the major, not giving him credit for his ignorance, was annoyed with himself for having told so much of his own history. "I will tell the ladies that I had the pleasure of meeting you," he said. That is, if I am lucky enough to see them." And then he drove on. "I know I should hate that fellow if I were to meet him anywhere again," said Johnny to himself as he rode on. "When I take an aversion to a fellow at first sight, I always stick to it. It's instinct, I suppose." And he was still giving himself the credit for the strength of his instincts when he reached Lady Julia's cottage. He rode at once into the stable yard with the privilege of an accustomed friend of the house, and having given up his horse, entered the cottage by the back door. "Is my lady at home, Jemima?" he said to the maid. "Yes, Mr. John, she's in the drawing room, and friends of yours are with her." Then he was announced, and found himself in the presence of Lady Julia, Lily Dale, and Grace Crawley. He was very warmly received. Lady Julia really loved him dearly, and would have done anything in her power to bring about a match between him and Lily. Grace was his cousin, and though she had not seen him often, she was prepared to love him dearly as Lily's lover. And Lily loved him dearly too, if only she could have brought herself to love him as he wished to be loved. To all of them Johnny Eames was something of a hero. At any rate, in the eyes of all of them, he possessed those virtues which seemed to them to justify them in petting him and making much of him. "I'm so glad you've come. That is, if you've brought my spectacles," said Lady Julia. "My pockets are crammed with spectacles," said Johnny. "And when are you coming to me?" "I was thinking of Tuesday." "No, don't come till Wednesday." "But I mean Monday." "No, Monday won't do. Come on Tuesday, early, and drive me out. And now tell me the news." Johnny swore that there was no news. He made a brave attempt to be gay and easy before Lily, but he failed, and he knew that he failed. And he knew that she knew that he failed. "Mamma will be so glad to see you," said Lily. "I suppose you haven't seen Bell yet?" "I only got to Guestwick yesterday afternoon," said he. "And it will be so nice our having Grace at the Small House, won't it? Uncle Christopher has quite taken a passion for Grace, so that I am hardly anybody now in the Allington world." "By the by," said Johnny, "I came down here with a friend of yours, Grace." "A friend of mine?" said Grace. "So he says, and he is at Allington at this moment. He passed me in a gig going there." "And what was his name?" Lily asked. "I have not the remotest idea," said Johnny. "He is a man about my own age, very good looking, and apparently very well able to take care of himself. He is short-sighted and holds a glass in one eye when he looks out of a carriage window. That's all that I know about him." Grace Crawley's face had become suffused with blushes at the first mention of the friend and the gig, but then Grace blushed very easily. Lily knew all about it at once divined who must be the friend in the gig, and was almost beside herself with joy. Lady Julia, who had heard no more of the Major than had Johnny, was still clever enough to perceive that the friend must be a particular friend, for she had noticed Miss Crawley's blushes, and Grace herself had no doubt as to the man. The picture of her lover with the glass in his eye as he looked out of the window had been too perfect to admit of a doubt. In her distress she put out her hand and took hold of Lily's dress. "And you say he is at Allington now?" said Lily. "I have no doubt that he is at the Small House at this moment," said Johnny. End of chapter 27.
Chapter 28 of the Last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 28, showing how Major Grantly took a walk. Major Grantly drove his gig into the yard of the Red Lion at Allington, and from thence walked away at once to Mrs. Dale's house. When he reached the village he had hardly made up his mind as to the way in which he would begin his attack. But now, as he went down the street, he resolved that he would first ask for Mrs. Dale. Most probably he would find himself in the presence of Mrs. Dale and her daughter, and of Grace also, at his first entrance. And if so, his position would be awkward enough. He almost regretted now that he had not written to Mrs. Dale and asked for an interview. His task would be very difficult if he should find all the ladies together, but he was strong in the feeling that when his purpose was told, it would meet the approval, at any rate, of Mrs. Dale. And he walked boldly on, and bravely knocked at the door of the Small House, as he had already learned that Mrs. Dale's residence was called by all the neighbourhood. Nobody was at home, the servant said, and then, when the visitor began to make further inquiry, the girl explained that the two young ladies had walked as far as Guestwick cottage, and that Mrs. Dale was at this moment at the great house with the squire. She had gone across soon after the young ladies had started. The maid, however, was interrupted before she had finished telling all this to the Major, by finding her mistress behind her in the passage. Mrs. Dale had returned, and had entered the house from the lawn. "I am here now, Jane," said Mrs. Dale, "if the gentleman wishes to see me." Then the Major announced himself. "My name is Major Grantley," said he. And he was blundering on with some words about his own intrusion, when Mrs. Dale begged him to follow her into the drawing-room. He had muttered something to the effect that Mrs. Dale would not know who he was, but Mrs. Dale knew all about him, and had heard the whole of Grace's story from Lily. She and Lily had often discussed the question whether, under existing circumstances, Major Grantley should feel himself bound to offer his hand to Grace, and the mother and daughter had differed somewhat on the matter. Mrs. Dale had held that he was not so bound, urging that the unfortunate position in which Mr. Crawley was placed was so calamitous to all connected with him as to justify any man, not absolutely engaged, in abandoning the thoughts of such a marriage. Mrs. Dale had spoken of Major Grantley's father and mother, and brother and sister, and had declared her opinion that they were entitled to consideration. But Lily had opposed this idea very stoutly, asserting that in an affair of love a man should think neither of father or brother or mother or sister. "If he is worth anything," Lily had said, "he will come to her now in her trouble, and will tell her that she at least has got a friend who will be true to her. If he does that, then I shall think that there is something of the poetry and nobleness of love left." In answer to this, Mrs. Dale had replied that women had no right to expect from men such self-denying nobility as that. "I don't expect it, mamma," said Lily, "and I am sure that Grace does not. Indeed, I am quite sure that Grace does not expect even to see him ever again. She never says so, but I know that she has made up her mind about it. Still, I think he ought to come. It can hardly be that a man is bound to do a thing, the doing of which, as you confess, would be almost more than noble," said Mrs. Dale. And so the matter had been discussed between them. But now, as it seemed to Mrs. Dale, the man had come to do this noble thing. At any rate, he was there in her drawing-room, and before either of them had sat down, he had contrived to mention Grace. "You may not probably have heard my name," he said, "but I am acquainted with your friend Miss Crawley." "I know your name very well, Major Grantley. My brother-in-law, who lives over yonder, Mr. Dale, knows your father very well, or he did some years ago, and I have heard him say that he remembers you. I recollect he used to be staying at Ullathorne, but that is a long time ago. Is he at home now?" "Mr. Dale is almost always at home. He very rarely goes away, and I am sure would be glad to see you." Then there was a little pause in the conversation. They had managed to seat themselves, and Mrs. Dale had said enough to put her visitor fairly at his ease. If he had anything special to say to her, he must say it. Any request or proposition to make as to Grace Crawley, he must make it. And he did make it, at once. "My object in coming to Allington," he said, "was to see Miss Crawley. She and my daughter have taken a long walk to call on a friend, and I am afraid they will stay for lunch, but they will certainly be home between 3 and 4, if that is not too long for you to remain at Allington." "Oh dear, no," he said. "It will not hurt me to wait." "It certainly will not hurt me, Major Grantley. Perhaps you will lunch with me. I'll tell you what, Mrs. Dale. If you'll permit me, I'll explain to you why I have come here. Indeed, I have intended to do so all through, and can only ask you to keep my secret, if after all it should require to be kept." "I will certainly keep any secret that you may ask me to keep," said Mrs. Dale, taking off her bonnet. "I hope there may be no need of one," said Major Grantley. "The truth is, Mrs. Dale, that I have known Miss Crawley for some time, nearly for 2 years now, and, I may as well speak it out at once, I have made up my mind to ask her to be my wife. That is why I am here." Considering the nature of the statement, which must have been embarrassing, I think it was made with fluency and simplicity. "Of course, Major Grantley, you know that I have no authority with our young friend," said Mrs. Dale. "I mean that she is not connected with us by family ties. She has a father and mother, living, as I believe, in the same county with yourself." "I know that, Mrs. Dale." And you may perhaps understand that, as Miss Crawley is now staying with me, I owe it in a measure to her friends to ask you whether they are aware of your intention. They are not aware of it. I know that at the present time they are in great trouble." Mrs. Dale was going on, but she was interrupted by Major Grantley. "That is just it," he said. "There are circumstances at present which make it almost impossible that I should go to Mr. Crawley and ask his permission to address his daughter. I do not know whether you have heard the whole story?" "As much, I believe, as Grace could tell me. He is, I believe, in such a state of mental distress as to be hardly capable of giving me a considerate answer, and I should not know how to speak to him, or how not to speak to him about this unfortunate affair. But, Mrs. Dale, you will, I think, perceive that the same circumstances make it imperative upon me to be explicit with Miss Crawley. I think I am the last man to boast of a woman's regard, but I had learned to think that I was not indifferent to Grace. If that be so, what must she think of me if I stay away from her now? She understands too well the weight of the misfortune which has fallen upon her father to suppose that any one not connected with her can be bound to share it." "That is just it. She will think that I am silent for that reason. I have determined that shall not keep me silent, and therefore I have come here. I may perhaps be able to bring comfort to her in her trouble. As regards my worldly position, though indeed it will not be very good, as hers is not good either, you will not think yourself bound to forbid me to see her on that head?" "Certainly not. I need hardly say that I fully understand that, as regards money, you are offering everything where you can get nothing." "And you understand my feeling?" "Indeed I do, and appreciate the great nobility of your love for Grace. You shall see her here, if you wish, and to-day, if you choose to wait." Major Grantley said that he would wait, and would see Grace on that afternoon. Mrs. Dale again suggested that he should lunch with her, but this he declined. She then proposed that he should go across and call upon the squire, and thus consume his time. But to this he also objected. He was not exactly in the humour, he said, to renew so old and so slight an acquaintance at that time. Mr. Dale would probably have forgotten him, and would be sure to ask what had brought him to Allington. He would go and take a walk, he said, and come again exactly at 3:30. Mrs. Dale again expressed her certainty that the young ladies would be back by that time, and Major Grantley left the house. Mrs. Dale, when she was left alone, could not but compare the good fortune which was awaiting Grace with the evil fortune which had fallen on her own child. Here was a man who was at all points a gentleman. Such at least was the character which Mrs. Dale at once conceded to him, and Grace had chanced to come across this man, and to please his eye and to satisfy his taste, and be loved by him, and the result of that chance would be that Grace would have everything given to her that the world has to give worth acceptance. She would have a companion for her life whom she could trust, admire, love, and of whom she could be infinitely proud. Mrs. Dale was not at all aware whether Major Grantley might have 500 a year to spend, or 5,000, or what sum intermediate between the two, nor did she give much of her thoughts at that moment to that side of the subject. She knew without thinking of it, or fancied that she knew, that there were means sufficient for comfortable living. It was solely the nature and character of the man that was in her mind, and the sufficiency that was to be found in them for a wife's happiness. But her daughter, her Lily, had come across a man who was a scoundrel, and as a consequence of that meeting all her life was marred. Could any credit be given to Grace for her success, or any blame attached to Lily for her failure? Surely not the latter. How was her girl to have guarded herself from a love so unfortunate, or have avoided the rock on which her vessel had been shipwrecked? Then many bitter thoughts passed through Mrs. Dale's mind, and she almost envied Grace Crawley, her lover. Lily was contented to remain as she was, but Lily's mother could not bring herself to be satisfied that her child should fill a lower place in the world than other girls. It had ever been her idea, an idea probably never absolutely uttered even to herself, but not the less practically conceived, that it is the business of a woman to be married, that her Lily should have been won and not worn, had been and would be a trouble to her forever. Major Grantley went back to the inn and saw his horse fed and smoked a cigar, and then, finding that it was still only just 1 o'clock, he started for a walk. He was careful not to go out of Allington by the road he had entered it, as he had no wish to encounter Grace and her friend on their return into the village. So he crossed the little brook that runs at the bottom of the hill on which the chief street of Allington is built, and turned into a field path to the left as soon as he had got beyond the houses. Not knowing the geography of the place, he did not understand that by taking that path he was making his way back to the squire's house. But it was so, and after sauntering on for about a mile and crossing back again over the stream, of which he took no notice, he found himself leaning across a gate and looking into a paddock, on the other side of which was the high wall of a gentleman's garden. To avoid this he went on a little further and found himself on a farm road, and before he could retrace his steps, so as not to be seen, he met a gentleman whom he presumed to be the owner of the house. It was the squire, surveying his home farm, as was his daily custom. But Major Grantly had not perceived that the house must of necessity be Allington House, having been aware that he had passed the entrance to the place as he entered the village on the other side. "I'm afraid I'm intruding," he said, lifting his hat. "I came up the path yonder, not knowing that it would lead me so close to a gentleman's house." "There is a right-of-way through the fields on to the Guestwick road," said the squire, "and therefore you are not trespassing in any sense. But we are not particular about such things down here, and you would be very welcome if there were no right-of-way. If you are a stranger, perhaps you would like to see the outside of the old house. People think it picturesque." Then Major Grantly became aware that this must be the squire, and he was annoyed with himself for his own awkwardness in having thus come upon the house. He would have wished to keep himself altogether unseen, if it had been possible, and especially unseen by this old gentleman, to whom, now that he had met him, he was almost bound to introduce himself. But he was not absolutely bound to do so, and he determined that he would still keep his peace. Even if the squire should afterwards hear of his having been there, what would it matter? But to proclaim himself at the present moment would be disagreeable to him. He permitted the squire, however, to lead him to the front of the house, and in a few moments he was standing on the terrace, hearing an account of the architecture of the mansion. "You can see the date still in the brickwork on one of the chimneys. That is, if your eyes are very good, you can see it. 1617. It was completed in that year, and very little has been done to it since. We think the chimneys are pretty." "They are very pretty," said the Major. "Indeed, the house altogether is as graceful as it can be." "Those trees are old, too," said the squire, pointing to two cedars which stood at the side of the house. "They say they are older than the house, but I don't feel sure of it. There was a mansion here before, very nearly, though not quite on the same spot." "Your own ancestors were living here before that, I suppose," said Grantly, meaning to be civil. "Well, yes, 200 or 300 years before it, I suppose. If you don't mind coming down to the churchyard, you'll get an excellent view of the house, by far the best that there is. By the by, would you like to step in and take a glass of wine?" "I am very much obliged," said the Major, "but indeed I'd rather not." Then he followed the squire down to the churchyard, and was shown the church, as well as the view of the house and the vicarage, and a view over to Allington Woods from the vicarage gate, of which the squire was very fond. And in this way he was taken back on to the Guestwick side of the village, and even down on to the road by which he had entered it, without in the least knowing where he was. He looked at his watch and saw that it was past 2. "I am very much obliged to you, sir," he said, again taking off his hat to the squire, "and if I shall not be intruding, I'll make my way back to the village." "What village?" said the squire. "To Allington," said Grantly. "This is Allington," said the squire, and as he spoke, Lily Dale and Grace Crawley turned a corner from the Guestwick road and came close upon them. "Well, girls, I did not expect to see you," said the squire. "Your mamma told me you wouldn't be back till it was nearly dark, Lily." "We have come back earlier than we intended," said Lily. She, of course, had seen the stranger with her uncle, and knowing the ways of the squire in such matters, had expected to be introduced to him. But the reader will be aware that no introduction was possible. It never occurred to Lily that this man could be Major Grantly, of whom she and Grace had been talking during the whole length of the walk home. But Grace and her lover had of course known each other at once, and Grantly, though he was abashed and almost dismayed by the meeting, of course came forward and gave his hand to his friend. Grace, in taking it, did not utter a word. "Perhaps I ought to have introduced myself to you as Major Grantly," said he, turning to the squire. "Major Grantly! Dear me, I had no idea that you were expected in these parts." "I have come without being expected." "You are very welcome, I'm sure. I hope your father is well. I used to know him some years ago, and I dare say he has not forgotten me." Then, while the girl stood by in silence, and while Grantly was endeavouring to escape, the squire invited him very warmly to send his portmanteau up to the house. "We'll have the ladies up from the house below, and make it as little dull for you as possible." But this would not have suited Grantly. At any rate, it would not suit him till he should know what answer he was to have. He excused himself, therefore, pleading a positive necessity to be at Guestwick that evening, and then, explaining that he had already seen Mrs. Dale, he expressed his intention of going back to the small house, in company with the ladies, if they would allow him. The squire, who did not as yet quite understand it all, bade him a formal adieu, and Lily led the way home down behind the churchyard wall and through the bottom of the gardens belonging to the great house. She, of course, knew now who the stranger was, and did all in her power to relieve Grace of her embarrassment. Grace had hitherto not spoken a single word since she had seen her lover, nor did she say a word to him in their walk to the house, and in truth he was not much more communicative than Grace. Lily did all the talking, and with wonderful female skill contrived to have some words ready for use, till they all found themselves together in Mrs. Dale's drawing-room. "I have caught the Major, mamma, and landed him," said Lily, laughing. "But I'm afraid, from what I hear, that you had caught him first." End of chapter 28.
Chapter 29 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 29. Miss Lily Dale's Logic. Lady Julia de Guest always lunched at 1 exactly, and it was not much past 12 when John Eames made his appearance at the cottage. He was, of course, told to stay, and of course said that he would stay. It had been his purpose to lunch with Lady Julia, but then he had not expected to find Lily Dale at the cottage. Lily herself would have been quite at her ease, protected by Lady Julia, but somewhat protected also by her own powers of fence, had it not been that Grace was there also. But Grace Crawley, from the moment that she had heard the description of the gentleman who looked out of the window with his glass in his eye, had by no means been at her ease. Lily saw at once that she could not be brought to join in any conversation, and both John and Lady Julia, in their ignorance of the matter in hand, made matters worse. "So that was Major Grantly," said John. "I have heard of him before, I think. He is the son of the old archdeacon, is he not?" "I don't know about old archdeacon," said Lady Julia. "The archdeacon is the son of the old bishop, whom I remember very well. And it is not so very long since the bishop died either." "I wonder what he's doing at Allington," said Johnny. "I think he knows my uncle," said Lily. "But he's going to call on your mother," he said. Then Johnny remembered that the Major had said something as to knowing Miss Crawley, and for the moment he was silent. "I remember when they talked of making the son a bishop also," said Lady Julia. "What, this same man who is now a major?" said Johnny. "No, you goose, he is not the son, he is the grandson. They were going to make the archdeacon a bishop, and I remember hearing that he was terribly disappointed. He is getting to be an old man now, I suppose, and yet, dear me, how well I remember his father." "He didn't look like a bishop's son," said Johnny. "How does a bishop's son look?" Lily asked. "I suppose he ought to have some sort of clerical tinge about him, but this fellow had nothing of that kind." "But then this fellow, as you call him," said Lily, "is only the son of an archdeacon." "That accounts for it, I suppose," said Johnny. But during all this time Grace did not say a word, and Lily perceived it. Then she bethought herself as to what she had better do. Grace, she knew, could not be comfortable where she was. Nor, indeed, was it probable that Grace would be very comfortable in returning home. There could not be much ease for Grace till the coming meeting between her and Major Grantly should be over. But it would be better that Grace should go back to Allington at once, and better also, perhaps, for Major Grantly that it should be so. "Lady Julia," she said, "I don't think we'll mind stopping for lunch to-day." "Nonsense, my dear, you promised." "I think we must break our promise. I do indeed. You mustn't be angry with us." And Lily looked at Lady Julia as though there was something which Lady Julia ought to understand, which she, Lily, could not quite explain. I fear that Lily was false, and intended her old friend to believe that she was running away because John Eames had come there. "But you will be famished," said Lady Julia. "We shall live through it," said Lily. "It is out of the question that I should let you walk all the way here from Allington and all the way back without taking something." "We shall just be home in time for lunch, if we go now," said Lily. "Will not that be best, Grace?" Grace hardly knew what would be best. She only knew that Major Grantly was at Allington, and that he had come thither to see her. The idea of hurrying back after him was unpleasant to her, and yet she was so flurried that she felt thankful to Lily for taking her away from the cottage. The matter was compromised at last. They remained for half an hour and ate some biscuits and pretended to drink a glass of wine, and then they started. John Eames, who in truth believed that Lily Dale was running away from him, was by no means well pleased, and when the girls were gone did not make himself so agreeable to his old friend as he should have done. "What a fool I am to come here at all," he said, throwing himself into an armchair as soon as the front door was closed. "That's very civil to me, John." "You know what I mean, Lady Julia. I am a fool to come near her until I can do so without thinking more of her than I do of any other girl in the county." "I don't think you have anything to complain of as of yet," said Lady Julia, who had in some sort perceived that Lily's retreat had been on Grace's account and not on her own. "It seems to me that Lily was very glad to see you, and when I told her that you were coming to stay here and would be near them for some days, she seemed to be quite pleased. She did indeed." "Then why did she run away the moment I came in?" said Johnny. "I think it was something you said about that man who had gone to Allington." "What difference can the man make to her? The truth is, I despise myself. I do indeed, Lady Julia. Only think of my meeting Crosbie at dinner the other day, and his having the impertinence to come up and shake hands with me." "I suppose he didn't say anything about what happened at the Paddington station?" "No, he didn't speak about that. I wish I knew whether she cares for him still. If I thought she did, I would never speak another word to her. I mean about myself. Of course I am not going to quarrel with them. I am not such a fool as that." Then Lady Julia tried to comfort him, and succeeded so far that he was induced to eat the minced veal that had been intended for the comfort and support of the two young ladies who had run away. "Do you think it is he?" were the first words which Grace said when they were fairly on their way back together. "I should think it must be. What other man can there be of that sort who would be likely to come to Allington to see you?" "His coming is not likely. I cannot understand that he should come. He let me leave Silverbridge without seeing me, and I thought that he was quite right." "And I think he is quite right to come here. I am very glad he has come. It shows that he has really something like a heart inside him. Had he not come, or sent, or written, or taken some step before the trial comes on to make you know that he was thinking of you, I should have said that he was as hard as any other man that I ever heard of. Men are so hard, but I don't think he is now. I am beginning to regard him as the one chevalier sans peur et sans reproche, and to fancy that you ought to go down on your knees before him and kiss his Highness's shoe buckle. In judging of men, one's mind vacillates so quickly between the scorn which is due to a false man and the worship which is due to a true man." Then she was silent for a moment, but Grace said nothing, and Lily continued. "I tell you fairly, Grace, that I shall expect very much from you now." "Much in what way, Lily?" "In the way of worship. I shall not be content that you should merely love him. If he has come here, as he must have done, to say that the moment of the world's reproach is the moment he has chosen to ask you to be his wife, I think that you will owe him more than love." "I shall owe him more than love, and I will pay him more than love," said Grace. There was something in the tone of her voice as she spoke which made Lily stop and look up into her face. There was a smile there which Lily had never seen before, and which gave a beauty to her which was wonderful to Lily's eyes. Surely this lover of Grace's must have seen her smile like that, and therefore had loved her and was giving such wonderful proof of his love. "Yes," continued Grace, standing and looking at her friend. "You may stare at me, Lily, but you may be sure that I will do for Major Grantly all the good that I can do for him." "What do you mean, Grace?" "Never mind what I mean. You are very imperious in managing your own affairs, and you must let me be so equally in mine. But I tell you everything. Do you suppose that if If in truth it can be possibly the case that Major Grantly shall have come here to offer me his hand, when we are all ground down into the dust, as we are, do you think that I will let him sacrifice himself? Would you?" "Certainly. Why not? There will be no sacrifice. He will be asking for that which he wishes to get, and you will be bound to give it to him. If he wants it, where is his nobility? If it be as you say, he will have shown himself noble, and his nobility will have consisted in this, that he has been willing to take that which he does not want, in order that he may succour one whom he loves. I also will succour one whom I love, as best I know how." Then she walked on quickly before her friend, and Lily stood for a moment thinking before she followed her. They were now on a field path, by which they were enabled to escape the road back to Allington for the greater part of the distance, and Grace had reached a stile and had clambered over it before Lily had caught her. "You must not go away by yourself," said Lily. "I don't wish to go away by myself." "I want you to stop a moment and listen to me. I am sure you are wrong in this, wrong for both your sakes. You believe that he loves you? I thought he did once, and if he has come here to see me, I suppose he does still. If that be the case, and if you also love him—" "I do. I make no mystery about that to you. I do love him with all my heart. I love him to-day, now that I believe him to be here, and that I suppose I shall see him, perhaps this very afternoon. And I loved him yesterday, when I thought that I should never see him again. I do love him. I do. I love him so well that I will never do him an injury. That being so, if he makes you an offer, you are bound to accept it. I do not think that you have an alternative." "I have an alternative, and I shall use it. Why don't you take my cousin John?" "Because I like somebody else better, and if you have got as good a reason, I won't say another word to you." "And why don't you take that other person?" "Because I cannot trust his love. That is why. It is not very kind of you, opening my sores afresh, when I am trying to heal yours." "Oh, Lily, am I unkind? Unkind to you, who have been so generous to me?" "I'll forgive you all that and a deal more, if you will only listen to me and try to take my advice. Because this major of yours does a generous thing, which is for the good of you both, the infinite good of both of you, you are to emulate his generosity by doing a thing which will be for the good of neither of you. That is about it. Yes, it is, Grace. You cannot doubt that he has been meaning this for some time past. And of course, if he looks upon you as his own, and I dare say, if the whole truth is to be told, he does. But I am not his own." "Yes, you are, in one sense. You have just said so with a great deal of energy. And if it be so, let me see, where was I? Oh, Lily, you need not mind where you were." "But I do mind, and I hate to be interrupted in my arguments." "Yes, just that. If he saw his cow sick, he'd try to doctor the cow in her sickness. He sees that you are sick, and of course he comes to your relief." "I am not Major Grantly's cow." "Yes, you are. Nor his dog, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is his, except, Lily, the dearest friend that he has on the face of the earth. He cannot have a friend that will go further for him than I will. He will never know how far I will go to serve him. You don't know his people, nor do I know them. But I know what they are. His sister is married to a marquis." "What has that got to do with it?" said Lily sharply. "If you were married to an archduke, what difference would that make? And they are proud people, all of them, and rich, and they live with high persons in the world. I didn't care though they lived with the royal family and had the Prince of Wales for their bosom friend. It only shows how much better he is than they are. But think what my family is, how we are situated. When my father was simply poor, I did not care about it, because he has been born and bred a gentleman. But now he is disgraced. Yes, Lily, he is. I am bound to say so, at any rate to myself, when I am thinking of Major Grantly. And I will not carry that disgrace into a family which would feel it so keenly as they would do." Lily, however, went on with her arguments, and was still arguing, when they turned the corner of the lane and came upon Lily's uncle and the Major himself. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 30. Showing what Major Grantley did after his walk. In going down from the church to the small house, Lily Dale had all the conversation to herself. During some portion of the way the path was only broad enough for two persons, and here Major Grantley walked by Lily's side, while Grace followed them. Then they found their way into the house, and Lily made her little speech to her mother about catching the Major. "Yes, my dear, I have seen Major Grantley before," said Mrs. Dale. "I suppose he has met you on the road, but I did not expect that any of you would have returned so soon." Some little explanation followed as to the squire and as to Major Grantley's walk, and after that the great thing was to leave the two lovers alone. "You will dine here, of course, Major Grantley," Mrs. Dale said. But this he declined. He had learnt, he said, that there was a night train up to London, and he thought that he would return to town by that. He had intended when he left London to get back as soon as possible. Then Mrs. Dale, having hesitated for 2 or 3 seconds, got up and left the room, and Lily followed. "It seems very odd and abrupt," said Mrs. Dale to her daughter, "but I suppose it is best." "Of course it is best, mamma. Do as one would be done by. That's the only rule. It will be much better for her that she should have it over." Grace was seated on a sofa, and Major Grantley got up from his chair and came and stood opposite to her. "Grace," he said, "I hope you are not angry with me for coming down to see you here." "No, I am not angry," she said. "I have thought a great deal about it, and your friend, Miss Prettyman, knew that I was coming. She quite approves of my coming." "She has written to me, but did not tell me of it," said Grace, not knowing what other answer to make. "No, she could not have done that. She had no authority. I only mention her name because it will have weight with you, and because I have not done that which, under other circumstances, perhaps I should have been bound to do. I have not seen your father." "Poor papa," said Grace. "I have felt that at the present moment I could not do so with any success. It has not come of any want of respect either for him or for you. Of course, Grace, you know why I am here." He paused, and then, remembering that he had no right to expect an answer to such a question, he continued, "I have come here, dearest Grace, to ask you to be my wife, and to be a mother to Edith. I know that you love Edith." "I do indeed." "And I have hoped sometimes, though I suppose I ought not to say so, but I have hoped, and almost thought sometimes, that you have been willing to love me too. It is better to tell the truth simply, is it not?" "I suppose so," said Grace. "And therefore, and because I love you dearly myself, I have come to ask you to be my wife." Saying which, he opened out his hand and held it to her, but she did not take it. "There is my hand, Grace. If your heart is as I would have it, you can give me yours, and I shall want nothing else to make me happy." But still she made no motion towards granting him his request. "If I have been too sudden," he said, "you must forgive me for that. I have been sudden and abrupt, but as things are, no other way has been open to me. Can you not bring yourself to give me some answer, Grace?" His hand had now fallen again to his side, but he was still standing before her. She had said no word to him as yet, except that one in which she had acknowledged her love for his child, and had expressed no surprise even in her countenance at his proposal. And yet the idea that he should do such a thing, since the idea that he certainly would do it had become clear to her, had filled her with a world of surprise. No girl ever lived with any beauty belonging to her who had a smaller knowledge of her own possession than Grace Crawley. Nor had she the slightest pride in her own acquirements. That she had been taught in many things more than had been taught to other girls had come of her poverty and of the desolation of her home. She had learned to read Greek and Italian because there had been nothing else for her to do in that sad house. And subsequently accuracy of knowledge had been necessary for the earning of her bread. I think that Grace had at times been weak enough to envy the idleness and almost to envy the ignorance of other girls. Her figure was light, perfect in symmetry, full of grace at all points. But she had thought nothing of her figure, remembering only the poverty of her dress, but remembering also with a brave resolution that she would never be ashamed of it. And as her acquaintance with Major Grantley had begun and had grown, and as she had learned to feel unconsciously that his company was pleasanter to her than that of any other person she knew, she had still told herself that anything like love must be out of the question. But then words had been spoken, and there had been glances in his eye, and a tone in his voice, and a touch upon his fingers, of which she could not altogether refuse to accept the meaning. And others had spoken to her of it, the two Miss Prettymans and her friend Lily. Yet she would not admit to herself that it could be so, and she would not allow herself to confess to herself that she loved him. Then had come the last killing misery to which her father had been subjected. He had been accused of stealing money, and had been committed to be tried for theft. From that moment, at any rate, any hope, if there had been a hope, must be crushed. But she swore to herself bravely that there had been no such hope, and she assured herself also that nothing had passed which had entitled her to expect anything beyond ordinary friendship from the man of whom she certainly had thought much. Even if those touches and those tones and those glances had meant anything, all such meaning must be annihilated by this disgrace which had come upon her. She might know that her father was innocent. She might be sure at any rate that he had been innocent in intention. But the world thought differently, and she, her brother and sister, and her mother and her poor father must bend to the world's opinion. If those dangerous joys had meant anything, they must be taken as meaning nothing more. Thus she had argued with herself, and, fortified by such self-teachings, she had come down to Allington. Since she had been with her friends, there had come upon her from day to day a clear conviction that her arguments had been undoubtedly true, a clear conviction which had been very cold to her heart in spite of all her courage. She had expected nothing, hoped for nothing, and yet when nothing came she was sad. She thought of one special half hour in which he had said almost all that he might have said, more than he ought to have said, of a moment during which her hand had remained in his, of a certain pressure with which he had put her shawl upon her shoulders. If he had only written to her one word to tell her that he believed her father was innocent. But no, she had no right to expect anything from him. And then Lily had ceased to talk of him, and she did expect nothing. Now he was there before her, asking her to come to him and be his wife. Yes, she would kiss his shoe buckles, only that kissing of his shoe buckles would bring upon him that injury which he should never suffer from her hands. He had been generous, and her self-pride was satisfied, but her other pride was touched, and she also would be generous. "Can you not bring yourself to give me some answer?" he had said to her. Of course she must give him an answer, but how should she give it? "You are very kind," she said. "I would be more than kind." "So you are. Kind is a cold word when used to such a friend at such a time." "I would be everything on earth to you that a man can be to a woman." "I know I ought to thank you if I knew how. My heart is full of thanks. It is indeed." "And there is no room for love there?" "There is no room for love in our house, Major Grantly. You have not seen papa?" "No, but if you wish it I will do so at once." "It would be no good, none. I only asked you because you can hardly know how sad is our state at home." "But I cannot see that that need deter you, if you can love me." "Can you not? If you saw him and the house and my mother you would not say so. In the Bible it is said of some season that it is not a time for marrying, or for giving in marriage, and so it is with us. I am not pressing you as to a day. I only ask you to say that you will be engaged to me, so that I may tell my own people and let it be known." "I understand all that. I know how good you are. But, Major Grantly, you must understand me also when I assure you that it cannot be so." "Do you mean that you refuse me altogether?" "Yes, altogether." "And why? Must I answer that question? Ought I to be made to answer it? But I will tell you fairly, without touching on anything else, that I feel that we are all disgraced, and that I will not take disgrace into another family." "Grace, do you love me?" "I love no one now. That is as you mean. I can love no one. I have no room for any feeling except for my father and mother, and for us all. I should not be here now but that I saved my mother the bread that I should eat at home." "Is it as bad as that?" "Yes, it is as bad as that. It is much worse than that, if you knew it all. You cannot conceive how low we have fallen. And now they tell me that my father will be found guilty and will be sent to prison, putting ourselves out of the question. What would you think of a girl who could engage herself to any man under such circumstances? What would you think of a girl who would allow herself to be in love in such a position? Had I been 10 times engaged to you, I would have broken it off." Then she got up to leave him. But he stopped her, holding her by the arm. "What you have said will make me say what I certainly should never have said without it. I declare that we are engaged." "No, we are not," said Grace. "You have told me that you loved me." "I never told you so." "There are other ways of speaking than the voice, and I will boast to you, though to no one else, that you have told me so. I believe you love me. I shall hold myself as engaged to you, and I shall think you false if I hear that you listen to another man. Now good-bye, Grace, my own Grace." "No, I am not your own," she said through tears. "You are my own, my very own. God bless you, dear, dear, dearest Grace. You shall hear from me in a day or two, and shall see me as soon as this horrid trial is over." Then he took her in his arms before she could escape from him, and kissed her forehead and her lips while she was struggling in his arms. After that he left the room and the house as quickly as he could, and was seen no more of the Dales upon that occasion. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of the Last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 31, showing how Major Grantly returned to Guestwick. Grace, when she was left alone, threw herself upon the sofa and hid her face in her hands. She was weeping almost hysterically, and had been utterly dismayed and frightened by her lover's impetuosity. Things had gone after a fashion which her imagination had not painted to her as possible. Surely she had the power to refuse the man if she pleased. And yet she felt as she lay there weeping that she did in truth belong to him as part of his goods, and that her generosity had been foiled. She had especially resolved that she would not confess to any love for him. She had made no such confession. She had guarded herself against doing so with all the care which she knew how to use. But he had assumed the fact, and she had been unable to deny it. Could she have lied to him and have sworn that she did not love him? Could she have so perjured herself, even in support of her generosity? Yes, she would have done so, so she told herself, if a moment had been given to her for thought. She ought to have done so, and she blamed herself for being so little prepared for the occasion. The lie would be useless now. Indeed, she would have no opportunity for telling it. For of course she would not answer, would not even read his letter. Though he might know that she loved him, yet she would not be his wife. He had forced her secret from her, but he could not force her to marry him. She did love him, but he should never be disgraced by her love. After a while she was able to think of his conduct, and she believed that she ought to be very angry with him. He had taken her roughly in his arms and had insulted her. He had forced a kiss from her. She had felt his arms warm and close and strong about her, and had not known whether she was in paradise or in purgatory. She was very angry with him. She would send back his letter to him without reading it, without opening it, if that might be possible. He had done that to her which nothing could justify. But yet, how dearly she loved him. Was he not a prince of men? He had behaved badly, of course, but had any man ever behaved so badly before in so divine a way? Was it not 1,000 pities that she should be driven to deny anything to a lover who so richly deserved everything that could be given to him? He had kissed her hand as he had let her go, and now, not knowing what she did, she kissed the spot on which she had felt his lips. His arm had been round her waist, and the old frock which she wore should be kept by her for ever, because it had been so graced. What was she now to say to Lily and to Lily's mother? Of one thing there was no doubt. She would never tell them of her lover's wicked audacity. That was the secret never to be imparted to any ears. She would keep her resentment to herself, and not ask the protection of any vicarious wrath. He could never so sin again, that was certain, and she would keep all knowledge and memory of the sin for her own purposes. But how could it be that such a man as that, one so good though so sinful, so glorious though so great a trespasser, should have come to such a girl as her and have asked for her love? Then she thought of her father's poverty and the misery of her own condition, and declared to herself that it was very wonderful. Lily was the first to enter the room, and she, before she did so, learned from the servant that Major Grantly had left the house. "I heard the door, miss, and then I saw the top of his hat out of the pantry window." Armed with this certain information, Lily entered the drawing room, and found Grace in the act of rising from the sofa. "Am I disturbing you?" said Lily. "No, not at all. I am glad you have come. Kiss me and be good to me." And she twined her arms about Lily and embraced her. "Am I not always good to you, you simpleton? Has he been good?" "I don't know what you mean." "And have you been good to him?" "As good as I knew how, Lily." "And where is he?" "He has gone away. I shall never see him any more, Lily." Then she hid her face upon her friend's shoulder, and broke forth again into hysterical tears. "But tell me, Grace, what he said. That is, if you mean to tell me." "I will tell you everything. That is, everything I can." And Grace blushed as she thought of the one secret which she certainly would not tell. Has he done what I said he would do? Come, speak out boldly. Has he asked you to be his wife?" "Yes," said Grace, barely whispering the word. "And have you accepted him?" "No, Lily, I have not. Indeed I have not. I did not know how to speak because I was surprised. And he, of course, could say what he liked. But I told him as well as I could that I would not marry him." "And why? Did you tell him why?" "Yes, because of papa." "Then if he is the man I take him to be, that answer will go for nothing. Of course he knew all that before he came here. He did not think that you were an heiress with £40,000. If he is in earnest, that will go for nothing, and I think he is in earnest. And so was I in earnest." "Well, Grace, we shall see." "I suppose I may have a will of my own, Lily?" "Do not be so sure of that. Women are not allowed to have wills of their own on all occasions. Some man comes in a girl's way, and she gets to be fond of him, just because he does come in her way. Well, when that has taken place, she has no alternative but to be taken if he chooses to take her, or to be left if he chooses to leave her." "Lily, don't say that." "But I do say it. A man may assure himself that he will find for himself a wife who shall be learned or beautiful or 6 feet high if he wishes it, or who has red hair or red eyes or red cheeks, just what he pleases, and he may go about till he finds it, as you can go about and match your worsteds. You are a fool if you buy a colour you don't want, but we can never match our worsteds for that other piece of work, but are obliged to take any colour that comes, and therefore it is that we make such a jumble of it. Here's mamma. We must not be philosophical before her. Mamma, Major Grantly has skedaddled." "Oh, Lily, what a word!" "But oh, mamma, what a thing! Fancy his going away and not saying a word to anybody. If he had anything to say to Grace, I suppose he said it." "He asked her to marry him, of course. We none of us had any doubt about that. He swore to her that she and none but she should be his wife, and all that kind of thing. But he seems to have done it in the most prosaic way, and now he has gone away without saying a word to any of us. I shall never speak to him again unless Grace asks me." "Grace, my dear, may I congratulate you?" said Mrs. Dale. Grace did not answer, as Lily was too quick for her. "Oh, she has refused him, of course. But Major Grantly is a man of too much sense to expect that he should succeed the first time. Let me see, this is the 14th. These clocks run 14 days, and therefore you may expect him again about the 28th. For myself, I think you are giving him an immense deal of unnecessary trouble, and that if he left you in the lurch it would only serve you right. But you have the world with you, I'm told. A girl is supposed to tell a man 2 fibs before she may tell him 1 truth." "I told him no fib, Lily. I told him that I would not marry him, and I will not." "But why not, dear Grace?" said Mrs. Dale. because the people say that papa is a thief." Having said this, Grace walked slowly out of the room, and neither Mrs. Dale nor Lily attempted to follow her. "She's as good as gold," said Lily when the door was closed. "And he, what of him?" "I think he is good too, but she has told me nothing yet of what he has said to her. He must be good, or he would not have come down here after her. But I don't wonder at his coming, because she is so beautiful. Once or twice as we were walking back to day, I thought her face was the most lovely that I had ever seen. And did you see her just now when she spoke of her father?" "Oh yes, I saw her." "Think what she will be in 2 or 3 years' time, when she becomes a woman. She talks French and Italian and Hebrew for anything that I know. And she is perfectly beautiful. I never saw a more lovely figure, and she has spirit enough for a goddess. I don't think that Major Grantly is such a fool after all." "I never took him for a fool." "I have no doubt all his own people do, or they will when they hear of it. But, mamma, she will grow to be big enough to walk atop of all the Lady Hartletops in England. It will all come right at last." "You think it will?" "Oh yes. Why should it not? If he is worth having, it will. And I think he is worth having. He must wait till this horrid trial is over. It is clear to me that Grace thinks that her father will be convicted. But he cannot have taken the money. I think he took it, and I think it wasn't his. But I don't think he stole it. I don't know whether you can understand the difference. I am afraid a jury won't understand it. A jury of men will not. I wish they could put you and me on it, mamma. I would take my best boots and eat them down to the heels for Grace's sake, and for Major Grantly's. What a good-looking man he is!" "Yes, he is. And so like a gentleman. I'll tell you what, mamma, we won't say anything to her about him for the present. Her heart will be so full, she will be driven to talk, and we can comfort her better in that way." The mother and daughter agreed to act upon these tactics, and nothing more was said to Grace about her lover on that evening. Major Grantly walked from Mrs. Dale's house to the inn, and ordered his gig, and drove himself out of Allington, almost without remembering where he was or whither he was going. He was thinking solely of what had just occurred, and of what on his part should follow as the result of that meeting. Half at least of the noble deeds done in this world are due to emulation, rather than to the native nobility of the actors. A young man leads a forlorn hope because another young man has offered to do so. Jones in the hunting field rides at an impracticable fence because he is told that Smith took it 3 years ago. And Walker puts his name down for 10 guineas at a charitable dinner when he hears Thompson's read out for 5. And in this case the generosity and self-denial shown by Grace warmed and cherished similar virtues within her lover's breast. Some weeks ago Major Grantly had been in doubt as to what his duty required of him in reference to Grace Crawley, but he had no doubt whatsoever now. In the fervour of his admiration he would have gone straight to the archdeacon, had it been possible, and have told him what he had done and what he intended to do. Nothing now should stop him. No consideration, that is, either as regarded money or position. He had pledged himself solemnly, and he was very glad that he had pledged himself. He would write to Grace and explain to her that he trusted altogether in her father's honour and innocence, and that no consideration as to that ought to influence either him or her in any way. If, independently of her father, she could bring herself to come to him and be his wife, she was bound to do so now, let the position of her father be what it might. And thus, as he drove his gig back towards Guestwick, he composed a very pretty letter to the lady of his love. And as he went at the corner of the lane which led from the main road up to Guestwick Cottage, he again came upon John Eames, who was also returning to Guestwick. There had been a few words spoken between Lady Julia and Johnny respecting Major Grantly after the girls had left the cottage, and Johnny had been persuaded that the strange visitor to Allington could have no connection with his arch enemy. "And why has he gone to Allington?" John demanded, somewhat sternly of his hostess. "Well, if you ask me, I think he has gone there to see your cousin Grace Crawley." "He told me that he knew Grace," said John, looking as though he were conscious of his own ingenuity in putting 2 and 2 together very cleverly. "Your cousin Grace is a very pretty girl," said Lady Julia. "It's a long time since I've seen her," said Johnny. "Why, you saw her just this minute," said Lady Julia. "I didn't look at her," said Johnny. Therefore, when he again met Major Grantly, having continued to put two and two together with great ingenuity, he felt quite sure that the man had nothing to do with the arch enemy, and he determined to be gracious. "Did you find them at home at Allington?" he said, raising his hat. "How do you do again?" said the major. "Yes, I found your friend Mrs. Dale at home." "But not her daughter or my cousin?" "They were up there, where I've come from. But perhaps they had gone back before you left." "I saw them both. They found me on the road with Mr. Dale." "What, the squire? Then you have seen everybody?" "Everybody I wish to see at Allington." "But you wouldn't stay at the Red Lion?" "Well, no. I remembered that I wanted to get back to London, and as I had seen my friends, I thought I might as well hurry away." "You knew Mrs. Dale before then?" "No, I didn't. I never saw her in my life before. But I knew the old squire when I was a boy. However, I should have said friend. I went to see one friend, and saw her." John Eames perceived that his companion put a strong emphasis on the word her, as though he were determined to declare boldly that he had gone to Allington solely to see Grace Crawley. He had not the slightest objection to recognising in Major Grantly a suitor for his cousin's hand. He could only reflect what an unusually fortunate girl Grace must be, if such a thing could be true. Of those poor Crawleys he had only heard from time to time that their misfortunes were as numerous as the sands on the seashore, and as unsusceptible of any fixed and permanent arrangement. But as regarded Grace, here would be a very permanent arrangement. Tidings had reached him that Grace was a great scholar, but he had never heard much of her beauty. It must probably be the case that Major Grantly was fond of Greek. There was, he reminded himself, no accounting for tastes. But as nothing could be more respectable than such an alliance, he thought that it would become him to be civil to the major. "I hope you found her quite well. I had barely time to speak to her myself." "Yes, she was very well. This is a sad thing about her father." "Very sad," said Johnny. Perhaps the major had heard about the accusation for the first time to-day, and was going to find an escape on that plea. If such was the case, it would not be so well to be particularly civil. "I believe Mr. Crawley is a cousin of yours," said the major. "His wife is my mother's first cousin. Their mothers were sisters." "She is an excellent woman." "I believe so. I don't know much about them myself, that is, personally. Of course I have heard of this charge that has been made against him. It seems to me to be a great shame." "Well, I can't exactly say that it is a shame. I do not know that there has been anything done with a feeling of persecution or of cruelty. It is a great mystery, and we must have it cleared up if we can." "I don't suppose he can have been guilty," said Johnny. "Certainly not in the ordinary sense of the word. I heard all the evidence against him." "Oh, you did?" "Yes," said the major. "I live near them in Barsetshire, and I am one of his bailsmen." "Then you are an old friend, I suppose?" "Not exactly that, but circumstances make me very much interested about them. I fancy that the cheque was left in his house by accident, and that it got into his hands, he didn't know how, and that when he used it he thought it was his." "That's queer," said Johnny. "He's very odd, you know. But it's a kind of oddity that they don't like at the assizes." "The great cruelty is," said the major, "that whatever may be the result, the punishment will fall so heavily upon his wife and daughters. I think the whole county ought to come forward and take them by the hand. Well, good bye. I'll drive on, as I'm a little in a hurry." "Good bye," said Johnny. "I'm very glad to have the pleasure of meeting you." "He's a good sort of fellow after all," he said to himself when the gig had passed on. "He wouldn't have talked in that way if he had meant to hang back." End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 32. Mr. Toogood. Mr. Crawley had declared to Mr. Robarts that he would summon no legal aid to his assistance at the coming trial. The reader may perhaps remember the impetuosity with which he rejected the advice on this subject which was conveyed to him by Mr. Robarts with all the authority of Archdeacon Grantly's name. "Tell the Archdeacon," he had said, "that I will have none of his advice." And then Mr. Robarts had left him, fully convinced that any further interference on his part could be of no avail. Nevertheless, the words which had then been spoken were not without effect. This coming trial was ever present to Mr. Crawley's mind, and though when driven to discuss the subject he would speak of it with high spirit, as he had done both to the bishop and to Mr. Robarts, yet in his long hours of privacy, or when alone with his wife, his spirit was anything but high. "It will kill me," he would say to her. "I shall get salvation thus. Death will relieve me, and I shall never be called upon to stand before those cruel, eager eyes." Then would she try to say words of comfort, sometimes soothing him as though he were a child, and at others bidding him to be a man, and remember that as a man he should have sufficient endurance to bear the eyes of any crowd that might be there to look at him. "I think I will go up to London," he said to her one evening, very soon after the day of Mr. Robarts' visit. "Go up to London, Josiah?" Mr. Crawley had not been up to London once since they had been settled at Hogglestock, and this sudden resolution on his part frightened his wife. "Go up to London, dearest, and why?" "I will tell you why. They all say that I should speak to some man of the law, whom I may trust about this coming trial. I trust no one in these parts. Not, mark you, that I say they are untrustworthy. God forbid that I should so speak, or even so think of men whom I know not. But the matter has become so common in men's mouths at Barchester and Silverbridge, that I cannot endure to go among them and to talk of it. I will go up to London, and I will see your cousin, Mr. John Toogood, of Gray's Inn." Now in this scheme there was an amount of everyday prudence which startled Mrs. Crawley almost as much as did the prospect of the difficulties to be overcome if the journey were to be made. Her husband, in the first place, had never once seen Mr. John Toogood, and in days very long back, when he and she were making their first gallant struggle, for in those days it had been gallant, down in their Cornish curacy, he had reprobated certain Toogood civilities, professional civilities, which had been proffered, perhaps with too plain an intimation that on the score of relationship the professional work should be done without payment. The Mr. Toogood of those days, who had been Mrs. Crawley's uncle, and the father of Mrs. Eames, and the grandfather of our friend Johnny Eames, had been much angered by some correspondence which had grown up between him and Mr. Crawley, and from that day there had been a cessation of all intercourse between the families. Since those days that Toogood had been gathered to the ancient Toogoods of old, and the son reigned on the family throne in Raymond's Buildings. The present Toogood was therefore first cousin to Mrs. Crawley, but there had been no intimacy between them. Mrs. Crawley had not seen her cousin since her marriage, as indeed she had seen none of her relations, having been estranged from them by the singular bearing of her husband. She knew that her cousin stood high in his profession. The firm of Toogood and Crump and Toogood, it should have been properly called in these days, having always held its head up high above all dirty work, and she felt that her husband could look for advice from no better source. But how would such a one as he manage to tell his story to a stranger? Nay, how would he find his way alone into the lawyer's room to tell his story at all? So strange was he to the world. And then the expense. "If you do not wish me to apply to your cousin, say so, and there shall be an end of it," said Mr. Crawley in an angry tone. "Of course I would wish it. I believe him to be an excellent man and a good lawyer." "Then why should I not go to his chambers? In forma pauperis. I must go to him, and must tell him so. I cannot pay him for the labour of his counsel, nor for such minutes of his time as I shall use." "Oh, Josiah, you need not speak of that." "But I must speak of it. Can I go to a professional man, who keeps as it were his shop open for those who may think fit to come and purchase of him, and take of his goods, and afterwards, when the goods have been used, tell him that I have not the price in my hand? I will not do that, Mary. You think that I am mad, that I know not what I do. Yes, I see it in your eyes, and you are sometimes partly right. But I am not so mad but that I know what is honest. I will tell your cousin that I am sore straitened and brought down into the very dust by misfortune, and I will beseech him, for what of ancient feeling of family he may bear to me, to listen to me for a while, and I will be very short, and, if need be, will bide his time patiently, and perhaps he may say a word to me that may be of use." There was certainly very much in this to provoke Mrs. Crawley. It was not only that she knew well that her cousin would give ample and immediate attention, and lend himself thoroughly to the matter without any idea of payment, but that she could not quite believe that her husband's humility was true humility. She strove to believe it, but knew that she failed. After all, it was only a feeling on her part. There was no argument within herself about it. An unpleasant taste came across the palate of her mind, as such a savour will sometimes, from some unexpected source, come across the palate of the mouth. Well, she could only gulp at it, and swallow it, and excuse it. Among the salad that comes from your garden, a bitter leaf will now and then make its way into your salad bowl. Alas, there were so many bitter leaves ever making their way into her bowl. What I mean is, Josiah, that no long explanation will be needed. I think, from what I remember of him, that he would do for us anything that he could do. Then I will go to the man, and I will humble myself before him. Even that, hard as it is to me, may be a duty that I owe. Mr. Crawley, as he said this, was remembering the fact that he was a clergyman of the Church of England, and that he had a rank of his own in the country, which, did he ever do such a thing as go out to dinner in company, would establish for him a certain right of precedence, whereas this attorney, of whom he was speaking, was, so to say, nobody in the eyes of the world. There need be no humbling, Josiah, other than that which is due from man to man in all circumstances. But never mind, we will not talk about that. If it seems good to you, go to Mr. Toogood. I think that it is good. May I write to him and say that you will go? I will write myself. It will be more seemly. Then the wife paused before she asked the next question, paused for some minute or two, and then asked it with anxious doubt. And may I go with you, Josiah? Why should two go when one can do the work? He answered sharply. Have we money so much at command? Indeed, no. You should go and do it all, for you are wiser in these things than I am, were it not that I may not dare to show that I submit myself to my wife. Nay, my dear, but it is my dear, it is so. This is a thing such as men do, not such as women do, unless they be forlorn and unaided of men. I know that I am weak where you are strong, that I am crazed where you are clear-witted. I meant not that, Josiah. It was of your health that I thought. Nevertheless, it is as I say. But for all that, it may not be that you should do my work. There are those watching me who would say, Lo, he confesses himself incapable. And then someone would whisper something of a madhouse. Mary, I fear that worse than a prison. May God in his mercy forbid such cruelty. But I must look to it, my dear. Do you think that that woman who sits there at Barchester in high places, disgracing herself, and that puny ecclesiastical lord who is her husband, do you think that she would not immure me if she could? She is a she-wolf, only less reasonable than the dumb brute, as she sharpens her teeth in malice coming from anger, and not in malice coming from hunger, as do the outer wolves of the forest. I tell you, Mary, that if she had a colourable ground for her action, she would swear to-morrow that I am mad. You shall go alone to London. Yes, I will go alone. They shall not say that I cannot yet do my own work as a man should do it. I stood up before him, the puny man who is called a bishop, and before her who makes herself great by his littleness, and I scorned them both to their faces, though the shoes which I had on were all broken, as I myself could not but see when I stood, yet I was greater than they were, with all their purple and fine linen. But Josiah, my cousin will not be harsh to you. Well, and if he be not? Ill usage you can bear, and violent ill usage, such as that which Mrs. Proudie allowed herself to exhibit, you can repay with interest. But kindness seems to be too heavy a burden for you. I will struggle. I will endeavour. I will speak but little, and if possible I will listen much. Now, my dear, I will write to this man, and you shall give me the address which is proper for him. Then he wrote the letter, not accepting a word in the way of dictation from his wife, but craving the great kindness of a short interview, for which he ventured to become a solicitor, urged therefore by his wife's assurance that one with whom he was connected by family ties would do as much as this for the possible preservation of the honour of the family. In answer to this, Mr. Toogood wrote back as follows. Dear Mr. Crawley,
I will be at my office all Thursday morning next from 10 to 2, and will take care that you shan't be kept waiting for me above 10 minutes. You parsons never like waiting, but hadn't you better come and breakfast with me and Maria at 9? Then we'd have a talk as we walk to the office. Yours always, Thomas Toogood. And the letter was dated from the attorney's private house in Tavistock Square. "I'm sure he means to be kind," said Mrs. Crawley. "Doubtless he means to be kind, but his kindness is rough. I will not say unmannerly, as the word would be harsh. I have never even seen the lady whom he calls Maria." "She is his wife." "So I would venture to suppose. But she is unknown to me. I will write again and thank him, and say that I will be with him at 10 to the moment." There were still many things to be settled before the journey could be made. Mr. Crawley, in his first plan, proposed that he should go up by night mail train, travelling in the 3rd class, having walked over to Silverbridge to meet it. That he should then walk about London from 5 a.m. to 10 a.m., and afterwards come down by an afternoon train, to which a 3rd class was also attached. But at last his wife persuaded him that such a task as that, performed in the middle of winter, would be enough to kill any man, and that, if attempted, it would certainly kill him. And he consented at last to sleep the night in town, being specially moved thereto by discovering that he could, in conformity with this scheme, get in and out of the train at a station considerably nearer to him than Silverbridge, and that he could get a return ticket at a 3rd class fare. The whole journey, he found, could be done for £1, allowing him 7 shillings for his night's expenses in London, and out of the resources of the family there were produced 2 sovereigns, so that in the event of accident he would not utterly be a castaway from want of funds. So he started on his journey after an early dinner, almost hopeful through the new excitement of a journey to London, and his wife walked with him nearly as far as the station. "Do not reject my cousin's kindness," were the last words she spoke. "For his professional kindness, if he will extend it to me, I will be most thankful," he replied. She did not dare to say more, nor had she dared to write privately to her cousin, asking for any special help, lest by doing so she should seem to impugn the sufficiency and stability of her husband's judgment. He got up to town late at night, and having made inquiry of one of the porters, he hired a bed for himself in the neighbourhood of the railway station. Here he had a cup of tea and a morsel of bread and butter, and in the morning he breakfasted again on the same fare. "No, I have no luggage," he had said to the girl at the public house, who had asked him as to his travelling gear. "If luggage be needed as a certificate of respectability, I will pass on elsewhere," said he. The girl stared, and assured him that she did not doubt his respectability. "I am a clergyman of the Church of England," he had said, "but my circumstances prevent me from seeking a more expensive lodging." They did their best to make him comfortable, and, I think, almost disappointed him in not heaping further misfortunes on his head. He was in Raymond's Buildings at 9:30, and for half an hour walked up and down the umbrageous pavement. It used to be umbrageous, but perhaps the trees have gone now, before the doors of the various chambers. He could hear the clock strike from Gray's Inn, and the moment that it had struck he was turning in, but was encountered in the passage by Mr. Toogood, who was equally punctual with himself. Strange stories about Mr. Crawley had reached Mr. Toogood's household, and that Maria, the mention of whose Christian name had been so offensive to the clergyman, had begged her husband not to be a moment late. Poor Mr. Toogood, who on ordinary days did perhaps take a few minutes' grace, and was thus hurried away almost with his breakfast in his throat, and, as we have seen, just saved himself. "Perhaps, sir, you are Mr. Crawley," he said in a good-humoured, cheery voice. He was a good-humoured, cheery-looking man, about 50 years of age, with grizzled hair and sunburnt face and large whiskers. Nobody would have taken him to be a partner in any of those great houses of which we have read in history, the Quirk, Gammon and Snaps of the profession, or the Dodson and Foggs, who are immortal. "That is my name, sir," said Mr. Crawley, taking off his hat and bowing low, "and I am here by appointment to meet Mr. Toogood, the solicitor, whose name I see affixed upon the door-post." "I am Mr. Toogood, the solicitor, and I hope I see you quite well, Mr. Crawley." Then the attorney shook hands with the clergyman and preceded him upstairs to the front room on the first floor. "Here we are, Mr. Crawley, and pray take a chair." I wish you could have made it convenient to come and see us at home. We are rather long, as my wife says, long in family, she means, and therefore not so well off for spare beds. Oh, sir, I've 12 of them living, Mr. Crawley, from 18 years, the eldest, a girl, down to 18 months, the youngest, a boy. And they go in and out, boy and girl, like the cogs of a wheel. They ain't such far away distant cousins from your own young ones, only first once, as we call it. I am aware that there is a family tie, or I should not have ventured to trouble you. Blood is thicker than water, isn't it? I often say that. I heard of one of your girls only yesterday. She is staying somewhere down in the country, not far from where my sister lives, Mrs. Eames, the widow of poor John Eames, who never did any good in this world. I dare say you've heard of her. The name is familiar to me, Mr. Toogood. Of course it is. I have a nephew down there just now, and he saw your girl the other day. Very highly he spoke of her too. Let me see, how many is it you have? 3 living, Mr. Toogood. I've just 4 times 3, that's the difference. But I comfort myself with the text about the quiver, you know, and I tell them when they've ate up all their butter, they'll have to take their bread dry. I trust the young people take your teaching in a proper spirit. I don't know much about spirit. There's spirit enough. My second girl, Lucy, told me that if I came home today without tickets for the pantomime, I shouldn't have any dinner allowed me. That's the way they treat me. But we understand each other at home. We're all pretty good friends there, thank God, and there isn't a sick chick among the boiling. You have many mercies for which you should indeed be thankful, said Mr. Crawley gravely. Yes, that's true. I think of that sometimes, though perhaps not so much as I ought to do. But the best way to be thankful is to use the goods the gods provide you. The lovely Thais sits beside you. Take the goods the gods provide you. I often say that to my wife, till the children have got to calling her Thais. The children have it pretty much their own way with us, Mr. Crawley. By this time Mr. Crawley was almost beside himself, and was altogether at a loss how to bring in the matter on which he wished to speak. He had expected to find a man who, in the hurry of London business, might perhaps just manage to spare him 5 minutes, who would grapple instantly with the subject that was to be discussed between them, would speak to him 6 hard words of wisdom, and then would dismiss him and turn on the instant to other matters of important business. But here was an easy, familiar fellow, who seemed to have nothing on earth to do, and who at this first meeting had taken advantage of a distant family connection to tell him everything about the affairs of his own household. And then how peculiar were the domestic traits which he told. What was Mr. Crawley to say to a man who had taught his own children to call their mother Thais? Of Thais Mr. Crawley did know something, and he forgot to remember that perhaps Mr. Toogood knew less. He felt it, however, to be very difficult to submit the details of his case to a gentleman who talked in such a strain about his own wife and children. But something must be done. Mr. Crawley, in his present frame of mind, could not sit and talk about Thais all day. "Sir," he said, "the picture of your home is very pleasant, and I presume that plenty abounds there." "Well, you know, pretty toll-loll for that, with 12 of 'em, Mr. Crawley. I needn't tell you that they are not all going to have castles and parks of their own, unless they can get 'em off their own bats. But I pay upwards of 100 a year each for my eldest 3 boys' schooling, and I've been paying 80 for the girls. Put that and that together, and you see what it comes to. Educate, educate, educate. That's my word. No better word can be spoken, sir. I don't think there's a girl in Tavistock Square that can beat Polly. She's the eldest, called after her mother, you know, that can beat her at the piano. And Lucy has read Lord Byron and Tom Moore all through, every word of them. By Jove, I believe she knows most of Tom Moore by heart, and the young uns are coming on just as well. Perhaps, sir, as your time is no doubt precious. Just at this time of day we don't care so much about it, Mr. Crawley, and one doesn't catch a new cousin every day, you know. However, if you will allow me, we'll tackle 2. Very well, so be it. Now, Mr. Crawley, let me hear what it is that I can do for you." Of a sudden, as Mr. Toogood spoke these last words, the whole tone of his voice seemed to change, and even the position of his body became so much altered as to indicate a different kind of man. "You just tell your story in your own way, and I won't interrupt you till you've done. That's always the best." "I must first crave your attention to an unfortunate preliminary," said Mr. Crawley. "And what is that?" "I come before you in forma pauperis." Here Mr. Crawley paused and stood up before the attorney with his hands crossed one upon the other, bending low, as though calling attention to the poorness of his raiment. "I know that I have no justification for my conduct. I have nothing of reason to offer why I should trespass upon your time. I am a poor man, and cannot pay you for your services." "Oh, bother," said Mr. Toogood, jumping up out of his chair. "I do not know whether your charity will grant me that which I ask." "Don't let's have any more of this," said the attorney. "We none of us like this kind of thing at all. If I can be of any service to you, you're as welcome to it as flowers in May. And as for billing my first cousin, which your wife is, I should as soon think of sending in an account to my own. But, Mr. Toogood, do you go now on with your story. I'll put the rest all right." "I was bound to be explicit, Mr. Toogood." "Very well. Now you have been explicit with a vengeance, and you may heave ahead. Let's hear the story, and if I can help you, I will. When I've said that, you may be sure I mean it. I've heard something of it before, but let me hear it all from you." Then Mr. Crawley began and told the story. Mr. Toogood was actually true to his promise, and let the narrator go on with his narrative without interruption. When Mr. Crawley came to his own statement, that the cheque had been paid to him by Mr. Soames, and went on to say that that statement had been false, I told him that, but I told him so wrongly, and then paused, thinking that the lawyer would ask some question. Mr. Toogood simply said, "Go on, go on. I'll come back to all that when you've done." And he merely nodded his head when Mr. Crawley spoke of his second statement, that the money had come from the Dean. "We had been bound together by close ties of early familiarity," said Mr. Crawley, "and in former years our estates in life were the same, but he has prospered and I have failed, and when the creditors were importunate, I consented to accept relief in money which had previously been often offered. And I must acknowledge, Mr. Toogood, while saying this, that I have known with heartfelt agony, that at former times my wife has taken that from my friend Mr. Arabin, with hand half hidden from me, which I have refused. Whether it be better to eat the bread of charity or not to eat bread at all, I for myself have no doubt," he said. "But when the want strikes one's wife and children, and the charity strikes only oneself, then there is a doubt." When he spoke thus, Mr. Toogood got up, and thrusting his hands into his waistcoat pockets, walked about the room, exclaiming, "By George! By George! By George!" But he still let the man go on with his story, and heard him out at last to the end. "And they committed you for trial at the next Barchester Assizes," said the lawyer. "They did." "And you employed no lawyer before the magistrates?" "None. I refused to employ any one." "You were wrong there, Mr. Crawley. I must be allowed to say that you were wrong there." "I may possibly have been so from your point of view, Mr. Toogood, but permit me to explain. It's no good explaining now. Of course you must employ a lawyer for your defence, an attorney who will put the case into the hands of counsel." "But that I cannot do, Mr. Toogood." "You must do it. If you don't do it, your friends should do it for you. If you don't do it, everybody will say you're mad. There isn't a single solicitor you could find within half a mile of you at this moment who wouldn't give you the same advice. Not a single man either, who has got a head on his shoulders worth a turnip." When Mr. Crawley was told that madness would be laid to his charge if he did not do as he was bid, his face became very black, and assumed something of that look of determined obstinacy which it had worn when he was standing in the presence of the bishop and Mrs. Proudie. "It may be so," he said. "It may be as you say, Mr. Toogood, but these neighbours of yours, as to whose collected wisdom you speak with so much certainty, would hardly recommend me to indulge in a luxury for which I have no means of paying. Who thinks about paying under such circumstances as these? I do, Mr. Toogood. The wretchedest costermonger who comes to grief has a barrister in a wig and gown to give him his chance of escape. But I am not a costermonger, Mr. Toogood, though more wretched perhaps than any costermonger now in existence. It is my lot to have to endure the sufferings of poverty, and at the same time not to be exempt from those feelings of honour to which poverty is seldom subject. I cannot afford to call in legal assistance for which I cannot pay, and I will not do it. I'll carry the case through for you. It certainly is not just my line of business, but I'll see it carried through for you. Out of your own pocket. Never mind. When I say I'll do a thing, I'll do it. No, Mr. Toogood, this thing you cannot do. But do not suppose that I am the less grateful. What is it I can do then? Why do you come to me if you won't take my advice? After this the conversation went on for a considerable time without touching on any point which need be brought palpably before the reader's eye. The attorney continued to beg the clergyman to have his case managed in the usual way, and went so far as to tell him that he would be ill-treating his wife and family if he continued to be obstinate. But the clergyman was not shaken from his resolve, and was at last able to tell Mr. Toogood what he had better do, how he had better attempt to defend himself, on the understanding that no legal aid was to be employed. When this question was at last asked in such a way as to demand an answer, Mr. Toogood sat for a moment or two in silence. He felt that an answer was not only demanded but almost enforced, and yet there might be much difficulty in giving it. "Mr. Toogood," said Mr. Crawley, seeing the attorney's hesitation, "I declare to you before God that my only object will be to enable the jury to know about this sad matter all that I know myself. If I could open my breast to them, I should be satisfied. But then a prisoner can say nothing, and what he does say is ever accounted false. That is why you should have legal assistance. We had already come to a conclusion on that matter, as I thought," said Mr. Crawley. Mr. Toogood paused for another moment or two, and then dashed at his answer, or rather dashed at a counter-question. "Mr. Crawley, where did you get the cheque? You must pardon me, you know, or if you wish it, I will not press the question, but so much hangs on that, you know. Everything would hang on it, if I only knew." "You mean that you forget?" "Absolutely, totally. I wish, Mr. Toogood, I could explain to you the toilsome perseverance with which I have cudgelled my poor brains, endeavouring to extract from them some scintilla of memory that would aid me." "Could you have picked it up in the house?" No, that I did not do. Dull as I am, I know so much. It was mine of right, from whatever source it came to me. I know myself as no one else can know me, in spite of the wise man's motto. Had I picked up a cheque in my house or on the road, I should not have slept till I had taken steps to restore it to the seeming owner. So much I can say. But otherwise I am in such matters so shandy-pated that I can trust myself to be sure of nothing. I certainly thought. You thought what? I thought that it had been given to me by my friend the Dean. I remember well that I was in his library at Barchester, and I was somewhat provoked in spirit. There were lying on the floor hundreds of volumes, all glittering with gold and reeking with new leather from the binders. He asked me to look at his toys. Why should I look at them? There was a time, but the other day it seemed, when he had been glad to borrow from me such treasures as I had, and it seemed to me that he was heartless in showing me these things. Well, I need not trouble you with all that. Go on, let me hear it all. I shall learn something. I know now how vain, how vile I was. I always know afterwards how low the spirit has grovelled. I had gone to him then because I had resolved to humble myself, and, for my wife's sake, to ask my friend for money, with words which were very awkward, which no doubt were ungracious. I had asked him, and he had bid me follow him from his hall into his library. There he left me a while, and on returning told me with a smile that he had sent for money, and, if I can remember, the sum he named was £50. But it has turned out, as you say, that you have paid £50 with his money, besides the cheque. That is true, that is quite true, there is no doubt of that. But as I was saying, then he fell to talking about the books, and I was angered. I was very sore in my heart. From the moment in which the words of beggary had passed from my lips, I had repented, and he had laughed and taken it gaily. I turned upon him and told him that I had changed my mind. I was grateful, but I would not have his money. And so I prepared to go. But he argued with me and would not let me go, telling me of my wife and of my children. And while he argued, there came a knock at the door, and something was handed in, and I knew that it was the hand of his wife. It was the money, I suppose. Yes, Mr. Toogood, it was the money. And I became more uneasy because she herself is rich. I liked it the less because it seemed to come from her hand. But I took it. What could I do when he reminded me that I could not keep my parish unless certain sums were paid? He gave me a little parcel in a cover, and I took it, and left him sorrowing. I had never before come quite to that, though indeed it had in fact been often so before. What was the difference whether the alms were given into my hands or into my wife's? You are too touchy about it all, Mr. Crawley. Of course I am. Do you try it and see whether you will be touchy. You have worked hard at your profession, I dare say?" "Well, yes, pretty well. To tell the truth, I have worked hard. By George, yes. It's not so bad now as it used to be." "But you have always earned your bread. Bread for yourself and bread for your wife and little ones. You can buy tickets for the play." "I couldn't always buy tickets, mind you." "I have worked as hard, and yet I cannot get bread. I am older than you, and I cannot earn my bare bread. Look at my clothes. If you had to go and beg from Mr. Crump, would you not be touchy?" "As it happens, Crump isn't so well off as I am." "Never mind. But I took it and went home, and for 2 days I did not look at it. And then there came an illness upon me, and I know not what passed. But 2 men who had been very hard on me came to the house when I was out, and my wife was in a terrible state. And I gave her the money, and she went into Silverbridge and paid them." "And this cheque was with what you gave her?" "No, I gave her money in notes, just £50. When I gave it her, I thought I gave it all, and yet afterwards I thought I remembered that in my illness I had found the cheque with the dean's money, but it was not so." "You are sure of that?" "He has said that he put 5 notes of £10 each into the cover, and such notes I certainly gave to my wife." "Where did you get the cheque?" Mr. Crawley again paused before he answered. "Surely if you will exert your mind you will remember," said the lawyer. "Where did you get the cheque?" "I do not know." Mr. Toogood threw himself back in his chair, took his knee up into his lap to nurse it, and began to think of it. He sat thinking of it for some minutes without a word, perhaps for 5 minutes, though the time seemed to be much longer to Mr. Crawley, who was, however, determined that he would not interrupt him. And Mr. Toogood's thoughts were at variance with Mr. Toogood's former words. Perhaps, after all, this scheme of Mr. Crawley's, or rather the mode of defence on which he had resolved without any scheme, might be the best of which the case admitted. It might be well that he should go into court without a lawyer. "He has convinced me of his innocence," Mr. Toogood said to himself, "and why should he not convince a jury? He has convinced me, not because I am specially soft, or because I love the man, for as to that I dislike him rather than otherwise, but because there is either real truth in his words, or else so well feigned a show of truth that no jury can tell the difference. I think it is true. By George, I think he did get the £20 honestly, and that he does not this moment know where he got it. He may have put his finger into my eye, but if so, why not also into the eyes of a jury?" Then he released his leg and spoke something of his thoughts aloud. "It's a sad story," he said, "a very sad story." "Well, yes, it's sad enough. If you could see my house, you'd say so." "I haven't a doubt but what you're as innocent as I am." Mr. Toogood, as he said this, felt a little twinge of conscience. He did believe Mr. Crawley to be innocent, but he was not so sure of it as his words would seem to imply. Nevertheless, he repeated the words again, "as innocent as I am." "I don't know," said Mr. Crawley. "I don't know. I think I am, but I don't know." "I believe you are. But you see the case is a very distressing one. A jury has a right to say that the man in possession of a cheque for £20 should account for his possession of it. If I understand the story aright, Mr. Soames will be able to prove that he brought the cheque into your house, and, as far as he knows, never took it out again." "I suppose so. All the same, if he brought it in, then did he also take it out again?" "I am saying what he will prove, or in other words, what he will state upon oath. You can't contradict him. You can't get into the box to do it, even if that would be of any avail. And I am glad that you cannot, as it would be of no avail, and you can put no one else into the box who can do so. No, no. That is to say, we think you cannot do so. People can do so many things that they don't think they can do, and can't do many things that they think they can do. When will the dean be home?" "I don't know." "Before the trial?" "I don't know. I have no idea. It's almost a toss-up whether he'd do more harm or good if he were there. I wish he might be there if he has anything to say, whether it might be for harm or good." "And Mrs. Arabin, she is with him?" "They tell me she is not. She is in Europe. He is in Palestine." "In Palestine, is he?" "So they tell me. A dean can go where he likes. He has no cure of souls to stand in the way of his pleasures." "He hasn't he?" I wish I were a dean, that is, if I were not a lawyer. Might I write a line to the dean, and to Mrs. Dean, if it seemed fit? You wouldn't mind that, as you have come to see your cousin at last, and very glad I am that you have. You must leave him a little discretion. I won't say anything I oughtn't to say." Mr. Crawley opposed this scheme for some time, but at last consented to the proposition. "And I'll tell you what, Mr. Crawley, I am very fond of cathedrals, I am indeed, and I have long wanted to see Barchester. There's a very fine what-you-may-call-'em, isn't there? Well, I'll just run down at the assizes. We have nothing to do in London when the judges are in the country, of course." Mr. Toogood looked into Mr. Crawley's eyes as he said this, to see if his iniquity was detected, but the perpetual curate was altogether innocent in these matters. "Yes, I'll just run down for a mouthful of fresh air. Of course I shan't open my mouth in court, but I might say one word to the dean if he's there, and one word to Mr. Soames, who is conducting the prosecution." Mr. Crawley said that Mr. Walker was doing so. Walker. Oh, yes, Walker and Winthrop, isn't it? A decent sort of man, I suppose. I have heard nothing to his discredit, Mr. Toogood. And that's saying a great deal for a lawyer. Well, Mr. Crawley, if nothing else comes out between this and that, nothing, that is, that shall clear your memory about that unfortunate bit of paper, you must simply tell your story to the jury as you've told it to me. I don't think any 12 men in England would convict you. I don't indeed. You think they would not? Of course I've only heard one side, Mr. Crawley. No, that's true. But judging as well as I can judge from one side, I don't think a jury can convict you. At any rate, I'll see you at Barchester, and I'll write a line or two before the trial, just to find out anything that can be found out. And you're sure you won't come and take a bit of mutton with us at the square? The girls would be delighted to see you, and so would Maria. Mr. Crawley said that he was quite sure that he could not do that, and then, having tendered reiterated thanks to his new friend in words which were touching in spite of their old-fashioned gravity, he took his leave and walked back again to the public house at Paddington. He returned home to Hogglestock on the same afternoon, reaching that place at 9 in the evening. During the whole of the day, after leaving Raymond's Buildings, he was thinking of the lawyer and of the words which the lawyer had spoken. Although he had been disposed to quarrel with Mr. Toogood on many points, although he had been more than once disgusted by the attorney's bad taste, shocked by his low morality, and almost insulted by his easy familiarity, still, when the interview was over, he liked the attorney. When first Mr. Toogood had begun to talk, he regretted very much that he had subjected himself to the necessity of discussing his private affairs with such a windbag of a man. But when he left the chamber, he trusted Mr. Toogood altogether, and was very glad that he had sought his aid. He was tired and exhausted when he reached home, as he had eaten nothing but a biscuit or two since his breakfast. But his wife got him food and tea, and then asked him as to his success. "Was my cousin kind to you?" "Very kind, more than kind, perhaps somewhat too pressing in his kindness. But I find no fault. God forbid that I should. He is, I think, a good man, and certainly has been good to me." "And what is to be done?" "He will write to the dean." "I'm glad of that." "And he will be at Barchester." "Thank God for that." "But not as my lawyer." "Nevertheless, thank God that some one will be there who will know how to give you assistance and advice." End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 33. The Plumstead Foxes. The letters had been brought into the breakfast parlour at Plumstead Rectory one morning, and the archdeacon had inspected them all, and then thrown over to his wife her share of the spoil, as was the custom of the house. As to most of Mrs. Grantly's letters, he never made any further inquiry. To letters from her sister, the dean's wife, he was profoundly indifferent, and rarely made any inquiry as to those which were directed in writing with which he was not familiar. But there were others as to which, as Mrs. Grantly knew, he would be sure to ask her questions if she did not show them. No note ever reached her from Lady Hartletop as to which he was not curious, and yet Lady Hartletop's notes very seldom contained much that was of interest. Now on this morning there came a letter which, as a matter of course, Mrs. Grantly read at breakfast, and which she knew would not be allowed to disappear without inquiry. Nor indeed did she wish to keep the letter from her husband. It was too important to be so treated. But she would have been glad to gain time to think in what spirit she would discuss the contents of the letter, if only such time might be allowed to her. But the archdeacon would allow her no time. "What does Henry say, my dear?" he asked before the breakfast things had been taken away. "What does he say? Well, he says, I'll give you his letter to read by and by." "And why not now?" "I thought I'd read it again myself first." "But if you have read it, I suppose you know what's in it." "Not very clearly as yet. However, there it is." She knew very well that when she had once been asked for it, no peace would be allowed to her till he had seen it. And alas, there was not much probability of peace in the house for some time after he should see it. The archdeacon read the 3 or 4 first lines in silence, and then he burst out. "He has he? Then, by heavens!" "Stop, dearest, stop," said his wife, rising from her chair and coming over to him. "Do not say words which you will surely repent." "I will say words which shall make him repent. He shall never have from me a son's portion." "Do not make threats in anger, do not. You know that it is wrong. If he has offended you, say nothing about it, even to yourself, as to threatening punishments, till you can judge of the offence in cool blood." "I am cool," said the archdeacon. "No, my dear, no, you are angry, and you have not even read his letter through." "I will read his letter. You will see that the marriage is not imminent. It may be that even yet it will never take place. The young lady has refused him." "Psha!" "You will see that she has done so. He tells us so himself, and she has behaved very properly." "Why has she refused him?" "There can be no doubt about the reason. She feels that with this charge hanging over her father, she is not in a position to become the wife of any gentleman. You cannot but respect her for that." Then the archdeacon finished his son's letter, uttering sundry interjections and ejaculations as he did so. "Of course I knew it. I understood it all," he said at last. "I've nothing to do with the girl. I don't care whether she be good or bad." "Oh, my dear." "I care not at all, with reference to my own concerns. Of course I would wish that the daughter of a neighbouring clergyman, that the daughter of any neighbour, that the daughter of any one whatsoever should be good rather than bad. But as regards Henry and me and our mutual relation, her goodness can make no difference. Let her be another Grizzel, and still such a marriage must estrange him from me, and me from him." "But she has refused him." "Yes, and what does he say? That he has told her that he will not accept her refusal. Of course we know what it all means. The girl I am not judging, the girl I will not judge. But my own son, to whom I have ever done a father's duty with a father's affectionate indulgence, him I will judge. I have warned him, and he declares himself to be careless of my warning. I shall take no notice of this letter. I shall neither write to him about it, nor speak to him about it. But I charge you to write to him and tell him that if he does this thing he shall not have a child's portion from me. It is not that I will shorten that which would have been his, but he shall have nothing." Then, having spoken these words with a solemnity which for the moment silenced his wife, he got up and left the room. He left the room and closed the door, but before he had gone half the length of the hall towards his own study, he returned and addressed his wife again. "You understand my instructions, I hope?" "What instructions?" "That you write to Henry and tell him what I say." "I will speak again to you about it by and by." "I will speak no more about it, not a word more. Let there not be a word more said, but oblige me by doing as I ask you." Then he was again about to leave the room, but she stopped him. "Wait a moment, my dear." "Why should I wait?" "That you may listen to me. Surely you will do that when I ask you." "I will write to Henry, of course, if you bid me, and I will give him your message, whatever it may be, but not to-day, my dear." "Why not to-day?" "Because the sun shall go down upon your wrath before I become its messenger. If you choose to write to-day yourself, I cannot help it. I cannot hinder you. If I am to write to him on your behalf, I will take my instructions from you to-morrow morning. When to-morrow morning comes, you will not be angry with me because of the delay." The archdeacon was by no means satisfied, but he knew his wife too well, and himself too well, and the world too well, to insist on the immediate gratification of his passion. Over his bosom's mistress he did exercise a certain marital control, which was, for instance, quite sufficiently fixed to enable him to look down with thorough contempt on such a one as Bishop Proudie. But he was not a despot who could exact a passive obedience to any fantasy. His wife would not have written a letter for him on that day, and he knew very well that she would not do so. He knew also that she was right, and yet he regretted his want of power. His anger at the present moment was very hot, so hot that he wished to wreak it. He knew that it would cool before the morrow, and no doubt knew also theoretically that it would be most fitting that it should cool. But not the less was it a matter of regret to him that so much good hot anger should be wasted, and that he could not have his will of his disobedient son while it lasted. He might no doubt have written himself, but to have done so would not have suited him. Even in his anger he could not have written to his son without using the ordinary terms of affection, and in his anger he could not bring himself to use those terms. "You will find that I shall be of the same mind to-morrow, exactly," he said to his wife. "I have resolved about it long since, and it is not likely that I shall change in a day." Then he went out about his parish, intending to continue to think of his son's iniquity, so that he might keep his anger hot, red hot. Then he remembered that the evening would come, and that he would say his prayers, and he shook his head in regret, in a regret of which he was only half conscious, though it was very keen, and which he did not attempt to analyse, as he reflected that his rage would hardly be able to survive that ordeal. How common with us it is to repine that the devil is not stronger over us than he is. The archdeacon, who was a very wealthy man, had purchased a property in Plumstead, contiguous to the glebe land, and had thus come to exercise in the parish the double duty of rector and squire. And of this estate in Barsetshire, which extended beyond the confines of Plumstead into the neighbouring parish of Eiderdown, and which comprised also an outlying farm in the parish of Stogpingham. Stoke Pinguam would have been the proper name had not barbarous Saxon tongues clipped it of its proper proportions. He had always intended that his son Henry should enjoy the inheritance. There was other property, both in land and in money, for his elder son, and other again for the maintenance of his wife, for the archdeacon's father had been for many years Bishop of Barchester, and such a bishopric as that of Barchester had been in those days was worth money. Of his intention in this respect he had never spoken in plain language to either of his sons, but the major had for the last year or two enjoyed the shooting of the Barsetshire covers, giving what orders he pleased about the game, and the father had encouraged him to take something like the management of the property into his hands. There might be some 1,500 acres of it altogether, and the archdeacon had rejoiced over it with his wife scores of times, saying that there was many a squire in the county whose elder son would never find himself half so well placed as would his younger son. Now there was a string of narrow woods called Plumstead coppices, which ran from a point near the church right across the parish, dividing the archdeacon's land from the Ullathorne estate, and these coppices or belts of woodland belonged to the archdeacon. On the morning of which we are speaking, the archdeacon, mounted on his cob, still thinking of his son's iniquity and of his own fixed resolve to punish him, as he had said that he would punish him, opened with his whip a woodland gate, from which a green muddy lane led through the trees up to the house of his gamekeeper. The man's wife was ill, and in his ordinary way of business the archdeacon was about to call and ask after her health. At the door of the cottage he found the man, who was a woodman as well as a gamekeeper, and was responsible for fences and faggots as well as for foxes and pheasants' eggs. "How's Martha, Flurry?" said the archdeacon. "Thanking your reverence, she be a deal improved since the mistress was here. Last Tuesday it was, I think." "I'm glad of that. It was only rheumatism, I suppose?" "Just a titch of fever with it, your reverence, the doctor said." "Tell her I was asking after it. I won't mind getting down to-day, as I am rather busy. She has had what she wanted from the house?" "The mistress has been very good in that way. She always is, God bless her." "Good day to you, Flurry. I'll ask Mr. Sims to come and read to her a bit this afternoon or to-morrow morning." The archdeacon kept 2 curates, and Mr. Sims was one of them. "She'll take it very kindly, your reverence. But while you are here, sir, there's just a word I'd like to say. I didn't happen to catch Mr. Henry when he was here the other day." "Never mind Mr. Henry. What is it you have to say?" "I do think, I do indeed, sir, that Mr. Thorne's man ain't dealing very fairly along the foxes. I wouldn't say a word about it, only that Mr. Henry is so particular. What about the foxes? What is he doing with the foxes?" "Well, sir, he's a trapping on them. He is indeed, your reverence. I wouldn't speak if I weren't well nigh mortal sure." Now the archdeacon had never been a hunting man, though in his early days many a clergyman had been in the habit of hunting without losing his clerical character by doing so. But he had lived all his life among gentlemen in a hunting county, and had his own very strong ideas about the trapping of foxes. Foxes first and pheasants afterwards had always been the rule with him as to any land of which he himself had had the management, and no man understood better than he how to deal with keepers as to this matter of fox preserving, or knew better that the keepers will in truth obey not the words of their employers but their sympathies. "Wish them to have foxes and pay them, and they will have them," Mr. Sowerby of Chaldicotes used to say, and he in his day was reckoned to be the best preserver of foxes in Barsetshire. "Tell them to have them and don't wish it, and pay them well, and you won't have a fox to interfere with your game. I don't care what a man says to me, I can read it all like a book when I see his covers drawn." This was what poor Mr. Sowerby of Chaldicotes used to say, and the archdeacon had heard him say it a score of times, and had learnt the lesson. But now his heart was not with the foxes, and especially not with the foxes on behalf of his son Henry. "I can't have any meddling with Mr. Thorne," he said. "I can't, and I won't. But I don't suppose it can be Mr. Thorne's order, your reverence, and Mr. Henry is so particular." "Of course it isn't Mr. Thorne's order. Mr. Thorne has been a hunting man all his life." "But you have a governor up there, your reverence. He ain't hunted these 2 years." "I'm sure he wouldn't have the foxes trapped." "Not if he knowed it, he wouldn't, your reverence. A gentleman of the likes of him, who's been a hunting over 50 years, wouldn't do the likes of that. But the foxes is trapped, and Mr. Henry will be putting it on me if I don't speak out. They's Plumstead foxes too, and a vixen was trapped just across the field yonder, in Gough Springs, no later than yesterday morning." Flurry was now thoroughly in earnest, and indeed the trapping of a vixen in February is a serious thing. "Gough Springs don't belong to me," said the archdeacon. "No, your reverence, they're on the Ullathorne property. But a word from your reverence would do it. Mr. Henry thinks more of the foxes than anything. The last word he told me was that it would break his heart if he saw the coppices drawn blank." "Then he must break his heart." The words were pronounced, but the archdeacon had so much command over himself as to speak them in such a voice that the man should not hear them. But it was incumbent on him to say something that the man should hear. "I will have no meddling in the matter, Flurry. Whether there are foxes or whether there are not is a matter of no great moment. I will not have a word said to annoy Mr. Thorne." Then he rode away, back through the wood and out onto the road, and the horse walked with him leisurely on, whither the archdeacon hardly knew, for he was thinking. "Well, if that ain't the darndest thing that ever was," said Flurry. "But I'll tell the squire about Thorne's man, darned if I don't." Now the squire was young Squire Gresham, the master of the East Barsetshire hounds. But the archdeacon went on thinking. He could have heard nothing of his son to stir him more in his favour than this strong evidence of his partiality for foxes. I do not mean it to be understood that the archdeacon regarded foxes as better than active charity, or a contented mind, or a meek spirit, or than self-denying temperance. No doubt all these virtues did hold in his mind their proper places, altogether beyond contamination of foxes. But he had prided himself on thinking that his son should be a country gentleman, and probably nothing doubting as to the major's active charity and other virtues, was delighted to receive evidence of those tastes which he had ever wished to encourage in his son's character. Or rather such evidence would have delighted him at any other time than the present. Now it only added more gall to his cup. Why should he teach himself to care for such things when he has not the spirit to enjoy them? Said the archdeacon to himself. He is a fool, a fool. A man that has been married once to go crazy after a little girl that has hardly a dress to her back, and who never was in a drawing-room in her life. Charles is the eldest, and he shall be the eldest. It will be better to keep it together. It is the way in which the country has become what it is. He was out nearly all day, and did not see his wife till dinner time. Her father, Mr. Harding, was still with them, but had breakfasted in his own room. Not a word, therefore, was said about Henry Grantly between the father and mother on that evening. Mrs. Grantly was determined that, unless provoked, she would say nothing to him till the following morning. He should sleep upon his wrath before she spoke to him again, and he was equally unwilling to recur to the subject. Had she permitted it, the next morning would have passed away, and no word would have been spoken. But this would not have suited her.
She had his orders to write, and she had undertaken to obey these orders, with the delay of one day. Were she not to write at all, or in writing send no message from the father, there would be cause for further anger. And yet this, I think, was what the archdeacon wished. "Archdeacon," she said, "I shall write to Henry to-day." "Very well. And what am I to say from you?" "I told you yesterday what are my intentions." "I am not asking about that now. I hope there will be years and years to come, in which you may change them, and shape them as you will. What shall I tell him now from you?" "I have nothing to say to him, nothing, not a word. He knows what he has to expect from me, for I have told him. He is acting with his eyes open, and so am I. If he marries Miss Crawley, he must live on his own means. I told him that myself so plainly, that he can want no further intimation." Then Mrs. Grantly knew that she was absolved from the burden of yesterday's message, and she plumed herself on the prudence of her conduct. On the same morning the archdeacon wrote the following note: "Dear Thorne, my man tells me that foxes have been trapped at Darvell's farm, just outside the coppices. I know nothing of it myself, but I am sure you'll look to it. Yours always, T. Grantly." End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 34. Mrs. Proudie sends for her lawyer. There was great dismay at Barchester Palace after the visit paid to the bishop and Mrs. Proudie by that terrible clerical offender, Mr. Crawley. It will be remembered, perhaps, how he had defied the bishop with spoken words, and how he had defied the bishop's wife by speaking no words to her. For the moment, no doubt, Mr. Crawley had the best of it. Mrs. Proudie acknowledged to herself that this was the case. But as she was a woman who had never yet succumbed to an enemy, who had never, if on such an occasion I may be allowed to use a schoolboy's slang, taken a licking from any one, it was not likely that Mr. Crawley would be long allowed to enjoy his triumph in peace. It would be odd if all the weight of the palace would not be able to silence a wretch of a perpetual curate, who had already been committed to take his trial for thieving. And Mrs. Proudie was determined that all the weight of the palace should be used. As for the bishop, though he was not as angry as his wife, he was quite as unhappy, and therefore quite as hostile to Mr. Crawley, and was fully conscious that there could be no peace for him now until Mr. Crawley should be crushed. If only the assizes would come at once and get him condemned out of the way, what a blessed thing it would be! But unluckily it still wanted 3 months to the assizes, and during those 3 months Mr. Crawley would be at large and subject only to episcopal authority. During that time he could not be silenced by the arm of the civil law. His wife was not long in expressing her opinion after Mr. Crawley had left the palace. "You must proceed against him in the Court of Arches, and that at once," said Mrs. Proudie. "You can do that, of course. I know that it will be expensive. Of course it will be expensive. I suppose it may cost us some hundreds of pounds. But duty is duty, my lord, and in such a case as this your duty as a bishop is paramount." The poor bishop knew that it was useless to explain to her the various mistakes which she made, which she was ever making, as to the extent of his powers and the modes of procedure which were open to him. When he would do so, she would only rail at him for being lukewarm in his office, poor in spirit, and afraid of dealing roundly with those below him. On the present occasion he did say a word, but she would not even hear him to the end. "Don't tell me about rural deans, as if I didn't know. The rural dean has nothing to do with such a case. The man has been committed for trial. Send for Mr. Chadwick at once, and let steps be taken before you are an hour older." "But, my dear, Mr. Chadwick can do nothing." "Then I will see Mr. Chadwick." And in her anger she did sit down and write a note to Mr. Chadwick, begging him to come over to her at the palace. Mr. Chadwick was a lawyer living in Barchester, who earned his bread from ecclesiastical business. His father and his uncle and his grandfather and granduncles had all been concerned in the affairs of the diocese of Barchester. His uncle had been bailiff to the episcopal estates, or steward as he had been called, in Bishop Grantley's time, and still contrived to draw his income in some shape from the property of the see.
The nephew had also been the legal assistant of the bishop in his latter days, and had been continued in that position by Bishop Proudie, not from love but from expediency. Mr. John Chadwick was one of those gentlemen, 2 or 3 of whom are to be seen in connection with every see, who seem to be hybrids, half lay, half cleric. They dress like clergymen, and affect that mixture of clerical solemnity and clerical waggishness which is generally to be found among minor canons and vicar chorals of the cathedral. They live, or at least have their offices, half in the close and half out of it, dwelling as it were just on the borders of holy orders. They always wear white neck handkerchiefs and black gloves, and would be altogether clerical in their appearance, were it not that as regards the outward man they impinge somewhat on the characteristics of the undertaker. They savour of the church, but the savour is of the church's exterior. Any stranger thrown into chance contact with one of them would, from instinct, begin to talk of things ecclesiastical, without any reference to things theological or things religious. They are always most worthy men, much respected in the society of the close, and I never heard of one of them whose wife was not comfortable and whose children were left without provision. Such a one was Mr. John Chadwick, and as it was a portion of his duties to accompany the bishop to consecrations and ordinations, he knew Dr. Proudie very well. Having been brought up, as it were, under the very wing of Bishop Grantley, it could not well be that he should love Bishop Grantley's successor. The old bishop and the new bishop had been so different that no man could like or even esteem them both. But Mr. Chadwick was a prudent man, who knew well the source from which he earned his bread, and he had never quarrelled with Bishop Proudie. He knew Mrs. Proudie also, of necessity, and when I say of him that he had hitherto avoided any open quarrel with her, it will, I think, be allowed that he was a man of prudence and sagacity. But he had sometimes been sorely tried, and he felt, when he got her note, that he was now about to encounter a very sore trial. He muttered something which might have been taken for an oath, were it not that the outward signs of the man gave warranty that no oath could proceed from such a one. Then he wrote a short note presenting his compliments to Mrs. Proudie, and saying that he would call at the palace at 11 o'clock on the following morning. But in the meantime, Mrs. Proudie, who could not be silent on the subject for a moment, did learn something of the truth from her husband. The information did not come to her in the way of instruction, but was teased out of the unfortunate man. "I know that you can proceed against him in the Court of Arches, under the Church Discipline Act," she said. "No, my dear, no," said the bishop, shaking his head in misery. "Or in the Consistorial Court. It's all the same thing." "There must be an inquiry first, by his brother clergy. There must indeed. It's the only way of proceeding." "And there has been an inquiry, and he has been committed." "That doesn't signify, my dear. That's the civil law." "And if the civil law condemns him, and locks him up in prison, as it certainly will do?" "But it hasn't done so yet, my dear. I really think that, as it has gone so far, it would be best to leave it as it is till he has taken his trial." "What? Leave him there after what occurred this morning in the palace?" The palace with Mrs. Proudie was always a palace and never a house. "No, no, 10,000 times no. Are you not aware that he insulted you, and grossly, most grossly insulted me? I was never treated with such insolence by any clergyman before, since I first came to this palace. Never, never. And we know the man to be a thief. We absolutely know it. Think, my lord, of the souls of his people." "Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear," said the bishop. "Why do you fret yourself in that way?" "Because you will get me into trouble. I tell you, the only thing to be done is to issue a commission with the rural dean at the head of it." "Then issue a commission." "And they will take 3 months." "Why should they take 3 months? Why should they take more than 3 days or 3 hours? It is all plain sailing." "These things are never plain sailing, my dear. When a bishop has to oppose any of his clergy, it is always made as difficult as possible." "More shame for them who make it so." "But it is so. If I were to take legal proceedings against him, it would cost, oh dear, more than £1,000, I should say." "If it costs 2, you must do it." Mrs. Proudie's anger was still very hot, or she would not have spoken of an unremunerative outlay of money in such language as that. In this manner she did come to understand before the arrival of Mr. Chadwick that her husband could take no legal steps towards silencing Mr. Crawley until a commission of clergymen had been appointed to inquire into the matter. and that commission should be headed by the rural dean, within the limits of whose rural deanery the parish of Hogglestock was situated, or by some beneficed parochial clergyman of repute in the neighbourhood. Now the rural dean was Dr. Tempest of Silverbridge, who had held that position before the coming of Dr. Proudie to the diocese, and there had grown up in the bosom of Mrs. Proudie a strong feeling that undue mercy had been shown to Mr. Crawley by the magistrates of Silverbridge, of whom Dr. Tempest had been one. These magistrates had taken bail for his appearance at the assizes, instead of committing him to prison at once, as they were bound to do when such an offence as that had been committed by a clergyman. But no, even though there was a clergyman among them, they had thought nothing of the souls of the poor people. In such language Mrs. Proudie had spoken of the affair at Silverbridge, and having once committed herself to such an opinion, of course she thought that Dr. Tempest would go through fire and water, would omit no stretch of what little judicial power might be committed to his hands, with the view of opposing his bishop and maintaining the culprit in his position. In such a case as this, cannot you name an acting rural dean yourself? Dr. Tempest, you know, is very old. No, my dear, no, I cannot. You can ask Mr. Chadwick, at any rate, and then you could name Mr. Thumble. But Mr. Thumble doesn't even hold a living in the diocese. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. And so the matter rested until Mr. Chadwick came. Mrs. Proudie had no doubt intended to have Mr. Chadwick all to herself, at any rate so to encounter him in the first instance. But having been at length convinced that the inquiry by the rural dean was really necessary as a preliminary, and having also slept upon the question of expenditure, she gave directions that the lawyer should be shown into the bishop's study, and she took care to be absent at the moment of his arrival. Of course she did not intend that Mr. Chadwick should leave the palace without having heard what she had to say, but she thought that it would be well that he should be made to conceive that though the summons had been written by her, it had really been intended on the part of the bishop. "Mr. Chadwick will be with you at 11, Bishop," she said, as she got up from the breakfast table, at which she left his lordship with two of his daughters and with a married son-in-law, a clergyman who was staying in the house. "Very well, my dear," said the bishop with a smile, for he was anxious not to betray any vexation at his wife's interference before his daughters or the Reverend Mr. Tickler. But he understood it all. Mr. Chadwick had been sent for with reference to Crawley, and he was driven, absolutely driven, to propose to his lawyer that this commission of inquiry should be issued. Punctually at 11 Mr. Chadwick came, wearing a very long face as he entered the palace door, for he felt that he would in all probability be now compelled to quarrel with Mrs. Proudie. Much he could bear, but there was a limit to his endurance. She had never absolutely sent for him before, though she had often interfered with him. "I shall have to tell her a bit of my mind," he said, as he stepped across the close, habited in his best suit of black, with most exact white cravat, and yet looking not quite like a clergyman, with some touch of the undertaker in his gait. When he found that he was shown into the bishop's room, and that the bishop was there, and the bishop only, his mind was relieved. It would have been better that the bishop should have written himself, or that the chaplain should have written in his lordship's name. That, however, was a trifle. But the bishop did not know what to say to him. If he intended to direct an inquiry to be made by the rural dean, it would be by no means becoming that he should consult Mr. Chadwick as to doing so. It might be well, or if not well, at any rate not improper, that he should make the application to Dr. Tempest through Mr. Chadwick. But in that case he must give the order at once, and he still wished to avoid it if it were possible. Since he had been in the diocese, no case so grave as this had been pushed upon him. The intervention of the rural dean in an ordinary way he had used, had been made to use, more than once by his wife. A vicar had been absent a little too long from one parish, and there had been rumours about brandy and water in another. Once he had been very nearly in deep water because Mrs. Proudie had taken it in dudgeon that a certain young rector, who had been left a widower, had a pretty governess for his children. And there had been that case, sadly notorious in the diocese at the time, of our excellent friend Mr. Robarts of Framley, when the bailiffs were in his house because he couldn't pay his debts, or rather the debts of his friend for whom he had signed bills. But in all these cases some good fortune had intervened, and he had been saved from the terrible necessity of any ulterior process. But now he was being driven beyond himself, and all to no purpose. If Mrs. Proudie would only wait 3 months, the civil law would do it all for him. But here was Mr. Chadwick in the room, and he knew that it would be useless for him to attempt to talk to Mr. Chadwick about other matters and so dismiss him. The wife of his bosom would be down upon them before Chadwick could be out of the room. How do you do, Mr. Chadwick? Won't you sit down? Mr. Chadwick thanked his lordship and sat down. It's very cold, isn't it, Mr. Chadwick? A hard frost, my lord, but a beautiful day. Won't you come near the fire? The bishop knew that Mrs. Proudie was on the road, and had an eye to the proper strategic position of his forces. Mrs. Proudie would certainly take up her position in a certain chair from whence the light enabled her to rake her husband thoroughly. What advantage she might have from this he could not prevent, but he could so place Mr. Chadwick that the lawyer should be more within the reach of his eye than that of his wife. So the bishop pointed to an armchair opposite to himself near the fire, and Mr. Chadwick seated himself accordingly. "This is a very sad affair about Mr. Crawley," said the bishop. "Very sad indeed," said the lawyer. "I never pitied a man so much in my life, my lord." This was not exactly the line which the bishop was desirous of taking. "Of course he is to be pitied. Of course he is. But from all I hear, Mr. Chadwick, I am afraid we must not acquit him." "As to that, my lord, he has to stand his trial, of course." "But you see, Mr. Chadwick, regarding him as a beneficed clergyman, with a cure of souls, the question is whether I should be justified in leaving him where he is till his trial shall come on." "Of course your lordship knows best about that, but—" "I know there is a difficulty, I know that, but I am inclined to think that in the interests of the parish I am bound to issue a commission of inquiry." "I believe your lordship has attempted to silence him, and that he has refused to comply." "I thought it better for everybody's sake, especially for his own, that he should for a while be relieved of his duties. But he is an obstinate man, a very obstinate man. I made the attempt with all consideration for his feelings." "He is hard put to it, my lord. I know the man and his pride. The dean has spoken of him to me more than once, and nobody knows him so well as the dean. If I might venture to offer an opinion—" "Good morning, Mr. Chadwick," said Mrs. Proudie, coming into the room and taking her accustomed seat. "No, thank you, no. I will stay away from the fire, if you please. His lordship has spoken to you, no doubt, about this unfortunate, wretched man." "We are speaking of him now, my dear." "Something must of course be done to put a stop to the crying disgrace of having such a man preaching from a pulpit in this diocese. When I think of the souls of the people in that poor village, my hair literally stands on end. And then he is disobedient." "That is the worst of it," said the bishop. "It would have been so much better for himself if he would have allowed me to provide quietly for the services till the trial be over." "I could have told you, my lord, that he would not do that, from what I knew of him," said Mr. Chadwick. "But he must do it," said Mrs. Proudie. "He must be made to do it." "His lordship will find it difficult," said Mr. Chadwick. "I can issue a commission, you know, to the rural dean," said the bishop mildly. "Yes, you can do that, and Dr. Tempest in 2 months' time will have named his assessors." "Dr. Tempest must not name them. The bishop must name them," said Mrs. Proudie. "It is customary to leave that to the rural dean," said Mr. Chadwick. "The bishop no doubt can object to any one named." "And can specially select any clergyman he pleases from the archdeanery," said the bishop. "I have known it done." "The rural dean in such case has probably been an old man and not active," said the lawyer. "And Dr. Tempest is a very old man," said Mrs. Proudie, "and in such a matter not at all trustworthy. He is one of the magistrates who took bail." "His lordship could hardly set him aside," said the lawyer. "At any rate, I would not recommend him to try. I think you might suggest a commission of 5, and propose 2 of the number yourself. I do not think that in such a case Dr. Tempest would raise any question." At last it was settled in this way. Mr. Chadwick was to prepare a letter to Dr. Tempest for the bishop's signature, in which the doctor should be requested, as the rural dean to whom Mr. Crawley was subject, to hold a commission of 5 to inquire into Mr. Crawley's conduct. The letter was to explain to Dr. Tempest that the bishop, moved by his solicitude for the souls of the people of Hogglestock, had endeavoured, in a friendly way, to induce Mr. Crawley to desist from his ministrations, but that having failed through Mr. Crawley's obstinacy, he had no alternative but to proceed in this way. "You had better say that his lordship, as bishop of the diocese, can take no heed of the coming trial," said Mrs. Proudie. "I think his lordship had better say nothing at all about the trial," said Mr. Chadwick. "I think that will be best," said the bishop. "But if they report against him," said Mr. Chadwick, "you can only then proceed in the ecclesiastical court at your own expense." "He'll hardly be so obstinate as that," said the bishop. "I'm afraid you don't know him, my lord," said the lawyer. The bishop, thinking of the scene which had taken place in that very room only yesterday, felt that he did know Mr. Crawley, and felt also that the hope which he had just expressed was one in which he himself put no trust. But something might turn up, and it was devoutly to be hoped that Dr. Tempest would take a long time over his inquiry. The assizes might come on as soon as it was terminated, or very shortly afterwards, and then everything might be well. "You won't find Dr. Tempest very ready at it," said Mr. Chadwick. The bishop in his heart was comforted by the words. "But he must be made to be ready to do his duty," said Mrs. Proudie imperiously. Mr. Chadwick shrugged his shoulders, then got up, spoke his farewell little speeches, and left the palace. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 35. Lily Dale writes 2 words in her book. John Eames saw nothing more of Lily Dale till he packed up his portmanteau, left his mother's house, and went to stay for a few days with his old friend Lady Julia. And this did not happen till he had been above a week at Guestwick. Mrs. Dale repeatedly said that it was odd that Johnny did not come to see them, and Grace, speaking of him to Lily, asked why he did not come. Lily, in her funny way, declared that he would come soon enough. But even while she was joking, there was something of half-expressed consciousness in her words, as though she felt it to be foolish to speak of his coming, as she might have that of any other young man, before people who knew her whole story. "He'll come quick enough. He knows, and I know, that his coming will do no good. Of course I shall be glad to see him. Why shouldn't I be glad to see him? I've known him and liked him all my life. I liked him when there did not seem to be much about him to like. And now that he is clever and agreeable and good-looking, which he never was as a lad, why shouldn't I go on liking him? He's more like a brother to me than anybody else I've got." James was her brother-in-law, Dr. Crofts. "Thinks of nothing but his patients and his babies, and my cousin Bernard is much too grand a person for me to take the liberty of loving him. I shall be very glad to see Johnny Eames." From all of which Mrs. Dale was led to believe that Johnny's case was still hopeless. And how should it not be hopeless? Had Lily not confessed within the last week or 2 that she still loved Adolphus Crosbie? Mrs. Eames also, and Mary, were surprised that John did not come over to Allington. "You haven't seen Mrs. Dale yet, or the squire?" said his mother. "I shall see them when I'm at the cottage." "Yes, no doubt, but it seems strange that you should be here so long without going to them." "There's time enough," said he. "I shall have nothing else to do when I'm at the cottage." Then, when Mary had spoken to him again in private, expressing a hope that there was nothing wrong, he had been very angry with his sister. "What do you mean by wrong? What rubbish you girls talk, and you never have any delicacy of feeling to make you silent." "Oh, John, don't say such hard things as that of me." "But I do say them. You'll make me swear among you some day that I will never see Lily Dale again. As it is, I wish I never had seen her, simply because I am so dunned about it." In all of which I think Johnny was manifestly wrong. When the humour was on him, he was fond enough of talking about Lily Dale. Had he not taught her to do so, I doubt whether his sister would ever have mentioned Lily's name to him. "I did not mean to dun you, John," said Mary meekly. But at last he went to Lady Julia's, and was no sooner there than he was ready to start for Allington. When Lady Julia spoke to him about Lily, he did not venture to snub her. Indeed, of all his friends, Lady Julia was the one with whom on this subject he allowed himself the most unrestricted confidence. He came over one day just before dinner, and declared his intention of walking over to Allington immediately after breakfast on the following morning. "It's the last time, Lady Julia," he said. "So you say, Johnny." "And so I mean it. What's the good of a man frittering away his life?
What's the good of wishing for what he can't get? Jacob was not in such a hurry when he wished for Rachel. That was all very well for the old patriarch, who had 700 or 800 years to live. My dear John, you forget your Bible. Jacob did not live half as long as that. He lived long enough and slowly enough to be able to wait 14 years. And then he had something to comfort him in the meantime. And after all, Lady Julia, it's more than 7 years since I first thought Lily was the prettiest girl I ever saw. How old are you now? 27, and she's 24. You've time enough yet, if you'll only be patient. I'll be patient for tomorrow, Lady Julia, but never again. Not that I mean to quarrel with her. I'm not such a fool as to quarrel with a girl because she can't like me. I know how it all is. If that scoundrel had not come across my path just when he did, in that very nick of time, all might have been right betwixt her and me. I couldn't have offered to marry her before, when I hadn't as much income as would have found her in bread and butter. And then, just as better times came to me, he stepped in. I wonder whether it will be expected of me that I should forgive him. As far as that goes, you have no right to be angry with him. But I am, all the same. And so was I, but not for stepping in, as you call it. You and I are different, Lady Julia. I was angry with him for stepping in, but I couldn't show it. Then he stepped out, and I did manage to show it. And now I shouldn't wonder if he doesn't step in again. After all, why should he have such a power? It was simply the nick of time which gave it to him. That John Eames should be able to find some consolation in this consideration is devoutly to be hoped of us all. There was nothing said about Lily Dale the next morning at breakfast. Lady Julia observed that John was dressed a little more neatly than usual, though the change was not such as to have called for her special observation, had she not known the business on which he was intent. "You have nothing to send to the Dales?" said he, as he got up from the table. "Nothing but my love, Johnny." "No worsted or embroidery work, or a pot of special jam for the squire?" "No, sir, nothing. Though I should like to make you carry a pair of panniers, if I could." "They would become me well," said Johnny, "for I am going on an ass's errand." Then, without waiting for the word of affection which was on the old woman's lips, he got himself out of the room and started on his journey. The walk was only 3 miles, and the weather was dry and frosty, and he had come to the turn leading up to the church and the squire's house almost before he remembered that he was near Allington. Here he paused for a moment to think. If he continued his way down to the Red Lion and through Allington Street, he must knock at Mrs. Dale's door and ask for admission by means of the servant, as would be done by any ordinary visitor. But he could make his way on to the lawn by going up beyond the wall of the churchyard and through the squire's garden. He knew the path well, very well, and he thought he might take so much liberty as that, both with the squire and with Mrs. Dale, although his visits to Allington were not so frequent now as they used to be in the days of his boyhood. He did not wish to be admitted by the servant, and therefore he went through the gardens. Luckily he did not see the squire, who would have detained him, and he escaped from Hopkins, the old gardener, with little more than a word. "I'm going down to see the ladies, Hopkins. I suppose I shall find them." And then, while Hopkins was arranging his spade so that he might lean upon it for a little chat, Johnny was gone and had made his way into the other garden. He had thought it possible that he might meet Lily out among the walks by herself, and such a meeting as this would have suited him better than any other. And as he crossed the little bridge which separated the gardens, he thought of more than one such meeting, of one especial occasion on which he had first ventured to tell her in plain words that he loved her. But before that day Crosbie had come there, and at the moment in which he was speaking of his love, she regarded Crosbie as an angel of light upon the earth. What hope could there have been for him then? What use was there in telling such a tale of love at that time? When he told it, he knew that Crosbie had been before him. He knew that Crosbie was at that moment the angel of light. But as he had never before been able to speak of his love, so was he then unable not to speak of it. He had spoken, and of course had been simply rebuked. Since that day Crosbie had ceased to be an angel of light, and he, John Eames, had spoken often, but he had spoken in vain, and now he would speak once again. He went through the garden and over the lawn belonging to the small house, and saw no one. He forgot, I think, that ladies do not come out to pick roses when the ground is frozen, and that croquet is not often in progress with a hoarfrost on the grass. So he walked up to the little terrace before the drawing room, and, looking in, saw Mrs. Dale and Lily and Grace at their morning work.
Lily was drawing and Mrs. Dale was writing, and Grace had her needle in her hand. As it happened, no one at first perceived him, and he had time to feel that after all he would have managed better if he had been announced in the usual way. As, however, it was now necessary that he should announce himself, he knocked at the window, and they all immediately looked up and saw him. "It's my cousin John," said Grace. "Oh, Johnny, how are you at last?" said Mrs. Dale. But it was Lily who, without speaking, opened the window for him, who was the first to give him her hand, and who led him through into the room. "It's a great shame my coming in this way," said John, "and letting all the cold air in upon you." "We shall survive it," said Mrs. Dale. "I suppose you have just come down from my brother-in-law?" "No, I have not seen the squire as yet. I will do so before I go back, of course. But it seems such a commonplace sort of thing to go round by the village." "We are very glad to see you by whatever way you come. Are we not, mamma?" said Lily. "I am not so sure of that. We were only saying yesterday that as you had been in the country a fortnight without coming to us, we did not think we would be at home when you did come." "But I have caught you, you see," said Johnny. And so they went on chatting of old times and mutual friends very comfortably for full an hour, and there was some serious conversation about Grace's father and his affairs, and John declared his opinion that Mr. Crawley ought to go to his uncle, Thomas Toogood, not at all knowing at that time that Mr. Crawley himself had come to the same opinion. And John gave them an elaborate description of Sir Raffle Buffle, standing up with his back to the fire, with his hat in his head, and speaking with a loud, harsh voice, to show them the way in which he declared that that gentleman received his inferiors, and then bowing and scraping and rubbing his hands together and simpering with would-be softness, declaring that after that fashion Sir Raffle received his superiors. And they were very merry, so that no one would have thought that Johnny was a despondent lover, now bent on throwing the dice for his last stake, or that Lily was aware that she was in the presence of one lover, and that she was like to fall to the ground between two stools, having two lovers, neither of whom could serve her turn. "How can you consent to serve him if he's such a man as that?" said Lily, speaking of Sir Raffle. "I do not serve him, I serve the Queen, or rather the public. I don't take his wages, and he does not play his tricks with me. He knows that he can't. He has tried it and has failed. And he only keeps me where I am because I've some money left me. He thinks it fine to have a private secretary with a fortune. I know that he tells people all manner of lies about it, making it out to be 5 times as much as it is. Dear old Huffle Snuffle, he is such an ass. And yet he's had wit enough to get to the top of his tree, and to keep himself there. He began the world without a penny. Now he's got a handle to his name, and he'll live in clover all his life. It's very odd, isn't it, Mrs. Dale?" "I suppose he does his work." "When men get so high as that, there's no knowing whether they work or whether they don't. There isn't much for them to do, as far as I can see. They have to look beautiful and frighten the young ones." "And does Sir Raffle look beautiful?" Lily asked. "After a fashion he does. There is something imposing about such a man till you're used to it and can see through it. Of course it's all padding. There are men who work, no doubt, but among the bigwigs and bishops and cabinet ministers I fancy that the looking beautiful is the chief part of it. Dear me, you don't mean to say it's luncheon time?" But it was luncheon time. And not only had he not as yet said a word of all that which he had come to say, but had not as yet made any move towards getting it said. How was he to arrange that Lily should be left alone with him? Lady Julia had said that she should not expect him back till dinner time, and he had answered her lackadaisically, "I don't suppose I shall be there above 10 minutes. 10 minutes will say all I've got to say and do all I've got to do. And then I suppose I shall go and cut names about upon bridges. Lady Julia?" Lady Julia understood his words. For once, upon a former occasion, she had found him cutting Lily's name on the rail of a wooden bridge in her brother's grounds. But he had now been a couple of hours at the small house, and had not said a word of that which he had come to say. "Are you going to walk out with us after lunch?" said Lily. "He will have had walking enough," said Mrs. Dale. "We'll convoy him back part of the way," said Lily. "I'm not going yet," said Johnny, "unless you turn me out." "But we must have our walk before it's dark," said Lily. "You might go up with him to your uncle," said Mrs. Dale. "Indeed, I promised to go up myself, and so did you, Grace, to see the microscope. I heard Mr. Dale give orders that one of those long-legged reptiles should be caught on purpose for your inspection." Mrs. Dale's little scheme for bringing the two together was very transparent, but it was not the less wise on that account.
Schemes will often be successful, let them be ever so transparent. Little intrigues become necessary, not to conquer unwilling people, but people who are willing enough, who nevertheless cannot give way except under the machinations of an intrigue. "I don't think I'll mind looking at the long-legged creature to-day," said Johnny. "I must go, of course," said Grace. Lily said nothing at the moment, either about the long-legged creature or the walk. That which must be, must be. She knew well why John Eames had come there. She knew that the visits to his mother and to Lady Julia would never have been made, but that he might have this interview. And he had a right to demand, at any rate, as much as that. That which must be, must be. And therefore, when both Mrs. Dale and Grace stoutly maintained their purpose of going up to the squire, Lily neither attempted to persuade John to accompany them, nor said that she would do so herself. "I will convoy you home myself," she said, "and Grace, when she has done with the beetle, shall come and meet me. Won't you, Grace?" "Certainly." "We are not helpless young ladies in these parts, nor yet timorous," continued Lily. "We can walk about without being afraid of ghosts, robbers, wild bulls, young men, or gipsies. Come the field path, Grace. I will go as far as the big oak with him, and then I shall turn back, and I shall come in by the stile opposite the church gate, and through the garden, so you can't miss me." "I dare say he'll come back with you," said Grace. "No, he won't. He will do nothing of the kind. He'll have to go on and open Lady Julia's bottle of port wine for his own drinking." All this was very good on Lily's part, and very good also on the part of Mrs. Dale, and John was of course very much obliged to them. But there was a lack of romance in it all, which did not seem to him to argue well as to his success. He did not think much about it, but he felt that Lily would not have been so ready to arrange their walk had she intended to yield to his entreaty. No doubt in these latter days plain good sense had become the prevailing mark of her character. Perhaps, as Johnny thought, a little too strongly prevailing. But even with all her plain good sense and determination to dispense with the absurdities of romance in the affairs of her life, she would not have proposed herself as his companion for a walk across the fields, merely that she might have an opportunity for accepting his hand. He did not say all this to himself, but he instinctively felt that it was so, and he felt also that it should have been his duty to arrange the walk, or the proper opportunity for the scene that was to come. She had done it instead, she and her mother between them, thereby forcing upon him a painful conviction that he himself had not been equal to the occasion. "I always make a mull of it," he said to himself when the girls went up to get their hats. They went down together through the garden, and parted where the paths led away, one to the great house and the other towards the church. "I'll certainly come and call upon the squire before I go back to London," said Johnny. "We'll tell him so," said Mrs. Dale. "He would be sure to hear that you had been with us, even if we said nothing about it." "Of course he would," said Lily. "Hopkins has seen him." Then they separated, and Lily and John Eames were together. Hardly a word was said, perhaps not a word, till they had crossed the road and got into the field opposite the church. And in this first field there was more than one path, and the children of the village were often there, and it had about it something of a public nature. John Eames felt that it was by no means a fitting field to say that which he had to say. In crossing it, therefore, he merely remarked that the day was very fine for walking. Then he added one special word. "And it is so good of you, Lily, to come with me." "I am very glad to come with you. I would do more than that, John, to show you how glad I am to see you." Then they had come to the second little gate, and beyond that the fields were really fields, and there were stiles instead of wicket gates, and the business of the day must be begun. "Lily, whenever I come here, you say you are glad to see me." "And so I am, very glad. Only you would take it as meaning what it does not mean. I would tell you that of all my friends living away from the reach of my daily life, you are the one whose coming is ever the most pleasant to me." "Oh, Lily!" "It was, I think, only yesterday that I was telling Grace that you are more like a brother to me than any one else. I wish it might be so. I wish we might swear to be brother and sister. I'd do more for you then than walk across the fields with you to Guestwick cottage. Your prosperity would then be the thing in the world for which I would be most anxious. And if you should marry—" "It can never be like that between us," said Johnny. "Can it not?" "I think it can. Perhaps not this year or next year. Perhaps not in the next 5 years.
But I make myself happy with thinking that it may be so some day. I shall wait for it patiently, very patiently, even though you should rebuff me again and again, as you have done now. I have not rebuffed you, not maliciously or injuriously or offensively. I will be very patient and take little rebuffs without complaining. This is the worst style of all. When Grace and I are here together, we can never manage it without tearing ourselves all to pieces. It is much nicer to have you to help me. Let me help you always, he said, keeping her hands in his after he had aided her to jump from the stile to the ground. Yes, as my brother. That is nonsense, Lily. Is it nonsense? Nonsense is a hard word. It is nonsense as coming from you to me. Lily, I sometimes think that I am persecuting you, writing to you, coming after you as I am doing now, telling the same whining story, asking for that which you say you will never give me. And then I feel ashamed of myself and swear that I will do it no more. Do not be ashamed of yourself, but yet do it no more. And then, he continued, without minding her words, at other times I feel that it must be my own fault, that if I only persevered with sufficient energy I must be successful. At such times I swear that I will never give it up. Oh, John, if you could only know how little worthy of such pursuit it is. Leave me to judge of that, dear. When a man has taken a month, or perhaps only a week, or perhaps not more than half an hour to make up his mind, it may be very well to tell him that he doesn't know what he is about. I've been in the office now for over 7 years, and the first day I went I put an oath into a book that I would come back and get you for my wife when I had got enough to live upon. Did you, John? Yes, I can show it to you. I used to come and hover about the place in the old days before I went to London, when I was such a fool that I couldn't speak to you if I met you. I am speaking of a time long before that man came down here. Do not speak of him, Johnny. I must speak of him. A man isn't to hold his tongue when everything he has in the world is at stake. I suppose he loved you after a fashion once. Pray, do not speak ill of him. I am not going to abuse him. You can judge of him by his deeds. I cannot say anything worse of him than what they say. I suppose he loved you, but he certainly did not love you as I have done. I have at any rate been true to you. Yes, Lily, I have been true to you. I am true to you. He did not know what he was about. I do. I am justified in saying that I do. I want you to be my wife. It is no use your talking about it as though I only half wanted it. I did not say that. Is not a man to have any reward? Of course, if you had married him, there would have been an end of it. He had come in between me and my happiness, and I must have borne it, as other men bear such sorrows. But you have not married him, and of course I cannot but feel that I may yet have a chance. Lily, answer me this. Do you believe that I love you? But she did not answer him. You can at any rate tell me that. Do you think that I am in earnest? Yes, I think you are in earnest. And do you believe that I love you with all my heart and all my strength and all my soul? Oh, John. But do you? I think you love me. Think? What am I to say or to do to make you understand that my only idea of happiness is the idea that sooner or later I may get you to be my wife? Lily, will you say that it shall be so? Speak, Lily. There is no one that will not be glad. Your uncle will consent, has consented. Your mother wishes it. Bell wishes it. My mother wishes it. Lady Julia wishes it. You would be doing what everybody about you wants you to do. And why should you not do it? It isn't that you dislike me. You wouldn't talk about being my sister if you had not some sort of regard for me. I have a regard for you. Then why will you not be my wife? Oh, Lily, say the word now, here at once. Say the word and you will make me the happiest fellow in all England. As he spoke he took her by both arms and held her fast. She did not struggle to get away from him, but stood quite still, looking into his face, while the first sparkle of a salt tear formed itself in each eye. Lily, one little word will do it, half a word, a nod, a smile. Just touch my arm with your hand, and I will take it for a yes. I think that she almost tried to touch him, that the word was in her throat, and that she almost strove to speak it. But there was no syllable spoken, and her fingers did not loose themselves to fall upon his sleeve. "Lily, Lily, what can I say to you?" "I wish I could," she whispered, but the whisper was so hoarse that he hardly recognised the voice. "And why can you not? What is there to hinder you? There is nothing to hinder you, Lily." "Yes, John, there is that which must hinder me." "And what is it?" "I will tell you. You are so good and so true and so excellent, such a dear, dear friend, that I will tell you everything, so that you may read my heart. I will tell you as I tell mamma, you and her and no one else. For you are the choice friend of my heart. I cannot be your wife because of the love I bear for another man." "And that man is he who came here?" "Of course it is he. I think, Johnny, you and I are alike in this, that when we have loved we cannot bring ourselves to change. You will not change, though it would be so much better you should do so." "No, I will never change." "Nor can I. When I sleep I dream of him. When I am alone I cannot banish him from my thoughts. I cannot define what it is to love him. I want nothing from him. Nothing, nothing. But I move about through my little world thinking of him, and I shall do so to the end. I used to feel proud of my love. That made me so wretched that I thought it would kill me. I am not proud of it any longer. It is a foolish, poor-spirited weakness, as though my heart had been only half formed in the making. Do you be stronger, John. A man should be stronger than a woman." "I have none of that sort of strength." "Nor have I. What can we do but pity each other, and swear that we will be friends, dear friends? There is the oak tree, and I have got to turn back. We have said everything that we can say, unless you will tell me that you will be my brother." "No, I will not tell you that." "Good-bye then, Johnny." He paused, holding her by the hand and thinking of another question which he longed to put to her, considering whether he would ask her that question or not. He hardly knew whether he were entitled to ask it. Whether or no the asking of it would be ungenerous. She had said that she would tell him everything, as she had told everything to her mother. "Of course," he said, "I have no right to expect to know anything of your future intentions. You may know them all, as far as I know them myself. I have said that you should read my heart. If this man, whose name I cannot bear to mention, should come again—" "If he were to come again, he would come in vain, John." She did not say that he had come again. She could tell her own secret, but not that of another person. "You would not marry him now that he is free?" She stood and thought a while before she answered him. "No, I should not marry him now. I think not." Then she paused again. "Nay, I am sure I would not. After what has passed I could not trust myself to do it. There is my hand on it. I will not." "No, Lily, I do not want that." "But I insist. I will not marry Mr. Crosbie. But you must not misunderstand me, John. There, all that is over for me now. All those dreams about love and marriage, and of a house of my own and children, and a cross husband, and a wedding ring growing always tighter as I grow fatter and older. I have dreamed of such things as other girls do, more perhaps than other girls, more than I should have done. And now I accept the thing as finished. You wrote something in your book, you dear John, something that could not be made to come true. Dear John, I wish for your sake it was otherwise. I will go home and I will write in my book, this very day, Lilian Dale, Old Maid. If ever I make that false, do you come and ask me for the page. Let it remain there till I am allowed to tear it out. I will write it, and it shall never be torn out. You I cannot marry. Him I will not marry. You may believe me, Johnny, when I say that there can never be a third." "And is that to be the end of it?" "Yes, that is to be the end of it. Not the end of our friendship. Old maids can have friends." "It shall not be the end of it. There shall be no end of it with me. But, John—" "Do not suppose that I will trouble you again, at any rate not for a while. In 5 years' time, perhaps. Now, Johnny, you are laughing at me, and of course it is the best way. If there is not Grace, and she has caught me before I have turned back. Good-bye, dear, dear John. God bless you. I think you the finest fellow there is in the world. I do, and so does mamma. Remember always that there is a temple at Allington in which your worship is never forgotten." Then she pressed his hand and turned away from him to meet Grace Crawley. John did not stop to speak a word to his cousin, but pursued his way alone. "That cousin of yours," said Lily, "is simply the dearest, warmest hearted, finest creature that ever was seen in the shape of a man." "Have you told him that you think him so?" said Grace. "Indeed I have," said Lily. "But have you told this finest, warmest, dearest creature that he shall be rewarded with the prize he covets?" "No, Grace, I have told him nothing of the kind. I think he understands it all now. If he does not, it is not for the want of my telling him. I don't suppose any lady was ever more open spoken to a gentleman than I have been to him." "And why have you sent him away disappointed? You know you love him." "You see, my dear," said Lily, "you allow yourself, for the sake of your argument, to use a word in a double sense, and you attempt to confound me by doing so. But I am a great deal too clever for you, and have thought too much about it, to be taken in that way. I certainly love your cousin John, and so I do love Mr. Boyce, the vicar." "You love Johnny much better than you do Mr. Boyce." "True, very much better, but it is the same sort of love. However, it is a great deal too deep for you to understand. You're too young, and I shan't try to explain it. But the long and short of it is, I am not going to marry your cousin." "I wish you were," said Grace, "with all my heart." John Eames, as he returned to the cottage, was by no means able to fall back upon those resolutions as to his future life which he had formed for himself and communicated to his friend Dalrymple, and which he had intended to bring at once into force in the event of his being again rejected by Lily Dale. "I will cleanse my mind of it altogether," he had said, "and though I may not forget her, I will live as though she were forgotten. If she declines my proposal again, I will accept her word as final. I will not go about the world any longer as a stricken deer, to be pitied or else bullied by the rest of the herd." On his way down to Guestwick he had sworn 20 times that it should be so. He would make one more effort, and then he would give it up. But now, after his interview with Lily, he was as little disposed to give it up as ever. He sat upon a gate in a paddock, through which there was a little back entrance into Lady Julia's garden, and there swore 1,000 oaths that he would never give her up. He was at any rate sure that she would never become the wife of any one else. He was equally sure that he would never become the husband of any other wife. He could trust her. Yes, he was sure of that. But could he trust himself? Communing with himself, he told himself that after all he was but a poor creature. Circumstances had been very good to him, but he had done nothing for himself. He was vain and foolish and unsteady. So he told himself while sitting upon the gate. But he had at any rate been constant to Lily, and constant he would remain. He would never more mention her name to any one, unless it were to Lady Julia to-night. To Dalrymple he would not open his mouth about her, but would plainly ask his friend to be silent on that subject if her name should be mentioned by him. But morning and evening he would pray for her, and in his prayers he would always think of her as his wife. He would never speak to another girl without remembering that he was bound to Lily. He would go nowhere into society without recalling to mind the fact that he was bound by the chains of a solemn engagement. If he knew himself, he would be constant to Lily. And then he considered in what manner it would be best and most becoming that he should still prosecute his endeavour and repeat his offer. He thought that he would write to her every year on the same day of the year after year, it might be, for the next 20 years, and his letters should be very simple. Sitting there on the gate he planned the wording of his letters, of his first letter and of his second and of his third. They should be very like to each other, should hardly be more than a repetition of the same words. If now you are ready for me, then, Lily, am I, as ever, still ready for you. And then, if now, again and again, if now, and still if now. Then his hair should be grey and the wrinkles on his cheeks, aye, though they should be on hers, he would still continue to tell her from year to year that he was ready to take her. Surely some day that if now would prevail. And should it never prevail, the merit of his constancy should be its own reward. Such letters as those she would surely keep. Then he looked forward down into the valley of coming years, and fancied her as she might sit reading them in the twilight of some long evening, letters which had been written all in vain. He thought that he could look forward with some satisfaction towards the close of his own career, in having been the hero of such a love story. At any rate, if such a story were to be his story, the melancholy attached to it should arise from no fault of his own. He would still press her to be his wife. And then, as he remembered that he was only 27 and that she was 24, he began to marvel at the feeling of grey old age which had come upon him, and tried to make himself believe that he would have her yet before the bloom was off her cheek. He went into the cottage and made his way at once into the room in which Lady Julia was sitting. She did not speak at first, but looked anxiously into his face. And he did not speak, but turned to a table near the window and took up a book, though the room was too dark for him to see to read the words. "John," at last said Lady Julia. "Well, my lady?" "Have you nothing to tell me, John?" "Nothing on earth, except the same old story, which has now become a matter of course." "But, John, will you not tell me what she said?" "Lady Julia, she has said no, simply no. It is a very easy word to say, and she has said it so often that it seems to come from her quite naturally." Then he got a candle and sat down over the fire with a volume of a novel. It was not yet past 5, and Lady Julia did not go upstairs to dress till 6, and therefore there was an hour during which they were together. John had at first been rather grand to his old friend, and very uncommunicative, but before the dressing bell had rung he had been coaxed into a confidential strain and had told her everything. "I suppose it is wrong and selfish," he said. "I suppose I am a dog in a manger, but I do own that there is a consolation to me in the assurance that she will never be the wife of that scoundrel." "I could never forgive her if she were to marry him now," said Lady Julia. "I could never forgive him, but she has said that she will not, and I know that she will not forswear herself. I shall go on with it, Lady Julia. I have made up my mind to that. I suppose it will never come to anything, but I shall stick to it. I can live an old bachelor as well as another man. At any rate, I shall stick to it." And then the good silly old woman comforted him and applauded him as though he were a hero among men, and did reward him, as Lily had predicted, by one of those now rare bottles of super excellent port which had come to her from her brother's cellar. John Eames stayed out his time at the cottage, and went over more than once again to Allington, and called on the squire on one occasion, dining with him and meeting the 3 ladies from the small house. And he walked with the girls, comporting himself like any ordinary man. But he was not again alone with Lily Dale, nor did he learn whether she had in truth written those 2 words in her book. But the reader may know that she did write them, there on the evening of the day on which the promise was made. Lily Dale, old maid. And when John's holiday was over, he returned to his duties at the elbow of Sir Raffle Buffle. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 36. Grace Crawley returns home. About this time Grace Crawley received 2 letters, the first of them reaching her while John Eames was still at the cottage, and the other immediately after his return to London. They both help to tell our story, and our reader shall therefore read them, if he so please, or rather he shall read the first, and as much of the second as is necessary for him. Grace's answer to the first letter he shall see also. Her answer to the second will be told in a very few words. The first was from Major Grantly, and the task of answering that was by no means easy to Grace. Cosby Lodge, February 1860. Dearest Grace, I told you when I parted from you that I should write to you, and I think it best to do so at once, in order that you may fully understand me. Spoken words are soon forgotten. I shall never forget his words, Grace said to herself as she read this, and are not always as plain as they might be. Dear Grace, I suppose I ought not to say so, but I fancied when I parted from you at Allington
that I had succeeded in making myself dear to you. I believe you to be so true in spirit that you are unable to conceal from me the fact that you love me. I shall believe that this is so till I am deliberately and solemnly assured by yourself that it is not so, and I conjure you to think what is due both to yourself and to myself before you allow yourself to think of making such an assurance, unless it be strictly true. I have already told my own friends that I have asked you to be my wife. I tell you this in order that you may know how little effect your answer to me has had towards inducing me to give you up. What you said about your father and your family has no weight with me, and ought ultimately to have none with you. This business of your father's is a great misfortune, so great that probably, had we not known each other before it happened, it might have prevented our becoming intimate when we chanced to meet. But we had met before it happened, and before it happened I had determined to ask you to be my wife. What should I have to think of myself if I allowed my heart to be altered by such a cause as that? I have only further to say that I love you better than any one in the world, and that it is my best hope that you will be my wife. I will not press you till this affair of your father's has been settled, but when that is over I shall look for my reward without reference to its result. Not that I doubt the result, if there be anything like justice in England, but that your debt to me, if you owe me any debt, will be altogether irrespective of that. If, as I suppose, you will remain at Allington for some time longer, I shall not see you till after the trial is over. As soon as that is done, I will come to you wherever you are. In the meantime, I shall look for an answer to this, and if it be true that you love me, dear, dear Grace, pray have the courage to tell me so. Most affectionately, your own, Henry Grantly. When the letter was given to Grace across the breakfast table, both Mrs. Dale and Lily suspected that it came from Major Grantly, but not a word was spoken about it. When Grace with hesitating hand broke the envelope, neither of her friends looked at her. Lily had a letter of her own, and Mrs. Dale opened the newspaper. But still it was impossible not to perceive that her face became red with blushes, and then they knew that the letter must be from Major Grantly. Grace herself could not read it, though her eye ran down over the 2 pages, catching a word here and a word there. She had looked at the name at once, and had seen the manner of his signature. Most affectionately your own. What was she to say to him? Twice, thrice, as she sat at the breakfast table, she turned the page of the letter, and at each turning she read the signature, and she read the beginning, Dearest Grace. More than that she did not really read till she got the letter away with her into the seclusion of her own room. Not a word was said about the letter at breakfast. Poor Grace went on eating, or pretending to eat, but could not bring herself to utter a word. Mrs. Dale and Lily spoke of various matters which were quite indifferent to them, but even with them the conversation was so difficult that Grace felt it to be forced, and was conscious that they were thinking about her and her lover. As soon as she could make an excuse she left the room, and hurrying upstairs took the letter from her pocket and read it in earnest. "That was from Major Grantly, mamma," said Lily. "I dare say it was, my dear." "And what had we better do? Or what had we better say?" "Nothing, I should say. Let him fight his own battle. If we interfere, we may probably only make her more stubborn in clinging to her old idea." "I think she will cling to it." "For a time she will, I dare say, and it will be best that she should. He himself will respect her for it afterwards." Thus it was agreed between them that they should say nothing to Grace about the letter, unless Grace should first speak to them. Grace read her letter over and over again. It was the first love letter she had ever had, the first letter she had ever received from any man except her father and brother, the first almost that had ever been written to her by any other than her own old special friends. The words of it were very strange to her ear. He had told her when he left her that he would write to her, and therefore she had looked forward to the event which had now come. But she had thought that it would be much more distant, and she had tried to make herself believe that when it did come it would be very different from this letter which she now possessed. "He will tell me that he has altered his mind. He ought to do so. It is not proper that he should still think of me when we are in such disgrace." But now the letter had come, and she acknowledged the truth of his saying that written words were clearer in their expression than those simply spoken. Not that I could ever forget a syllable that he said. Yet as she held the letter in her hand, she felt that it was a possession. It was a thing at which she could look in coming years, when he and she might be far apart, a thing at which she could look with pride in remembering that he had thought her worthy of it. Neither on that day nor on the next did she think of her answer, nor on the third or the fourth with any steady thinking. She knew that an answer would have to be written, and she felt that the sooner it was written the easier might be the writing. But she felt also that it should not be written too quickly. A week should first elapse, she thought, and therefore a week was allowed to elapse, and then the day for writing her answer came. She had spoken no word about it either to Mrs. Dale or to Lily. She had longed to do so, but had feared. Even though she should speak to Lily, she could not be led by Lily's advice. Her letter, whatever it might be, must be her own letter. She would admit of no dictation. She must say her own say, let her say it ever so badly. As to the manner of saying it, Lily's aid would have been invaluable, but she feared that she could not secure that aid without compromising her own power of action, her own individuality, and therefore she said no word about the letter, either to Lily or to Lily's mother. On a certain morning she fixed herself at her desk to write her letter. She had known that the task would be difficult, but she had little known how difficult it would be. On that day of her first attempt she did not get it written at all. How was she to begin? He had called her dearest Grace, and this mode of beginning seemed as easy as it was sweet. It is very easy for a gentleman, she said to herself, because he may say just what he pleases. She wrote the words "Dearest Henry" on a scrap of paper, and immediately tore it into fragments as though she were ashamed of having written them. She knew that she would not dare to send away a letter beginning with such words. She would not even have dared to let such words in her own handwriting remain within the recesses of her own little desk. "Dear Major Grantly," she began at length. It seemed to her to be very ugly, but after much consideration she believed it to be correct. On the second day the letter was written as follows: Allington, Thursday. My dear Major Grantly, I do not know how I ought to answer your kind letter, but I must tell you that I am very much flattered by your great goodness to me. I cannot understand why you should think so much of me, but I suppose it is because you have felt for all our misfortunes. I will not say anything about what might have happened if it had not been for papa's sorrow and disgrace, and as far as I can help it I will not think of it. But I am sure that I ought not to think about loving any one, that is, in the way you mean, while we are in such trouble at home. I should not dare to meet any of your great friends, knowing that I had brought nothing with me but disgrace, and I should feel that I was doing an injury to dear Edith, which would be worse to me than anything. Pray believe that I am quite in earnest about this. I know that a gentleman ought not to marry any girl to do himself and his family an injury by it, and I know that if I were to make such a marriage I should be unhappy ever afterwards, even though I loved the man ever so dearly with all my heart. These last words she had underscored at first, but the doing so had been the unconscious expression of her own affection, and it had been done with no desire on her part to convey that expression to him. But on reading the words she discovered their latent meaning, and wrote it all again. Therefore I know that it would be best that I should wish you good-bye, and I do so thanking you again and again for your goodness to me. Believe me to be yours very sincerely, Grace Crawley. The letter, when it was written, was hateful to her, but she had tried her hand at it again and again, and had found that she could do nothing better. There was much in his letter that she had not attempted to answer. He had implored her to tell him whether or no she did in truth love him. Of course she loved him. He knew that well enough. Why should she answer any such question? There was a way of answering it, indeed, which might serve her turn, or rather serve his, of which she was thinking more than of her own. She might say that she did not love him. It would be a lie, and he knew that it would be a lie. But still it might serve the turn. She did not like the idea of writing such a lie as that, but nevertheless she considered the matter. It would be very wicked, but still, if it would serve the turn, might it not be well to write it?
But at last she reflected that, after all, the doing of the thing was in her own hands. She could refuse to marry this man without burdening her conscience with any lie about it. It only required that she should be firm. She abstained, therefore, from the falsehood, and left her lover's question unanswered. So she put up her letter and directed it, and carried it herself to the village post office. On the day after this she got the second letter, and that she showed immediately to Mrs. Dale. It was from her mother, and was written to tell her that her father was seriously ill. "He went up to London to see a lawyer about this weary work of the trial," said Mrs. Crawley. "The fatigue was very great, and on the next day he was so weak that he could not leave his bed. Dr. Turner, who has been very kind, says that we need not frighten ourselves, but he thinks it must be some time before he can leave the house. He has a low fever on him and wants nourishment. His mind has wandered once or twice, and he has asked for you, and I think it would be best, love, that you should come home. I know you will not mind it when I say that I think he would like to have you here. Dr. Turner says that the illness is chiefly owing to his not having proper food." Of course she would go at once. "Dear Mrs. Dale," she said, "I must go home. Can you send me to the station?" And Mrs. Dale read the letter. Of course they would send her. Would she go on that day or on the next? Might it not be better to write first and say that she was going? But Grace would go at once. "I know it will be a comfort to mamma, and I know that he is worse than mamma says." Of course there was no more to be said, and she was dispatched to the station. Before she went, Mrs. Dale asked after her purse. "If there is any trouble about money for your journey, or anything, you will not scruple to come to me as to an old friend." But Grace assured her that there was no trouble about money for her journey. Then Lily took her aside and produced 2 clean new £5 notes. "Grace, dear, you won't be ill-natured. You know I have a little fortune of my own. You know I can give them without missing them." Grace threw herself into her friend's arms and wept, but would have none of her money. "Buy a present from me for your mother, whom I love though I do not know her." "I will give her your love," Grace said, "but nothing else." And then she went. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 37. Hook Court. Mr. Dobbs Broughton and Mr. Musselborough were sitting together on a certain morning at their office in the city, discussing the affairs of their joint business. The city office was a very poor place indeed, in comparison with the fine house which Mr. Dobbs occupied in the West End. But then city offices are poor places, and there are certain city occupations which seem to enjoy the greater credit the poorer are the material circumstances by which they are surrounded. Turning out of a lane which turns out of Lombard Street, there is a desolate, forlorn-looking dark alley which is called Hook Court. The entrance to this alley is beneath the first floor of one of the houses in the lane, and in passing under this covered way the visitor to the place finds himself in a small paved square court, at the 2 further corners of which there are 2 open doors. For in Hook Court there are only 2 houses. There is number 1 Hook Court and number 2 Hook Court. The entire premises indicated by number 1 are occupied by a firm of wine and spirit merchants, in connection with whose trade one side and 2 angles of the court are always lumbered with crates, hampers, and wooden cases, and nearly in the middle of the court, though somewhat more to the wine merchant's side than to the other, there is always gaping open a trap-door, leading down to vaults below, and over the trap there is a great board with a bright advertisement in very large letters: Broughton and Bangles, Himalaya wines, 22 shillings and 6pence per dozen. And this notice is so bright and so large, and the trap-door is so conspicuous in the court, that no visitor, even to number 2, ever afterwards can quite divest his memory of those names: Broughton and Bangles, Himalaya wines. It may therefore be acknowledged that Broughton and Bangles have achieved their object in putting up the notice. The house number 2, small as it seems to be, standing in the jamb of the corner, is divided among different occupiers, whose names are painted in small letters upon the very dirty posts of the doorway. Nothing can be more remarkable than the contrast between Broughton and Bangles and these other city gentlemen in the method taken by them in declaring their presence to visitors in the court. The names of Dobbs Broughton and of A. Musselborough, the Christian name of Mr. Musselborough was Augustus, were on one of those dirty posts, not joined together by any visible "and," so as to declare boldly that they were partners, but in close vicinity, showing at least that the two gentlemen would be found in apartments very near to each other. And on the first floor of this house Dobbs Broughton and his friend did occupy 3 rooms, or rather 2 rooms and a closet between them. The larger and front room was tenanted by an old clerk, who sat within a rail in one corner of it, and there was a broad short counter which jutted out from the wall into the middle of the room, intended for the use of such of the public as might come to transact miscellaneous business with Dobbs Broughton or Augustus Musselborough. But any one accustomed to the look of offices might have seen with half an eye that very little business was ever done on that counter. Behind this large room was a smaller one belonging to Dobbs Broughton, in the furnishing and arrangement of which some regard had been paid to comfort. The room was carpeted, and there was a sofa in it, though a very old one, and 2 armchairs and a mahogany office table, and a cellaret, which was generally well supplied with wine, which Dobbs Broughton did not get out of the vaults of his neighbours, Broughton and Bangles. Behind this again, but with a separate entrance from the passage, was the closet, and this closet was specially devoted to the use of Mr. Musselborough. Closet as it was, or cupboard as it might also have been called, it contained a table and 2 chairs, and it had a window of its own, which opened out upon a blank wall which was distant from it not above 4 feet. As the house to which this wall belonged was 4 stories high, it would sometimes happen that Mr. Musselborough's cupboard was rather dark, but this mattered the less, as in these days Mr. Musselborough seldom used it. Mr. Musselborough, who was very constant at his place of business, much more constant than his friend Dobbs Broughton, was generally to be found in his friend's room. Only on some special occasions, on which it was thought expedient that the commercial world should be made to understand that Mr. Augustus Musselborough had an individual existence of his own, did that gentleman really seat himself in the dark closet. Mr. Dobbs Broughton, had he been asked what was his trade, would have said that he was a stockbroker, and he would have answered truly, for he was a stockbroker. A man may be a stockbroker, though he never sells any stock, as he may be a barrister, though he has no practice at the bar. I do not say that Mr. Broughton never sold any stock, but the buying and selling of stock for other people was certainly not his chief business, and had Mr. Musselborough been asked what was his trade, he would have probably given an evasive answer. At any rate in the city, and among people who understood city matters, he would not have said that he was a stockbroker. Both Mr. Broughton and Mr. Musselborough bought and sold a good deal, but it was chiefly on account. The shares which were bought and sold very generally did not pass from hand to hand, but the difference in the price of the shares did do so. And then they had another little business between them. They lent money on interest, and in this business there was a third partner, whose name did not appear on the dirty doorpost. That third partner was Mrs. Van Siever, the mother of Clara Van Siever, whom Mr. Conway Dalrymple intended to portray as Jael, driving a nail into Sisera's head. On a certain morning, Mr. Broughton and Mr. Musselborough were sitting together in the office which has been described. They were in Mr. Broughton's room, and occupied each an armchair on the different sides of the fire. Mr. Musselborough was sitting close to the table, on which a ledger was open before him, and he had a pen and ink before him, as though he had been at work. Dobbs Broughton had a small betting book in his hand, and was seated with his feet up against the side of the fireplace. Both men wore their hats, and the aspect of the room was not the aspect of a place of business. He had been silent for some minutes, when Broughton took his cigar case out of his pocket, and nibbled off the end of a cigar, preparatory to lighting it. "You had better not smoke here this morning, Dobbs," said Musselborough. "Why shouldn't I smoke in my own room?" "Because she'll be here just now." "What do I care? If you think I'm going to be afraid of Mother Van, you're mistaken. Let come what may, I'm not going to live under her thumb." So he lighted his cigar. "All right," said Musselborough, and he took up his pen and went to work at his book. "What is she coming here for this morning?" said Broughton. "To look after her money. What should she come for?" She gets her interest. I don't suppose there's better paid money in the city. She hasn't got what was coming to her at Christmas yet. And this is February. What would she have? She had better put her dirty money into the 3% if she is frightened of having to wait a week or two. Can she have it today? What? The whole of it? Of course she can't. You know that as well as I do. She can have £400 if she wants it, but seeing all she gets out of the concern, she has no right to press for it in that way. She is the damnedest old usurer I ever came across in my life. Of course she likes her money. Likes her money? By George she does. Her own and anybody else's that she can get hold of. For a downright leech, recommend me always to a woman. When a woman does go in for it, she is much more thorough than any man. Then Broughton turned over the little pages of his book, and Musselborough pondered over the big pages of his book, and there was silence for a quarter of an hour. "There's something about £915 due to her," said Musselborough. "I dare say there is." "It would be a very good thing to let her have it, if you've got it. The whole of it this morning, I mean." "If, yes, if," said Broughton. "I know there's more than that at the bank." "And I'm to draw out every shilling that there is? I'll see Mrs. Van damned further first. She can have £500 if she likes it, and the rest in a fortnight. Or she can have my note of hand for it all at 14 days. "She won't like that at all," said Musselborough. "Then she must lump it. I'm not going to bother myself about her. I've pretty nearly as much money in it as she has, and we're in a boat together. If she comes here bothering, you better tell her so." "You'll see her yourself?" "Not unless she comes within the next 10 minutes. I must go down to the court. I said I'd be there by 12. I've got somebody I want to see." "I'd stay if I were you." "Why should I stay for her? If she thinks that I'm going to make myself her clerk, she's mistaken. It may be all very well for you, Mussy, but it won't do for me. I'm not dependent on her, and I don't want to marry her daughter." "It will simply end in her demanding to have her money back again." "And how will she get it?" said Dobbs Broughton. "I haven't a doubt in life but she'd take it to-morrow if she could put her hands upon it, and then after a bit, when she began to find that she didn't like 4%, she'd bring it back again. But nobody can do business after such a fashion as that. For the last 3 years she's drawn close upon £2,000 a year for less than £18,000. When a woman wants to do that, she can't have her money in her pocket every Monday morning." "But you've done better than that yourself, Dobbs." "Of course I have. And who has made the connection? And who has done the work? I suppose she doesn't think that I'm to have all the sweat and she is to have all the profit. If you talk of work, Dobbs, it is I that have done most of it." This Mr. Musselborough said in a very serious voice, and with a look of much reproach. "And you've been paid for what you've done. Come, Mussy, you'd better not turn against me. You'll never get your change out of that. Even if you marry the daughter, that won't give you the mother's money. She'll stick to every shilling of it till she dies, and she'll take it with her then, if she knew how." Having said this, he got up from his chair, put his little book into his pocket, and walked out of the office. He pushed his way across the court, which was more than ordinarily crowded with the implements of Burton and Bangle's trade, and as he passed under the covered way, he encountered at the entrance an old woman getting out of a cab. The old woman was, of course, Mrs. Van, as her partner, Mr. Dobbs Broughton, irreverently called her. "Mrs. Van Siever, how do you do? Let me give you a hand. Fare from South Kensington? I always give the fellows 3 shillings. You don't mean to tell me it's 6 miles?" And she tendered a florin to the man. "Can't take that, ma'am," said the cabman. "Can't take it? But you must take it. Broughton, just get a policeman, will you?" Dobbs Broughton satisfied the driver out of his own pocket, and the cab was driven away. "What did you give him?" said Mrs. Van Siever. "Just another 6pence. There never is a policeman anywhere about here." "It'll be out of your own pocket then," said Mrs. Van. "You're not going away?" "I must be at Capel Court by 12:30. I must indeed. If it wasn't real business, I'd stay. I told Musselborough I should be here. He's up there, and he knows all about the business just as well as I do. When I found that I couldn't stay for you, I went through the account with him, and it's all settled. Good morning. I'll see you at the West End in a day or two." Then he made his way out into Lombard Street, and Mrs. Van Siever picked her steps across the yard, and mounted the stairs, and made her way into the room in which Mr. Musselborough was sitting. "Somebody's been smoking, Gus," she said, almost as soon as she entered the room. "That's nothing new here," he replied, as he got up from his chair. "There's no good being done when men sit and smoke over their work. Is it you, or he, or both of you?" "Well, it was Broughton was smoking just now. I don't smoke of a morning myself." "What made him get up and run away when I came?" "How can I tell you, Mrs. Van Siever?" said Musselborough, laughing. "If he did run away when you came, I suppose it was because he didn't want to see you." "And why shouldn't he want to see me? Gus, I expect the truth from you. How are things going on here?" To this question Mr. Musselborough made no immediate answer, but tilted himself back in his chair and took his hat off, and put his thumbs into the armholes of his waistcoat, and looked his patroness full in the face. "Gus," she said again, "I do expect the truth from you. How are things going on here?" "There'd be a good business if he'd only keep things going. But he's idle. Isn't he idle?" "Confoundedly idle," said Musselborough. "And he drinks. Don't he drink in the day?" "Like the mischief, some days. But that isn't the worst of it." "And what is the worst of it?" "Newmarket. That's the rock he's going to pieces on." "You don't mean to say he takes the money out of the business for that?" And Mrs. Van Siever's face, as she asked the question, expressed almost a tragic horror. "If I thought that, I wouldn't give him an hour's mercy. When a man bets, he doesn't well know what money he uses. I can't say that he takes money that is not his own. Situated as I am, I don't know what is his own and what isn't. If your money was in my name, I could keep a hand on it. But as it is not, I can do nothing. I can see that what is put out fairly well. And when I think of it, Mrs. Van Siever, it is quite wonderful that we've lost so little. It has been next to nothing. That has been my doing, and that's about all that I can do." "You must know whether he has used my money for his own purposes or not." "If you ask me, I think he has," said Mr. Musselborough. "Then I'll go into it, and I'll find it out. And if it is so, as sure as my name's Van Siever, I'll sew him up." Having uttered which terrible threat, the old woman drew a chair to the table, and seated herself fairly down, as though she were determined to go through all the books of the office before she quitted that room. Mrs. Van Siever, in her present habiliments, was not a thing so terrible to look at as she had been in her wiggeries at Mrs. Dobbs Broughton's dinner table. Her curls were laid aside altogether, and she wore simply a front beneath her close bonnet, and a very old front too, which was not loudly offensive because it told no lies. Her eyes were as bright, and her little wizen face was as sharp as ever. But the wizen face and the bright eyes were not so much amiss as seen together with the old dark brown silk dress which she now wore, as they had been with the wiggeries and the evening finery. Even now, in her morning costume, in her workaday business dress, as we may call it, she looked to be very old, so old that nobody could guess her age. People attempting to guess would say she must be at least over 80, and yet she was wiry and strong and nimble. It was not because she was feeble that she was thought to be so old. They who so judged of her were led to their opinion by the extreme thinness of her face, and by the brightness of her eyes, joined to the depth of the hollows in which they lay, and the red margin by which they were surrounded. It was not really the fact that Mrs. Van Siever was so very aged, for she had still some years to live before she would reach 80, but that she was such a weird old woman, so small, so ghastly, and so ugly. "I'll sew him up, if he's been robbing me," she said. "I will indeed," and she stretched out her hand to grab at the ledger which Musselborough had been using. "You won't understand anything from that," said he, pushing the book over to her. "You can explain it to me." "That's all straight sailing, that is." "And where does he keep the figures that ain't straight sailing? That's the book I want to see." "There is no such book." "Look here, Gus, if I find you deceiving me, I'll throw you overboard as sure as I'm a living woman. I will indeed. I'll have no mercy. I've stuck to you and made a man of you, and I expect you to stick to me." "Not much of a man," said Musselborough, with a touch of scorn in his voice. "You've never had a shilling yet but what I gave you." "Yes, I have. I've had what I've worked for, and worked confounded hard too." "Look here, Musselborough, if you're going to throw me over, just tell me so, and let us begin fair." "I'm not going to throw you over. I've always been on the square with you. Why don't you trust me out and out, and then I could do a deal better for you? You ask me now about your money. I don't know about your money, Mrs. Van Siever. How am I to know anything about your money, Mrs. Van Siever? You won't give me any power of keeping a hand upon Dobbs Broughton. I suppose you have security from Dobbs Broughton, but I don't know what security you have, Mrs. Van Siever. He owes you now £915 16 shillings and twopence on last year's account. Why doesn't he give me a cheque for the money? He says he can't spare it. You may have 500, and the rest when he can give it you. Or he'll give you his note of hand at 14 days for the whole. Bother his note of hand. Why should I take his note of hand? Do as you like, Mrs. Van Siever. It's the interest on my own money. Why don't he give it me? I suppose he has had it. You must ask him that, Mrs. Van Siever. You're in partnership with him, and he can tell you. Nobody else knows anything about it. If you were in partnership with me, then of course I could tell you. But you're not. You've never trusted me, Mrs. Van Siever. The lady remained there closeted with Mr. Musselborough for an hour after that, and did, I think, at length learn something more as to the details of her partner's business than her faithful servant Mr. Musselborough had at first found himself able to give to her. And at last they came to friendly and confidential terms, in the midst of which the personal welfare of Mr. Dobbs Broughton was, I fear, somewhat forgotten. Not that Mr. Musselborough palpably and plainly threw his friend overboard. He took his friend's part, alleging excuses for him and pleading some facts. Of course you know a man like that is fond of pleasure, Mrs. Van Siever. He's been at it more or less all his life. I don't suppose he ever missed a Derby or an Oaks, or the Cup at Ascot, or the Goodwood in his life. He'll have to miss them before long, I'm thinking, said Mrs. Van Siever. And as to not cashing up, you must remember, Mrs. Van Siever, that 10% won't come in quite as regularly as 4 or 5. When you go for a high interest, there must be hitches here and there. There must indeed, Mrs. Van Siever. I know all about it, said Mrs. Van Siever. If he gave it me as soon as he got it himself, I shouldn't complain. Never mind. He's only got to give me my little bit of money out of the business, and then he and I will be all square. You come and see Clara this evening, Gus. Then Mr. Musselborough put Mrs. Van Siever into another cab, and went out upon exchange, hanging about the bank and standing at Threadneedle Street, talking to other men just like himself. When he saw Dobbs Broughton, he told that gentleman that Mrs. Van Siever had been in her tantrums, but that he had managed to pacify her before she left Hook Court. I'm to take her the cheque for the £500 to-night, he said. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of the Last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 38. Jael. On the 1st of March, Conway Dalrymple's easel was put up in Mrs. Dobbs Broughton's boudoir upstairs. The canvas was placed upon it, on which the outlines of Jael and Sisera had been already drawn, and Mrs. Broughton and Clara Van Siever and Conway Dalrymple were assembled with the view of steady artwork. But before we see how they began their work together, we will go back for a moment to John Eames on his return to his London lodgings. The first thing every man does when he returns home after an absence is to look at his letters, and John Eames looked at his. There were not very many. There was a note marked "Immediate" from Sir Raffle Buffle, in which Sir R. had scrawled in 4 lines a notification that he should be driven to an extremity of inconvenience if Eames were not at his post at 9:30 the following morning. "I think I see myself there at that hour," said John. There was a notification of a house dinner, which he was asked to join at his club, and a card for an evening gathering at Lady Glencora Palliser's, procured for him by his friend Conway, and an invitation to dinner at the house of his uncle, Mr. Toogood. And there was a scented note in the handwriting of a lady which he did not recognise. "My nearest and dearest friend, M.D.M.," he said, as he opened the note and looked at the signature. Then he read the letter from Miss Demolines. "My dear Mr. Eames, pray come to me at once. I know that you are to be back to-morrow. Do not lose an hour if you can help it. I shall be at home at 5:30. I fear that you know of what has been begun, but it certainly shall not go on. In one way or another it must be prevented. I won't say another word till I see you, but pray come at once. Yours always, M.D.M. Thursday. Poor mamma isn't very well, so you had better ask for me. Beautiful, said Johnny as he read the note. There's nothing I like so much as a mystery, especially if it's about nothing. I wonder why she is so desperately anxious that the picture should not be painted. I'd ask Dalrymple, only I should spoil the mystery. Then he sat himself down and began to think of Lily. There could be no treason to Lily in his amusing himself with the freaks of such a woman as Miss Demolines. At 11 o'clock on the morning of the 1st of March, the day following that on which Miss Demolines had written her note, the easel was put up and the canvas was placed on it in Mrs. Broughton's room. Mrs. Broughton and Clara were both there, and when they had seen the outlines as far as it had been drawn, they proceeded to make arrangements for their future operations. The period of work was to begin always at 11, and was to be continued for an hour and a half, or for 2 hours, on the days on which they met. I fear that there was a little improper scheming in this against the two persons whom the ladies were bound to obey. Mr. Dobbs Broughton invariably left his house soon after 10 in the morning. It would sometimes happen, though not frequently, that he returned home early in the day, at 4 perhaps, or even before that. And should he chance to do so while the picture was going on, he would catch them at their work if the work were postponed till after luncheon. And then again, Mrs. Van Siever would often go out in the morning, and when she did so, would always go without her daughter. On such occasions she went into the city, or to other resorts of business, at which, in some manner quite unintelligible to her daughter, she looked after her money. But when she did not go out in the morning, she did go out in the afternoon, and she would then require her daughter's company. There was some place to which she always went of a Friday morning, and at which she stayed for 2 or 3 hours. Friday, therefore, was a fitting day on which to begin the work at Mrs. Broughton's house. All this was explained between the three conspirators. Mrs. Dobbs Broughton declared that if she entertained the slightest idea that her husband would object to the painting of the picture in her room, nothing on earth would induce her to lend her countenance to it. But yet it might be well not to tell him just at first, perhaps not till the sittings were over, perhaps not till the picture was finished, as otherwise tidings of the picture might get round to ears which were not intended to hear it. Poor dear Dobbs is so careless with a secret. Miss Van Siever explained her motives in a very different way. I know mamma would not let me do it if she knew it, and therefore I shall not tell her. My dear Clara, said Mrs. Broughton with a smile, you are so outspoken. And why not? Said Miss Van Siever. I am old enough to judge for myself. If mamma does not want to be deceived, she ought not to treat me like a child. Of course she'll find it out sooner or later, but I don't care about that. Conway Dalrymple said nothing as the two ladies were thus excusing themselves. How delightful it must be not to have a master, said Mrs. Broughton, addressing him. But then a man has to work for his own bread, said he. I suppose it comes about equal in the long run. Very little drawing or painting was done on that first day. In the first place, it was necessary that the question of costume should be settled, and both Mrs. Broughton and the artist had much to say on the subject. It was considered proper that Jael should be dressed as a Jewess, and there came to be much question how Jewesses dressed themselves in those very early days. Mrs. Broughton had prepared her jewels and raiment of many colours, but the painter declared that the wife of Heber the Kenite would have no jewels. But when Mrs. Broughton discovered from her Bible that Heber had been connected by family ties with Moses, she was more than ever sure that Heber's wife would have in her tent much of the spoilings of the Egyptians. And when Clara Van Siever suggested that at any rate she would not have worn them in a time of confusion, when soldiers were loose, flying about the country, Mrs. Broughton was quite confident that she would have put them on before she invited the captain of the enemy's host into her tent. The artist at last took the matter into his own hand by declaring that Miss Van Siever would sit the subject much better without jewels, and therefore all Mrs. Broughton's gewgaws were put back into their boxes. And then on 4 different times the two ladies had to retire into Mrs. Broughton's room in order that Jael might be arrayed in various costumes, and in each costume she had to kneel down, taking the hammer in her hand, and holding the pointed stick, which had been prepared to do duty as the nail upon the forehead of a dummy Sisera. At last it was decided that her raiment should be altogether white, and that she should wear, twisted round her head and falling over her shoulder, a Roman silk scarf of various colours. Where Jael could have gotten it, I don't know, said Clara. You may be sure that there were lots of such things among the Egyptians, said Mrs. Broughton, and that Moses brought away all the best for his own family. And who is to be Sisera? Asked Mrs. Broughton in one of the pauses in their work. I am thinking of asking my friend John Eames to sit. Of course we cannot sit together, said Miss Van Siever. There's no reason why you should, said Dalrymple. I can do the second figure in my own room. Then there was a bargain made that Sisera should not be a portrait. It would never do, said Mrs. Broughton, shaking her head very gravely. Though there was really very little done to the picture on that day, the work was commenced, and Mrs. Broughton, who had at first objected strongly to the idea, and who had said 20 times that it was quite out of the question that it should be done in her house, became very eager in her delight about it. Nobody should know anything of the picture till it should be exhibited. That would be best, and it should be the picture of the year. She was a little heartbroken when Dalrymple assured her that it could not possibly be finished for exhibition in that May. But she came to again when he declared that he meant to put out all his strength upon it. There will be 5 or 6 months' work in it, he said. Will there indeed? And how much work was there in the Graces? The Graces, as will perhaps be remembered, was the triple portrait of Mrs. Dobbs Broughton herself. This question the artist did not answer with absolute accuracy, but contented himself with declaring that with such a model as Mrs. Broughton the picture had been comparatively easy. Mrs. Broughton, having no doubt that ultimate object of which she had spoken to her friend Conway steadily in view, took occasion, before the sitting was over, to leave the room, so that the artist might have an opportunity of speaking a word in private to his model, if he had any such word to speak. And Mrs. Broughton, as she did this, felt that she was doing her duty as a wife, a friend, and a Christian. She was doing her duty as a wife because she was giving the clearest proof in the world, the clearest at any rate to herself, that the intimacy between herself and her friend Conway had in it nothing that was improper. And she was doing her duty as a friend because Clara Van Siever, with her large expectations, would be an eligible wife. And she was doing her duty as a Christian because the whole thing was intended to be moral. Miss Demolines had declared that her friend Maria Clutterbuck, as Miss Demolines delighted to call Mrs. Broughton in memory of dear old innocent days, had high principles, and the reader will see that she was justified in her declaration. It will be better so, said Mrs. Broughton as she sat upon her bed and wiped a tear from the corner of her eye. Yes, it will be better so. There is a pang. Of course there's a pang, but it will be better so. Acting upon this high principle, she allowed Conway Dalrymple 5 minutes to say what he had to say to Clara Van Siever. Then she allowed herself to indulge in some very savage feelings in reference to her husband, accusing her husband in her thoughts of great cruelty, nay of brutality, because of certain sharp words that he had said as to Conway Dalrymple. But of course he can't understand, said Mrs. Broughton to herself. How is it to be expected that he should understand? But she allowed her friend on this occasion only 5 minutes, thinking probably that so much time might suffice. A woman, when she is jealous, is apt to attribute to the other woman with whom her jealousy is concerned both weakness and timidity, and to the man both audacity and strength. A woman who has herself taken perhaps 12 months in the winning will think that another woman is to be won in 5 minutes. It is not to be supposed that Mrs. Dobbs Broughton had ever been won by any one except Mr. Dobbs Broughton. At least let it not be supposed that she had ever acknowledged a spark of love for Conway Dalrymple. But nevertheless there was enough of jealousy in her present mood to make her think poorly of Miss Van Siever's capacity for standing a siege against the artist's eloquence. Otherwise, having left the two together with the object which she had acknowledged to herself, she would hardly have returned to them after so very short an interval. "I hope you won't dislike the trouble of all this," said Dalrymple to his model, as soon as Mrs. Broughton was gone. "I cannot say that I like it very much," said Miss Van Siever. "I'm afraid it will be a bore, but I hope you'll go through with it." "I shall if I am not prevented," said Miss Van Siever. "When I've said that I'll do a thing, I like to do it." There was a pause in the conversation which took up a considerable portion of the 5 minutes. Miss Van Siever was not holding her nail during these moments, but was sitting in a commonplace way on her chair, while Dalrymple was scraping his palate. "I wonder what it was that first induced you to sit," said he. "Oh, I don't know. I took a fancy for it." "I'm very glad you did take a fancy. You will make an excellent model. If you won't mind posing again for a few minutes, I will not weary you to-day. Your right arm a little more forward. But I should tumble down. Not if you lean well onto the nail. But that would have woken Sisera before she had struck the blow. Never mind that. Let us try it. Then Mrs. Broughton returned with that pleasant feeling in her bosom of having done her duty as a wife, a friend, and a Christian. Mrs. Broughton, continued the painter, just steady Miss Van Siever's shoulder with your hand, and now bring the arm and the elbow a little more forward. But Jael did not have a friend to help her in that way, said Miss Van Siever. At the end of an hour and a half, the two ladies retired, and Jael disrobed herself, and Miss Van Siever put on her customary raiment. It was agreed among them that they had commenced their work auspiciously, and that they would meet again on the following Monday. The artist begged to be allowed an hour to go on with his work in Mrs. Broughton's room, and the hour was conceded to him. It was understood that he could not take the canvas backwards and forwards with him to his own house, and he pointed out that no progress whatever could be made unless he were occasionally allowed some such grace as this. Mrs. Broughton doubted and hesitated, made difficulties, and lifted up her hands in despair. It is easy for you to say, why not? But I know very well why not. But at last she gave way. Honi soit qui mal y pense, she said. That must be my protection. So she followed Miss Van Siever downstairs, leaving Mr. Dalrymple in possession of her boudoir. I shall give you just 1 hour, she said, and then I shall come and turn you out. So she went down, and as Miss Van Siever would not stay to lunch with her, she ate her lunch by herself, sending a glass of sherry and a biscuit up to the poor painter at his work. Exactly at the end of the hour she returned to him. Now, Conway, you must go, she said. But why in such a hurry? Because I say that it must be so. When I say so, pray let that be sufficient. But still Dalrymple went on working. Conway, she said, how can you treat me with such disdain? Disdain, Mrs. Broughton? Yes, disdain. Have I not begged you to understand that I cannot allow you to remain here, and yet you pay no attention to my wishes? I have done now. And he began to put his brushes and paints together. I suppose all these things may remain here? Yes, they may remain. They must do so, of course. There, if you will put the easel in the corner with the canvas behind it, they will not be seen if he should chance to come into the room. He would not be angry, I suppose, if he saw them? There is no knowing. Men are so unreasonable. All men are, I think. All those are whom I have had the fortune to know. Women generally say that men are selfish. I do not complain so much that they are selfish as that they are thoughtless. They are headstrong and do not look forward to results. Now you, I do not think you would willingly do me an injury. I do not think I would. I am sure you would not, and yet you would forget to save me from one. What injury? Oh, never mind. I am not thinking of anything in particular. From myself, for instance. But we will not talk about that. That way madness lies. Tell me, Conway, what do you think of Clara Van Siever? She is very handsome, certainly. And clever? Decidedly clever. I should think she has a temper of her own. What woman is there worth a straw who has not? If Clara Van Siever were ill-used, she would resent it. I do not doubt that for a moment. I should not like to be the man who would do it. Nor I either, said Conway. But there is plenty of feminine softness in that character, if she were treated with love and kindness. Conway, if you will take my advice, you will ask Clara Van Siever to be your wife. But perhaps you have already. Who, I? Yes, you. I have not done it yet, certainly, Mrs. Broughton. And why should you not do it? There are 2 or 3 reasons, but perhaps none of any great importance. Do you know of none, Mrs. Broughton? I know of none, said Mrs. Broughton in a very serious, in almost a tragic tone. Of none that should weigh for a moment. As far as I am concerned, nothing would give me more pleasure. That is very kind of you. I mean to be kind. I do indeed, Conway. I know it will be better for you that you should be settled, very much better. And it will be better for me. I do not mind admitting that, though in saying so I trust greatly to your generosity to interpret my words properly. I shall not flatter myself if you mean that. There is no question of flattery, Conway. The question is simply of truth and prudence. Do you not know that it would be better that you should be married?" "Not unless a certain gentleman were to die first," said Conway Dalrymple, as he deposited the last of his painting paraphernalia in the recess which had been prepared for them by Mrs. Broughton. "Conway, how can you speak in that wicked, wicked way? I can assure you I do not wish the gentleman in question the slightest harm in the world. If his welfare depended on me, he should be as safe as the Bank of England." "And you will not take my advice?" "What advice? About Clara?" "Mrs. Broughton, matrimony is a very important thing." "Indeed it is. Oh, who can say how important? There was a time, Conway, when I thought you had given your heart to Madalina Demolines." "Heaven forbid!" "And I grieved because I thought that she was not worthy of you." "There was never anything in that, Mrs. Broughton." "She thought that there was. At any rate she said so. I know that for certain. She told me so herself. But let that pass. Clara Van Siever is in every respect very different from Madalina. Clara, I think, is worthy of you. And Conway, of course it is not for me to dictate to you, but this I must tell you." Then she paused as though she did not know how to finish her sentence. "What must you tell me?" "I will tell you nothing more. If you cannot understand what I have said, you must be more dull of comprehension than I believe you to be. Now go. Why are you not gone this half hour?" "How could I go while you were giving me all this good advice?" "I have not asked you to stay. Go now at any rate. And remember, Conway, if this picture is to go on, I will not have you remaining here after the work is done. Will you remember that?" And she held him by the hand while he declared that he would remember it. Mrs. Dobbs Broughton was no more in love with Conway Dalrymple than she was in love with King Charles on horseback at Charing Cross. And over and beyond the protection which came to her in the course of nature from unimpassioned feelings in this special phase of her life, and indeed I may say in every phase of her life, it must be acknowledged on her behalf that she did enjoy that protection, which comes from what we call principle, though the principle was not perhaps very high of its kind. Madalina Demolines had been right when she talked of her friend Maria's principles. Dobbs Broughton had been so far lucky in that jump in the dark that he had made in taking a wife to himself, that he had not fallen upon a really vicious woman, or upon a woman of strong feeling. If it had come to be the lot of Mrs. Dobbs Broughton to have 6 hours' work to do every day of her life, I think that the work would have been done badly, but that it would have kept her free from all danger. As it was, she had nothing to do. She had no child. She was not given to much reading. She could not sit with a needle in her hand all day. She had no aptitude for May meetings or the excitement of charitable good works. Life with her was very dull, and she found no amusement within her reach so easy and so pleasant as the amusement of pretending to be in love. If all that she did and all that she said could only have been taken for its worth and for nothing more by the different persons concerned, there was very little in it to flatter Mr. Dalrymple or to give cause for tribulation to Mr. Broughton. She probably cared but little for either of them. She was one of those women to whom it is not given by nature to care very much about anybody. But of the two she certainly cared the most for Mr. Dobbs Broughton, because Mr. Dobbs Broughton belonged to her. As to leaving Mr. Dobbs Broughton's house and putting herself into the hands of another man, no Imogen of a wife was ever less likely to take a step so wicked, so dangerous, and so generally disagreeable to all the parties concerned. But Conway Dalrymple, though now and again he had got a side glance at her true character with clear-seeing eyes, did allow himself to be flattered and deceived. He knew that she was foolish and ignorant, and that she often talked wonderful nonsense. He also knew that she was continually contradicting herself, as when she would strenuously beg him to leave her, while she would continue to talk to him in a strain that prevented the possibility of his going. But nevertheless he was flattered, and he did believe that she loved him. As to his love for her, he knew very well that it amounted to nothing. Now and again, perhaps twice a week, if he saw her as often, he would say something which would imply a declaration of affection. He felt that as much as that was expected from him, and that he ought not to hope to get off cheaper. And now that this little play was going on about Miss Van Siever, he did think that Mrs. Dobbs Broughton was doing her very best to overcome an unfortunate attachment. It is so gratifying to a young man's feelings to suppose that another man's wife has conceived an unfortunate attachment for him. Conway Dalrymple ought not to have been fooled by such a woman, but I fear that he was fooled by her. As he returned home to-day from Mrs. Broughton's house to his own lodgings, he rambled out for a while into Kensington Gardens, and thought of his position seriously. "I don't see why I should not marry her," he said to himself, thinking of course of Miss Van Siever. "If Maria is not in earnest, it is not my fault, and it would be my wish that she should be in earnest. If I suppose her to be so, and take her at her word, she can have no right to quarrel with me. Poor Maria! At any rate it will be better for her, for no good can come of this kind of thing. And by heavens, with a woman like that, of strong feelings, one never knows what may happen." And then he thought of the condition he would be in if he were to find her some fine day in his own rooms, and if she were to tell him that she could not go home again, and that she meant to remain with him. In the meantime Mrs. Dobbs Broughton had gone down into her own drawing-room, had tucked herself up on the sofa, and had fallen fast asleep. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 39. A New Flirtation. John Eames sat at his office on the day after his return to London, and answered the various letters which he had found waiting for him at his lodgings on the previous evening. To Miss Demolines he had already written from his club, a single line which he considered to be appropriate to the mysterious necessities of the occasion. "I will be with you at 6:15 to-morrow. J.E. Just returned." There was not another word, and as he scrawled it at one of the club tables while 2 or 3 men were talking to him, he felt rather proud of his correspondence. "It was capital fun," he said, "and after all," the all on this occasion being Lilydale, and the sadness of his disappointment at Allington, "after all, let a fellow be ever so down in the mouth, a little amusement should do him good." And he reflected further that the more a fellow be down in the mouth, the more good the amusement would do him. He sent off his note, therefore, with some little inward rejoicing, and a word or two also of spoken rejoicing. "What fun women are sometimes," he said to one of his friends, a friend with whom he was very intimate, calling him always Fred, and slapping his back, but whom he had never by any chance saw out of his club. "What's up now, Johnny? Some good fortune?" "Good fortune, no. I never have good fortunes of that kind. But I've got hold of a young woman, or rather a young woman has got hold of me, who insists on having a mystery with me. In the mystery itself there is not the slightest interest, but the mysteriousness of it is charming. I have just written to her 3 words to settle an appointment for to-morrow. We don't sign our names lest the Postmaster General should find out all about it." "Is she pretty?" "Well, she isn't ugly. She has enough of good looks to make the sort of thing pass off pleasantly. A mystery with a downright ugly young woman would be unpleasant." After this fashion the note from Miss Demolines had been received, and answered at once. But the other letters remained in his pocket till he reached his office on the following morning. Sir Raffle had begged him to be there at 9:30. This he had sworn he would not do. But he did seat himself in his room at 10 minutes before 10, finding of course the whole building untenanted at that early hour, that unearthly hour as Johnny called it himself. "I shouldn't wonder if he really is here this morning," Johnny said as he entered the building, "just that he may have an opportunity of jumping on me." But Sir Raffle was not there, and then Johnny began to abuse Sir Raffle. "If ever I come here early to meet him again, because he says he means to be here himself, I hope I may be damned blessed." On that especial morning it was 12 before Sir Raffle made his appearance, and Johnny avenged himself, I regret to have to tell it, by a fib. That Sir Raffle fibbed first was no valid excuse whatever for Eames. "I've been at it ever since 6 o'clock," said Sir Raffle. "At what?" said Johnny. "Work, to be sure, and very hard work too. I believe the Chancellor of the Exchequer thinks that he can call upon me to any extent that he pleases. Just any extent that he pleases. He doesn't give me credit for a desire to have a single hour to myself. What would you do, Sir Raffle, if you were to get ill or wear yourself out? He knows I'm not one of the wearing out sort. You got my note last night?" "Yes, I got your note." "I'm sorry that I troubled you, but I couldn't help it. I didn't expect to get a box full of papers at 11 o'clock last night." "You didn't put me out, Sir Raffle. I happened to have business of my own which prevented the possibility of my being here early." This was the way in which John Eames avenged himself. Sir Raffle turned his face upon his private secretary, and his face was very black. Johnny bore the gaze without dropping an eyelid. "I'm not going to stand it, and he may as well know that at once," Johnny said to one of his friends in the office afterwards. "If he ever wants anything really done, I'll do it, though it should take me 12 hours at a stretch. But I'm not going to pretend to believe all the lies he tells me about the Chancellor of the Exchequer. If that is to be part of the private secretary's business, he had better get somebody else." But now Sir Raffle was very angry, and his countenance was full of wrath as he looked down upon his subordinate minister. "If I had come here, Mr. Eames, and had found you absent, I should have been very much annoyed indeed, after having written as I did." "You would have found me absent at the hour you named. As I wasn't here then, I think it's only fair to say so." "I'm afraid you begrudge your time at the service, Mr. Eames." "I do begrudge it when the service doesn't want it." "At your age, Mr. Eames, that's not for you to judge. If I had acted in that way when I was young, I should never have filled the position I now hold. I always remembered in those days that as I was the hand and not the head, I was bound to hold myself in readiness, whether the work might be required from me or not. If I'm wanted as hand now, Sir Raffle, I'm ready." "That's all very well, but why were you not here at the hour I named?" "Well, Sir Raffle, I cannot say that the Chancellor of the Exchequer detained me, but there was business. As I've been here for the last 2 hours, I am happy to think that in this instance the public service will not have suffered from my disobedience." Sir Raffle was still standing with his hat on and with his back to the fire, and his countenance was full of wrath. It was on his tongue to tell Johnny that he had better return to his former work in the outer office. He greatly wanted the comfort of a private secretary who would believe in him, or at least pretend to believe in him. There are men who, though they have not sense enough to be true, have nevertheless sense enough to know that they cannot be expected to be really believed in by those who are near enough to them to know them. Sir Raffle Buffle was such a one. He would have greatly delighted in the service of someone who would trust him implicitly, of some young man who would really believe all that he said of himself and of the Chancellor of the Exchequer. But he was wise enough to perceive that no such young man was to be had, or that any such young man, could such a one be found, would be absolutely useless for any purposes of work. He knew himself to be a liar whom nobody trusted, and he knew himself also to be a bully, though he could not think so low of himself as to believe that he was a bully whom nobody feared. A private secretary was at the least bound to pretend to believe in him. There is a decency in such things, and that decency John Eames did not observe. He thought that he must get rid of John Eames in spite of certain attractions which belonged to Johnny's appearance and general manners and social standing and reputed wealth. But it would not be wise to punish a man on the spot for breaking an appointment which he himself had not kept, and therefore he would wait for another opportunity. "You had better go to your own room now," he said. "I am engaged on a matter connected with the Treasury, in which I will not ask for your assistance." He knew that Eames would not believe a word as to what he had said about the Treasury, not even some very trifling base of truth which did exist. But the boast gave him an opportunity of putting an end to the interview after his own fashion. Then John Eames went to his own room and answered the letters which he had in his pocket. To the club dinner he would not go. "What's the use of paying 2 guineas for a dinner with fellows you see every day of your life?" he said. To Lady Glencora's he would go, and he wrote a line to his friend Dalrymple proposing that they should go together. And he would dine with his cousin Toogood in Tavistock Square. "One meets the queerest people in the world there," he said, "but Tommy Toogood is such a good fellow himself." After that he had his lunch. Then he read the paper, and before he went away he wrote a dozen or two of private notes, presenting Sir Raffle's compliments right and left, and giving in no one note a single word of information that could be of any use to any person. Having thus earned his salary by 4:30, he got into a hansom cab and had himself driven to Porchester Terrace. Miss Demolines was at home, of course, and he soon found himself closeted with that interesting young woman. "I thought you never would have come." These were the first words she spoke. "My dear Miss Demolines, you must not forget that I have my bread to earn." "Fiddlesticks! spread, as if I didn't know that you can get away from your office when you choose. But indeed I cannot." "What is there to prevent you, Mr. Eames?" "I'm not tied up like a dog, certainly. But who do you suppose will do my work if I do not do it myself? It is a fact, though the world does not believe it, that men in public offices have got something to do." "Now you are laughing at me, I know, but you are welcome if you like it. It's the way of the world just at present that ladies should submit to that sort of thing from gentlemen." "What sort of thing, Miss Demolines?" "Chaff, as you call it. Courtesy is out of fashion, and gallantry has come to signify quite a different kind of thing from what it used to do." "The Sir Charles Grandison business is done and gone. That's what you mean, I suppose. Don't you think we should find it very heavy if we tried to get it back again?" "I am not going to ask you to be a Sir Charles Grandison, Mr. Eames. But never mind all that now. Do you know that that girl has absolutely had her first sitting for the picture?" "Has she indeed?" "She has. You may take my word for it. I know it as a fact. What a fool that young man is!" "Which young man?" "Which young man? Conway Dalrymple, to be sure. Artists are always weak. Of all men in the world they are the most subject to flattery from women. And we all know that Conway Dalrymple is very vain." "Upon my word I didn't know it," said Johnny. "Yes, you do. You must know it. When a man goes about in a purple velvet coat, of course he is vain." "I certainly cannot defend a purple velvet coat." "That is what he wore when this girl sat to him this morning." "This morning, was it?" "Yes, this morning. They little think that they can do nothing without my knowing it. He was there for nearly 4 hours, and she was dressed up in a white robe as Jael, with a turban on her head. Jael, indeed! I call it very improper, and I am quite astonished that Maria Clutterbuck should have lent herself to such a piece of work. That Maria was never very wise, of course we all know, but I thought that she had principle enough to have kept her from this kind of thing." "It's her fevered existence," said Johnny. "That is just it. She must have excitement. It is like dram drinking. And then, you know, they are always living in the crater of a volcano." "Who is living in the crater of a volcano?" "The Dobbs Broughtons are. Of course they are. There is no saying what day a smash may come. These city people get so used to it that they enjoy it. The risk is everything to them." "They like to have a little certainty behind the risk, I fancy." "I'm afraid there is very little that's certain with Dobbs Broughton. But about this picture, Mr. Eames, I look to you to assist me there. It must be put a stop to. As to that I am determined. It must be put a stop to." And as Miss Demolines repeated these last words with tremendous emphasis, she leant with both her elbows on a little table that stood between her and her visitor, and looked with all her eyes into his face. "I do hope that you agree with me in that," said she. "Upon my word I do not see the harm of the picture," said he. "You do not?" "Indeed no. Why should not Dalrymple paint Miss Van Siever as well as any other lady? It is his special business to paint ladies." "Look here, Mr. Eames," and now Miss Demolines, as she spoke, drew her own seat closer to that of her companion, and pushed away the little table. "Do you suppose that Conway Dalrymple, in the usual way of his business, paints pictures of young ladies of which their mothers know nothing? Do you suppose that he paints them in ladies' rooms without their husbands' knowledge? And in the common way of his business, does he not expect to be paid for his pictures?" "But what is all that to you and me, Miss Demolines?" "Is the welfare of your friend nothing to you? Would you like to see him become the victim of the artifice of such a girl as Clara Van Siever?" "Upon my word I think he is very well able to take care of himself." "And would you wish to see that poor creature's domestic hearth ruined and broken up?" "Which poor creature?" "Dobbs Broughton, to be sure." "I can't pretend that I care very much for Dobbs Broughton," said John Eames, "and you see I know so little about his domestic hearth." "Oh, Mr. Eames!" "Besides, her principles will pull her through. You told me yourself that Mrs. Broughton has high principles." "God forbid that I should say a word against Maria Clutterbuck," said Miss Demolines fervently. "Maria Clutterbuck was my early friend, and though words have been spoken which never should have been spoken, and though things have been done which never should have been ever dreamed of, still I will not desert Maria Clutterbuck in her hour of need. No, never." I'm sure you're what one may call a trump to your friends, Miss Demolines.
I have always endeavoured to be so, and always shall.
You will find me so. That is, if you and I ever become intimate enough to feel that sort of friendship. There's nothing on earth I should like better, said Johnny. As soon as the words were out of his mouth he felt ashamed of himself. He knew that he did not in truth desire the friendship of Miss Demolines, and that any friendship with such a one would mean something different from friendship, something that would be an injury to Lily Dale. A week had hardly passed since he had sworn a life's constancy to Lily Dale, and had sworn it not to her only but to himself. And now he was giving way to a flirtation with this woman, not because he liked it himself, but because he was too weak to keep out of it.
If that is true, said Miss Demolines.
Oh yes, it's quite true, said Johnny.
Then you must earn my friendship by doing what I ask of you. That picture must not be painted. You must tell Conway Dalrymple, as his friend, that he must cease to carry on with such an intrigue in another man's house.
You would hardly call painting a picture an intrigue, would you?
Certainly I would, when it's kept a secret from the husband by the wife, and from the mother by the daughter. If it cannot be stopped in any other way, I must tell Mrs. Van Siever. I must indeed. I have such an abhorrence of the old woman that I could not bring myself to speak to her, but I should write to her. That's what I should do.
But what's the reason? You might as well tell me the real reason.
Had Miss Demolines been christened Mary or Fanny or Jane, I think that John Eames would now have called her by either of those names. But Madalina was such a mouthful that he could not bring himself to use it at once. He had heard that among her intimates she was called Maddie. He had an idea that he had heard Dalrymple in old times talk of her as Maddie Mullins, and just at this moment the idea was not pleasant to him. At any rate he could not call her Maddie as yet. "How am I to help you," he said, "unless I know all about it?" "I hate that girl like poison," said Miss Demolines confidentially, drawing herself very near to Johnny as she spoke. "But what has she done?" "What has she done? I can't tell you what she has done. I could not demean myself by repeating it. Of course we all know what she wants. She wants to catch Conway Dalrymple. That's as plain as anything can be. Not that I care about that." "Of course not," said Johnny. "Not in the least. It's nothing to me. I have known Mr. Dalrymple no doubt for a year or two, and I should be sorry to see a young man who has his good points sacrificed in that sort of way. But it is mere acquaintance between Mr. Dalrymple and me, and of course I cannot interfere." "She'll have a lot of money, you know." "He thinks so, does he? I suppose that is what Maria has told him. Oh, Mr. Eames, you don't know the meanness of women. You don't indeed. Men are so much more noble." "Are they, do you think?" "Than some women. I see women doing things that really disgust me. I do indeed. Things that I wouldn't do myself, were it ever so. Striving to catch men in every possible way for such purposes. I wouldn't have believed it of Maria Clutterbuck. I wouldn't indeed. However, I will never say a word against her, because she has been my friend. Nothing shall ever induce me." John Eames, before he left Porchester Terrace, had at last succeeded in calling his fair friend Madalina, and had promised that he would endeavour to open the artist's eye to the folly of painting his picture in Broughton's house without Broughton's knowledge. End of chapter 39.